Good morning, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started. We've got a really full agenda today. I want to thank you for being here for our regularly scheduled meeting of Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. Today is Tuesday, July 8th, 2025. We take note that a quorum of the board is present. The Chief Executive Officer, County Counsel, Executive Officer, and the Sergeant at Arms are all here to assist. We will begin today's board meeting with the county's land acknowledgement. The County of Los Angeles recognizes that we occupy land originally and still inhabited and cared for by the Tongva, Tataviam, Serrano, Quiche, and Chumash peoples. We honor and pay respect to their elders and descendants, past, present, and emerging, as they continue their stewardship of these lands and waters. We acknowledge that settler colonization resulted in land seizure, disease, subjugation, slavery, relocation, broken promises, genocide, and multi-generational trauma. This acknowledgement demonstrates our responsibility and commitment to truth, healing, and reconciliation, and elevating the stories, culture, and community of the original inhabitants of Los Angeles County. We are grateful to have the opportunity to live and work on these ancestral lands. We are dedicated to growing and sustaining relationships with Native peoples and local tribal governments, including, in no particular order, Fernandinho Tataviam Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Tongva Indians of California Tribal Council, Gabrielino Tongva San Gabriel Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians Quiche Nation, San Manuel Band of Mission Indians, San Fernando Band of Mission Indians. To learn more about the First Peoples of Los Angeles County, please visit the Los Angeles City County Native American Indian Commission website at lanaic.lacounty.gov. The invocation will be led by Pastor Darrell Beard, Mount Carmel Holy Assembly Baptist Church, Los Angeles, from the 2nd District, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Tracy L. Cooper Harris, Veterans of Foreign Wars Post number 3208, Junior Vice Commander and United States Army veteran from the 3rd District. If you are able, please stand.
Good morning, everyone, to the supervisors, the board chair, and to everyone present. Thank you for this opportunity. This is the day that the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. Our Father in heaven, as we come together today, we seek your guidance and wisdom. Grant us clarity of mind and open hearts as these trusted stewards of our county discuss the matters at hand. We pray for an excellent spirit of unity and collaboration as they make decisions that would benefit our community and promote the common good. May the conversations be respectful and the intentions be pure and the action reflect a commitment to serve those that are represented. Father, we ask a special blessing upon each supervisor and every person that's here today. God, we ask you to protect their personal families. Strengthen them in the name of Jesus, we do pray. Amen.
Good morning, everyone. Please face the flag, place your right hand over your heart, and if you're a veteran, you may render a hand salute and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Los Angeles.
Good morning.
Please join me in welcoming Pastor Darrell Beard from Mount Carmel. Maybe I need some caramels this morning. I need some caramels this morning. From Mount Carmel Holy Assembly Baptist Church to today's board meeting. Pastor Beard was born in Mayflower, Arkansas, and moved to Los Angeles with his family at the age of 5. Raised in a faith-centered home, he was baptized at a young age and has been a devoted member of Mount Carmel Holy Assembly Baptist Church since 1976. Over the years, the pastor has faithfully served in many roles within the church, including Sunday school superintendent, musician, and deacon. He was ordained as a minister in 1993 and later served as an associate minister before stepping into his current leadership role as lead pastor in 2002. Beyond the pulpit, Pastor Beard is deeply involved in our community, organizing events such as health fairs, school supply drives, and food giveaways that serve countless families in need. He is a proud graduate of Narbonne High School and Southern California School of Ministry and has earned several certificates from the Christian Leadership Training Institute. In 2024, he was awarded an honorary Doctor of Divinity from Emmanuel Bible College and Seminary. Pastor Beard is happily married to his wife Alexis, and they are the proud parents of 3 and grandparents of 1. Pastor Beard, I deeply appreciate you coming today, and the entire board sincerely would like to thank you for your time, your dedication to the community, and for leading us in today's invocation. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you. This certificate signed by all 4 members. Oh, your guy. Okay, there he is. I see.
Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This one's special for me. I want to thank Tracy for leading us in the pledge this morning and for your continued service to our country and to our county. Tracy Cooper Harris is a proud member of our 3rd District Community Affairs team and a U.S. Army veteran who served as an animal care sergeant from 1991 to 2003. During her service, Tracy was deployed across the world, from Germany to South Korea, Kuwait, Kyrgyzstan, and Iraq, often as the only veterinary support for dozens of working dogs and their handlers. After returning home, she continued her public service through the Department of Veterans Affairs and the City of Los Angeles Animal Services. She also became a fierce advocate for veterans and LGBTQ+ rights. Tracy's landmark lawsuit, Cooper Harris versus United States, was one of the first to challenge unequal benefits for LGBTQ+ spouses of disabled veterans, paving the way for federal recognition and for justice. She also helped pass the bipartisan Clay Hunt Suicide Prevention for American Veterans Act and has worked with countless organizations, from the Veterans of Foreign Wars to the Wounded Warrior Project, to support veterans and their families. Tracy is a first-generation college student, a proud CSUN and Clemson graduate.
Go Tigers!
And this year, she and her wife Maggie, her fellow rugby teammate and partner in life, are celebrating 17 years of marriage. Yes, that certainly deserves a round of applause. We are so lucky to have Tracy on our team, even luckier to call her our friend. And in fact, it was our event with the county's Office of Veteran Affairs focus on women veterans where Tracy and I got connected, and then we brought her onto the team. And so we are so lucky that she has joined us, and we all want to thank her for her extraordinary service to our nation, to our communities, and to Los Angeles County. Thank you, Tracy. What do you want me to do?
Tracy, you're awesome. I had no idea how that I know. We're all saying we had no idea. We all know Tracy, and we had no idea. Thank you for sharing that, Supervisor Horvath, and happy anniversary. So now I want to introduce you to someone or something or some special animal, and this is a great way to start the morning. Meet Mimosa. Like her name suggests, she's very social and bubbly. She's a 2-year-old border collie mix who loves playing with other dogs and loves to go on walks. Mimosa is the perfect brunch companion. She has good manners and she loves treats. To say cheers to this sweet, sweet, sweet Mimosa, call the Agora Care Center at 818-991-0071. And she was up in our office. She sits, she shakes hands. She's been well trained, but she wants a forever home. She was brought in with her brother, I think, and her brother got adopted, and she didn't. Hi, Mimosa. And her brother, or she did not. So she's looking for a forever home. Again, the Agora Care Center at 818-991-0071. And I'd also like to direct your attention to the screen for our pet from Palmdale. We have a bit of beverage theme going this morning, so this is Amaretto. He is a 1-year-old Australian cattle dog mix. He's a bit shy, but he's got a loving heart and a sweet, sweet, sweet demeanor. Raise your glass to this Grace pup and call the Palmdale Care Center at 661-575-2888. Again, Mimosa here, Amaretto up there. Please, if not one of these beautiful pets, go to our animal care center. We have many, many, many that are looking for forever homes. Thank you.
Executive Officer, will you please call the agenda?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Today's agenda will begin on page 2, Consent Calendar, Board of Supervisors, items 1 through 7. On item 1, this includes an addition as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 3, Supervisor Solis requests that this item be held. On item 4, Supervisor Solis requests that this item be held. On item 5, Supervisor Hahn requests that this item be held. Also, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On page 8, Administrative Matters, items 8 through 22. On item 8, Supervisor Mitchell requests that this item be held. On page 19, Separate Matter, item 23. Item 23 is a recommendation to appoint Sarah Mahan to serve as the Director of the Department of Homeless Services and Housing at an annual salary of $375,000 effective July 8, 2025. On page 20, Special District Agenda. This is the agenda for the meeting of the Los Angeles County Development Authority, item 1D. On page 21, Notices of Closed Session, item CS1 through CS5. On item CS3, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item CS5, this is an addition as indicated on the supplemental agenda. Do we have A7 to be held? That completes the reading of the agenda, Madam Chair.
Executive Officer, will you please play the Code of Conduct?
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your attention? The meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors is about to commence. A code of conduct will now be read, and we request that you comply with it to ensure the efficient administration of the meeting. Members of the public, it is your right to participate in today's board hearing, and the board encourages such participation. However, the right of the public to address the board must be balanced with the need to ensure that public comment does not interfere with the orderly course of the board's business. All are reminded to abide by the following rules. Speakers must cease speaking immediately when their time has ended. Public comment on agenda items must relate to the subject matter of that item. General public comment is limited to subjects within the jurisdiction of the board. Public comment does not include the right to engage in a dialogue with board members or staff. Please remain respectful of the forum and refrain from uttering, writing, or displaying profane, personal, threatening, derogatory, demeaning, or other abusive statements toward the board, any member thereof, staff, or any other person. Members of the audience should be respectful of the views expressed by speakers, staff, and board members, and may not clap, cheer, whistle, or otherwise disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any person engaging in conduct that disrupts the meeting is subject to being removed from the board meeting. And finally, if you witness conduct or behavior by other members of the public that disrupts your ability to remain engaged or participate in this meeting, please notify the Sergeant at Arms or other county staff. Thank you for your cooperation.
Today's board meeting order will be public comment on items not held for discussion by the board and general public comment, then items 3, 4, 5, and 8, followed by A7, and then we will go into closed session. Before we begin, Executive Officer, please read the call-in information and explain the speaking rules.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just for clarification, items A7 is being held. Good morning, members of the public. If you wish to participate in public comment, you may do so in person or remotely, as indicated on the agenda. To join remotely, please call 877-692-8955 and use participant code number 4433663. You have the opportunity to address the board throughout the meeting. For items not held by the board, you will receive 1 minute for one item and up to 2 minutes for 2 or more items. For items held by supervisors, you will have 1 minute to address the board and 1 minute to address the board on general public comment, for a total of 6 minutes for this meeting. Please state your name and indicate the agenda item numbers you will be addressing. Please note, once your time has expired, we will immediately move to the next speaker. Please monitor your time and the items you are signing up for, as your name will not be called once your time has elapsed. For members of the public joining us remotely, when the board moves to the item you wish to address, promptly press 1, then 0 to be moved from the listening queue to the speaking queue. Remember to turn down the volume on your device as soon as the moderator calls on you, or there will be an echo. If you muted your microphone, please remember to unmute when you are called. You will press 1, then 0 for each item you would like to speak on. To ensure we hear from both in-person and telephonic speakers, we will alternate between the 2 speaking queues. Members of the public who are in attendance, when you hear or see your name displayed on the screen, please come down to the front of the boardroom and staff will assist you. Please do not approach the podium until directed to do so.
We will now proceed with public comment on items not held by the supervisors and general public comment.
We will now hear from members of the public wishing to address the board on all items not held for discussion by supervisors. These items will be acted upon with one motion, and also closed session matters and general public comment. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now to comment on these items. You must indicate the agenda item numbers that you wish to address for us to allocate the appropriate amount of time.
We will now call in-person speakers, and while they are coming forward, we will take telephonic speakers. This will be for general public comment in all remaining items, with the exception of items 3, 4, 5, 8, and A7. These items will be taken up later for discussion. We will now, will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you. Esrulo Mohammed, Ada Nalbandian, Gino Telvera, Zoila Ramirez, Maria Cibrian, Mary Grace Barrios, Suk Kim, Brenda Sutton, Lilia Zarati, Luz Gongora, Dr. Esrullah Mohammed, Kimberly Hampton, and Raymond Williams. Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please?
Our first participant is Tiffany Quarles. Your line is open. If you're muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Oh, good morning, supervisors. My name is Tiffany Quarles, and I'm here calling regarding item number 8. I'm calling to express a deep concern over the county's lack of urgency in responding
Ma'am,
to the
item
needs
8
of
is being
Black
held. Item 8 is being held. These is public discussion on items that are not being held. You can call back on item 8.
Okay, thank you.
Next speaker. Moderator, next speaker, please.
Pardon me, Eric Previn, your line is open. Please begin.
Thank you. So there's 3, 4, 5, and 8, which are all of great interest. Can't talk about now. Thank you for that, Don Harrison. Appreciate that. We'll talk about the sole source items, like item 12, which is, this one intrigued me. It's $1 million sole source with the guys over at the online media campaign to solve our public health worker needs. You know, we're trying to staff up, so we need, but $1 million in social media. Hello? That is a giant sum. So good luck, and I really hope that works because we definitely need the help. 10 and 17. Here we have no bid contracts, more or less, because we're constantly declaring emergencies. Now, I'm wondering if, while we're on the mental health subject, we want to get a we may need to check in on over-emergencying things. Now, I admit we have some crises in our midst, but I think this whole process, it deflaborizes the whole meaning of an emergency if everything is a blood emergency. Well, you are going into closed session, and I'd rather speak on
Thank you.
that when
Next
come
speaker,
out.
please.
Now, I noticed that there are...
Eddie, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, supervisors, for being here and for everything you do. I'm calling to express the strong support for agenda items 3 and 4. These items
Those items are
recognize that
being
increased
held.
immigration enforcement.
Eddie, those items are being
Is that
held.
okay?
Yeah, those items are being held, so you'll have an opportunity to speak on them when they come up for discussion. This is for items not held by the board. Thank you. Just hold on, okay?
Next speaker, please.
Damiana Cano, your line is open. You may begin.
My apologies. I'm going to speak on 3 and 4, so I'll speak later.
Thank you. And I want to repeat for everyone on the line, this is for items that have not been held by the board. So the board is holding items 3, 4, 5, and 8, followed by A7. So any other items you can speak at this moment.
Next speaker, please.
Jaden Fields, your line is open. You may begin.
I'm also speaking on items 3 and 4.
Roy
Next speaker,
Humphreys,
please.
your line is open. You may begin.
Yes, item A2 with the Sheriff's Department, that's like a never-ending, and I've told you before, you've got to get the jails away from the sheriff. Item A4, the homeless situation, you still have failed to establish the countywide system of transient camps, and so you're going to fail in that homeless situation like forever. On Exide, that is such a tragedy. That thing has been going on like forever, but that's the county for you. Then A7, I had a person who is a relative.
A7 is being held. A7 is being held.
Apologize for that. How about A8, Affordable Care Act? Thank God that thing's been that farce on that particular situation, and we're going to have some major accountability, get people to work out there and earn what they should. And on infectious disease, my God, you can't even handle syphilis, gonorrhea, and chlamydia, and you're talking about this. It's a
Next speaker,
disgraceful
please.
situation, but that's the count.
Sabrina Wiggum, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, I'm Sabrina Wiggum. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, hi. Sabrina Wiggum, president of the African Village Vendors Association at Leimert Park. We are 250 plus Black-owned vendors that frequent that area. And what we're feeling about today is non-support from the city in not recognizing us as a force and an entity. And we would like to meet with the different ones in order for support. For instance, our just past Juneteenth, we had an event where we had to put the whole bill with regular everyday citizens out there for support, and we've been there over 20 plus years. We're just torch carriers, solidifying ourselves as a nonprofit, but we want
Thank you.
support
Next speaker,
for
please.
the regular everyday person as Black-owned.
Hello. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
I'm gonna start. Բարև ձեզ, իմ անունը Այդան Ալբանդյանն է, ես SCI-ու 2015-ից եմ, աշխատում եմ խնամակալ որպես, և իմ շրջանն է Քեթրին Բարգրի շրջանը։
Hello, my name is Aidan Albandian. I'm an SCIU 2015 home care provider, and I live in Supervisor Catherine Barger's district.
Մենք տարվա սկզբից աշխատում ենք առանց պայմանագրի։ Մենք միայնակն ենք պահում այս խնամքի համակարգը։
We have been working without a contract since the beginning of the year. We are holding down this care system alone.
Մենք Լոս Անջելեսի վարչականի ամենամեծ ծանր աշխատավարձով աշխատաուժն ենք։ Դուք ունեք դա փոխելու ուժ, արիք ճիշտը։
We are LA County's largest low-wage workforce. You have the power to change that. Do the right thing.
Առաջնահերթություն տվեք IHSS-ի աշխատողներին այնպիսի պայմանագրով, որը մեզ կբարձրացնի, այլ ոչ թե առաջարկներով, որոնք կփորձեն մեզ նվաստացնել։
Prioritize IHSS workers with a contract that lifts us up, not offers that try to beat us down.
They're done.
Yes.
I really hope you will help us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Brenda Sutton. I'm an SEIU 2015 home care provider, and I live in Supervisor Holly Mitchell's district. Last week, we thank you acknowledging us for having expressed concern for caregivers, and we appreciate that. Supervisor Mitchell, it's great to know that 43,000 IHS workers have your support. It's time for action. Supervisor Solis, Supervisor Hahn, Supervisor Barger, and Supervisor Harrick. Do you know that workers are struggling to get by? Let me tell you, more than 87% of IHS workers in LA County have to work multiple jobs to barely get by each month. The recent zero wage proposal insulted us.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
If any of you have comments that you want to submit into the record and you're not able to finish, you can hand them to someone and we'll submit them into the record.
Hola, mi nombre es Zoila Ramírez y soy proveedora de cuidado en casa.
Hello, my name is Zoila Ramirez, and I'm a home care provider.
Sí. En el hogar de SIU 2015 y vivo en el distrito de la señora supervisora Jan Han. ¿Sí se llama?
Hello, I'm here with SAIU 2015. I live within the district of Supervisor Janice Hahn.
Sí. Soy parte de los 4151 de personas trabajadoras de IHSS.
I am part of the 41,501 IHSS workers who live there.
Que viven en su distrito. Y además soy parte del 87 de las personas trabajadoras de IHSS.
Yeah. Additionally, I'm part of the 87% of IHSS workers throughout the LA County.
Todo el condado de Los Ángeles que están luchando por sobrevivir. Sé que muchos proveedores están haciendo malabares con varios empleos mientras cuidan de las personas mayores de
So, throughout LA County who are struggling to survive. I know that many suppliers are juggling with various jobs while taking care of the elderly in LA County, the people with disabilities.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
안녕하세요. 제 이름은 김숙입니다. SEIU 2015 재택간병 제공자이며 슈퍼바이서 린지 호바스 지역에 살고 있습니다. LA 카운티의 간병은 제로 달러를 절대 환영할 수 없습니다. 단 하루만이라도 저희의 입장이 되어 보십시오. 그러면 IHS 노동자들과 우리의 계약을 우선시해야 할 이유가 얼마나 중요한지 알게 될 겁니다. LA 카운티 전역에서 생계를 유지하기 위해 고분불투하고 있는 87%의 IHSS 노동자 중 한 사람으로서 더 심각한 것은 64%가 넘는 IHS 노동자들이 생계를 유지하기 위해 공공지원에 의존하고 있다는 사실입니다.
Hi, my name is Suk Kim. I'm an SEIU 2015 home care provider, and I live in Supervisor Lindsay Horvath, District 3. LA County Care doesn't appreciate $0. Caregivers know that zero means adding to the care crisis. We are caregivers. We are essential workers. I'm calling on you to make IHSS providers a county priority and see wage increase as prevention against homelessness, hunger, and poverty for communities to thrive. I'm also a part of the 87% of IHSS workers across LA County who are struggling to get by. Even worse, over 64% of IHSS workers rely on public assistance to get by. Dear LA County supervisors, please do not ignore us. We are caregivers are asking for your help. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Chairperson Catherine Barger and all our supervisors. My name is Mary Grace Barrios. I am an SEIU 2015 home care provider and live in Supervisor Lindsay Horvath's District 3. Last week, the county, gave us the miserable offer of $0. Supervisor Horvath, there's more than 54,000 IHS workers in your district who depend on you to do the right thing. Do you know that we are all on the verge of homelessness month after month on IHSS wages? I tell you that more than half of LA IHS workers are struggling to pay rent and on the brink of being homeless each month. It's not right. Homelessness prevention starts with a livable wage. We provide essential care to a growing demand that's increasing each year to about 10,000 new recipients. Please do the right thing and support us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Muy buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es María Cibrián, soy una proveedora de cuidado en el hogar de SEIU 2015 y vivo en el distrito de la supervisora Lindsay Harbor. Como madre viuda con una hija con discapacidad, supervisora Harbor, hay más de 54,000 personas trabajadoras de IHSS en su distrito que dependen de usted, que usted haga lo correcto.
Good morning. My name is Maria Cibrian. I am a widowed mother of a disabled daughter, and I'm here with SEIU 2015, and I live within the district of Lindsay Hovarth. As Mrs. Hovarth, Supervisor Hovarth, there are more than 54,000 working people of IHSS in your district that depend on you doing the right thing.
La semana pasada le respondimos a la ofensiva propuesta de $0 y hoy estamos de nuevo aquí para exigir un salario justo.
Last week we were here to respond to the offensive proposal of $0.
Supervisora Harvard, yo sé varios cuidadores que lidiaron con quedarse sin vivienda mientras trabajaban. No hay razón por la que los cuidadores que cuidan a las personas deban ver hacia el precipicio de vivir sin techo.
Today we are here to again demand a fair salary. Supervisor Horvath, I know several caregivers who deal with being homelessness while working. There is no reason why caregivers who take care of people should look towards the precipice of living without a home.
Un aumento salarial previene el vivir sin techo y garantiza que continúe la calidad de cuidado que las personas mayores y las personas con discapacidades. Es hora de hacer un cambio real. Gracias.
A salary increase prevents homelessness living and ensures that the quality of care for the elderly and people with disabilities continues. It's time to make a real change.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Luz Gongora. I'm a SEIU 2015 home care provider, and I live in Supervisor Hilda Solis District, Los Angeles. Last week, we spoke against the insulting $0 offer for the county's largest low-wage workforce. Supervisor Solis, as a former U.S. Labor Secretary that upheld worker standards, wages, and workers' rights, where are you today? Supervisor Solis, there's more than 50,000 IHSS workers in your district who depend on you to do the right thing. Supervisor Solis, do you know what it's like to worry about where your next meal is coming from? More than 64% of IHSS workers across LA County relies on public assistance like CalFresh food banks to keep food on the table. That's why we're here today, to hold the county and SEOS office accountable to prioritize working people who make the IHSS program
you.
stronger
Next speaker,
for
please.
older adults. Thank you.
I'll be speaking.
Please begin.
I'll be speaking public and item 1. General public and item 1. Good morning. My name is Kimberly Hampton. I'm a former social worker and a business owner, and most importantly, the mother of Michael Anthony McLaughlin, a young man who has been repeatedly targeted and violated by multiple Los Angeles County and California state agencies. Since 2019, we have experienced escalated harassment by the California Highway Patrol, the Los Angeles County Sheriff Department, and the court. My family has suffered false arrest, surveillance, and public intimidation. I lost my business because of it. Now it's reached a horrifying point. On June 25th, 2025, my son Michael was taken into custody directly from the courtroom by a retired judge, a judge who by law should not be actively presiding over this case. He is being held in jail right now, not for a felony, not for a violent crime, but for 1 first-time misdemeanor and 3 infractions. They are trying to declare him mentally incompetent because he is trying to say no, he's not. Because he's not mentally ill, but because he exercised his constitutional rights to refuse ineffective public defender representation and acts to represent himself or hire a private counsel. The public defender had a clear conflict of interest, and yet the courts refused to remove her. Since then, the clerk's office has manipulated filings, blocked motions, added false information, and allowed the judge to who was suspended to stay on the case. This is not an isolated error. This is criminal conspiracy to silence my son and retaliate against me for exposing it. These actions violate multiple laws, 18 U.S.C. 241 and 242, criminal conspiracy and deprivation of civil rights.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
So if you can go over to the left over here, can someone raise their hand? We'll get your information. We'll have someone follow up. Is there anyone over? Oh, what district do you live in? Mine? All right, then we'll also have my staff come out. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Raymond. I'm with the Africa Town Coalition. So I want to address systematic issues when it comes to black erasure, how black people being ethnically cleansed, not only in the city of LA, but throughout the county of LA. Like you go to areas with majority black, like Compton, South Central, Washington, Inglewood, how you being ethnically cleansed, being cleansed out these major majority black areas that's no majority black no more. So we want people to address that. And also about the LA City Council, we want the LA County Board of Supervisors to do an independent investigation about what Kev De Leon talk about redistricting the black communities in Los Angeles, take away black political power for black people in Los Angeles. We want an independent investigation behind that, though, because they actively cleanse black people out these majority black areas used to be black. Same thing about the homeless population. 7 to 10 people die a day in the city of Los Angeles, majority black people that's dying. We understand about the migrant situation going on, though, but we got Skid Row right up the street, a few blocks, which has the highest black homeless concentration of black people, not only in the city, but in the county of Los Angeles. So we want y'all to address that situation. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Supervisors. I would like 2 minutes to address public comment and also item number 2, if I may. Good morning. My name is Dr. Israrullah Mohammed. I'm a licensed clinical psychologist and systems equity advocate. I'm also the author of the Bureau Care to Custody Cemetery Pipeline. It's a public health framework introduced to this board and the county on April 10, 2025. Several items on today's agenda, including immigrant services, care court protocols, workforce development, and youth suicide prevention, mirror components of this framework and its companion model, the B2C3A pipeline prevention model. These tools were developed through over a decade of clinical service, systems policy, and family advocacy, including efforts to support my brother, a psychiatric survivor who was excluded from care court despite eligibility. While the county now adopts, while the county now adopts strategies grounded in these frameworks, I remain on involuntary medical leave, professionally excluded and restricted from the very leadership bodies now implementing this work. These frameworks are copyrighted and were submitted in good faith to prevent harm, not to be silently adopted without author engagement or fidelity. I respectfully urge the board to acknowledge the source of these frameworks, to ensure ethical implementation, and remedy the exclusion of contributors whose work is now being applied. Thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good day. My name is Yathia Yave, and I need to provide a public notice to Los Angeles County. This is in accordance with the USCS Rules of Civil Procedures, as well as Rule 17 and Rule 20 of the United States Supreme Court. The Constitution of the United States has an overarching requirements that every state must follow. I don't think anyone will deny that. The states cannot enact their own alternative legislation constituted for the guarantees of the Constitution of the United States. That would mean that the state laws are more powerful than the Constitution. United States Clause 1 of Amendment 5 to the United States Constitution says no person shall be held to answer for capital or otherwise infamous crime unless on presentment of grand jury. However, the state of California has enacted its own alternative legislation that permits the prosecuting attorney or police officer to charge by information, not indictment. That is unconstitutional. An emolument violation is when you pay a public official to break the law. The Constitution.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
If you want to submit it, if you want to submit what you were reading into the record, you're more than welcome to. If you want to get that to us, okay. Next speaker.
Next speaker.
Just a quick question. Do we get 2 minutes or 1 minute?
Oops.
One? Okay. Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Carly Jimenez Lopez, and I am here as a mother whose family was devastated by the actions of the Department of Children and Family Services. Over 2 years, I made over 700 phone calls every night at 6:30 p.m., leaving messages for my daughters. They were never told that I was calling. Letters, drawings that I sent were never delivered. They never knew I was trying. What began as restricted contact became deliberate alienation, carried out by the foster care caregiver, ignored by social workers, and permitted by the court. DCFS has become something it is never meant to be. It no longer protects children, it preys on families. My parental rights were not terminated because of neglect or abuse, but because of systematic separation and silence. We were elected to serve, you were elected to serve the public and protect families. I am asking you to take action. Create transparency in DCFS warrant filings.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Dawn, can you hold on 1 second? We're getting a little confused here because people are holding item number 1, which is appointments to the commission, committee, special districts, and then general public comment, which would be 2 minutes, correct? That is correct. So the young lady can you, if you want to come back up and reclaim him, not, well, no, also, well, you as well, but I'm sorry, yeah. She's going to reclaim a minute, and then we'll give you another minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I need to get clarification. When you are holding an item, like item number 1, which is appointment, do you have to speak on that specific item? Okay, because I'm not hearing anyone speak on either of the appointments to the commission, just for the record. All right, so we'll give you a minute.
Thank you, Ms. Barger. So as I was stating, emolument violation is when you pay a public official to break the law. The Constitution has two areas that enforce this. One is the Article 1, Section 10, where it says that no state shall create any law that shall impair the obligation of contracts. Police officers, prosecutors, judges, and all under contract, a contract to perform that's based on the path of affirmation that they took. The contract perimeters are defined within the Constitution of the United States. When the state enacts a law that directs their agents to disobey the law, the Constitution of the United States, that would be a violation of Article 1, Section 10. Now, the 14th Amendment is the other place that you'll find the reinforcement of this issue, and that is where it says that no state shall create or enforce any law that shall abridge the privileges or immunities of the United States citizens. The privileges and immunities of the United States citizens are at a minimum, and those enumerated within the Bill of Rights. The first 10 amendments, they cannot be impaired, and thus the state
Thank
of
you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. Now you can finish with 1 minute.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate this. My parental rights were not terminated for abuse or neglect, but through systematic separation and silence. You were elected to serve the public and protect families. I am asking that you take action. Create transparency in DCFS warrant filings. Mandate independent audits where parent-child contact is blocked. Establish an oversight body outside of DCFS's control. My daughters Annabella and Valentina were not rescued, they were taken. And to this day, they still don't know the truth. The Lord says, "But if anyone causes one of these little ones to stumble, it is better that them have a millstone hung around their neck and to be drowned in the depths of the sea." So I ask you, do you believe these words to be true? Because one day we will all answer for those who treated and how they treated the most vulnerable. And I would not want to be standing on the side that tried to silence a mother's love. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Is it 1 minute or 2?
What items are you speaking on?
Yeah, what items are you
Public
speaking on?
comment. And my name is Zig Ziglar. I'm the founder and CEO of Z Athlete Group.
Are you speaking on number 1, commissions and appointments? I
no,
can't
I'm
hear you.
actually
Speaking to the mic, please.
Is my mic not on? I'm actually speaking. I'm in town from Las Vegas. And first of all, good morning to you, Chair Berger, and honorable members of the board. Supervisor Mitchell, your district had the opportunity to be home to an NFL stadium, and you were deprived of that right, and it was relocated to another area. My company is looking at relocating to LA County, and we'd like to reward your district or LA County at some place with our $500 million sports and innovation and AI technology campus. This campus would be home to an indoor track and field arena, the world's largest, an indoor aquatic center, indoor courts, primarily focused in targeting volleyball. Our focus has been youth sports and girls sports. Our target, though the LA Olympics are coming, it's not the elite athletes. Our target is the 98% of
Thank you.
athletes.
That concludes our time for public comment on these items.
Madam Chair and members of the board, the following items are before you. Items 1 and 2, 6 and 7, 9 through 19, 23, items 1D. These items are before you.
Moved by Supervisor Mitchell, seconded by Supervisor Hahn to approve these items with the exceptions noted by the executive officer. Executive officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Madam Chair, point of clarification, if I may. There was a lot mentioned in public comment with regard to the ongoing labor negotiations, and I heard some comments that don't reflect my understanding of where we are. And so I just wanted to ask our CEO, to the extent any of that can be addressed here, to be able to say where we are in that process, to clarify. I think what we're hearing is misinformation to some extent.
Thank you, Supervisor. As you correctly stated, SEIU is in negotiation with PASC, their employer of record. You may know that the county funds partially the cost of any negotiated increases. What we have shared with PASC is we have shared our current financial situation, the budgetary pressures that the county budget is under, not just internally, but externally from both the federal and the state government. We have not placed a dollar offer on the table. We have not placed a zero offer. What we have shared with PASC is we are monitoring our budget situation and we'd like to stay at the table. I would just say this one comment, negotiations are very important and they're very technical. And when the county intends to offer zero or we put a 0% on the table, we say that and we put it in writing. Up to this point, that has not been done.
Thank you for that clarification.
Madam Chair, we will now move on to item 3, enhancing access to health and social services for county immigrants, which was held by Supervisor Solis. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item.
All right. Supervisor Solis?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to especially thank Supervisor Horvath for agreeing to co-author the motion before us. Colleagues, the federal government's intensified immigration enforcement in Los Angeles County has sowed fear and chaos throughout the County of Los Angeles. This fear is keeping our immigrant communities from going to work, attending church, and even obtaining food. It has also led to a chilling effect in receiving critical health and social services, including those offered by the County of Los Angeles. Hospitals throughout the county, including LA General in my district, have observed significant increases in no-shows and appointment cancellations. And we're seeing decreases in residents showing up for services, including our DPSS office. Just yesterday, federal immigration enforcement agents, including about 90 members of the California National Guard, were deployed to MacArthur Park, which is also in the 1st District, as seen on the screen. This act of intimidation in a community setting is devastating, to say the least. The county, in partnership with many other providers, including LA Care and the City of Los Angeles, have been working towards increasing access to critical services in MacArthur Park, particularly for unhoused residents. Unfortunately, due to the presence of immigration agents and the National Guard, overdose response services funded by this County of Los Angeles Department of Health Services and provided by the Homeless Healthcare LA were interrupted. What that means is the team that normally goes out there usually services about 100 unique patients in one day, including the provision of wound care kits and harm reduction kits and much, much more. That didn't happen. Other providers in the area were also unable to deliver critical services as individuals and immigrants and non-immigrants fled the park, including children. This is unconscionable and has a far-reaching impact on our broader community. As our departments continue to assess the impact from yesterday's federal actions at MacArthur Park, I expect to receive a report back on the impacts to services in the area. Unfortunately, immigrant families are also facing the heartbreaking possibility of being separated from their U.S.-born children. These fears are further compounded with news that the Trump administration allegedly gave the personal data of millions of immigrant Medicaid enrollees to deportation officials, including their immigration status. And we also know that the Trump administration has, and congressional Republicans have also presented what I believe are deplorable actions against many of our lawfully present immigrants. In addition to the massive cuts to Medicaid and restrictions for lawfully present immigrants to access federal health programs, including subsidies under the Affordable Care Act, will also leave many without health care coverage. In fact, it's estimated that an additional restriction for lawfully present immigrants will leave almost 1.3 million uninsured by 2034. Low-income green card holders in a 5-year waiting period to access Medicaid who are currently eligible for subsidized Affordable Care Act healthcare coverage are expected to be the largest group impacted. Now more than ever, I believe it's important that our immigrant communities know that the county remains committed to providing health and social services regardless of your immigration status. And critical to that is also supporting messaging so that the public remains informed on the health and social services which they are all entitled to, as well as combating misinformation that circulates quickly throughout our communities. This is why the motion before us directs DHS, Department of Mental Health Services, DCFS, DPSS, and DPH in collaboration with OIA to do the following: assess the impacts of increased immigration enforcement on patient access to health and social services, including those that don't show up for appointments and cancel their appointments. Engage in efforts when appropriate to increase access to telehealth and virtual health and social services. And engage health plans and relevant providers to coordinate critical messaging on where and how to access remote health and social services and safe places to meet and avoiding fraud. The motion also directs DPSS, DPH, DCFS, Aging and Disabilities, the Office of Food Systems, in collaboration with the Office of Immigrant Affairs, to support home-delivered groceries and meals and connect trusted local food providers with immigrant-serving community-based organizations. Departments must also conduct multilingual and culturally competent outreach to raise awareness of the availability of remote health, food, and social services, and elevate additional needs to further enhance access to these very critical services. Additionally, the motion also directs DCFS, in collaboration with relevant partners, to compile information for parents who may be separated from their children, including how to designate a guardian and parental preference for placement. It directs Department of Mental Health Services, DCFS, to identify or develop resources for parents, guardians, and educators on speaking to our children and youth about immigration enforcement. And it directs Department of Mental Health and the CEO to assess the feasibility of enhancing funding for community-based organizations that provide culturally and linguistically competent mental health services to our immigrant communities. And finally, members, the motion directs the county departments to develop plans and timelines for conducting multilingual and culturally competent grassroots messaging campaign to inform immigrant communities of county services that remain accessible to them and to help dispel misinformation, as well as to train promotoras, community health workers and navigators on resources available to immigrants and pathways to accessing health, food, and social services remotely. We can, I believe, and we must do what we can to safeguard access to essential health and social services for all of our immigrant communities. And I hope that together we can meet this moment. Colleagues, I respectfully ask for your aye vote, and I will now hand it over to my co-author, Supervisor Horvath. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis, for this motion and inviting me to co-author. Under the guise of law enforcement, we continue to see masked federal agents without warrants, visible badges, or identification detaining people throughout the county. While President Trump said he was going to focus on deporting undocumented persons with violent criminal histories, Los Angeles County continues to experience an all-out campaign of racially motivated harassment, intimidation, and kidnapping directed towards hardworking people of color. On the 4th of July, West Hollywood Car Wash in my district was raided by ICE. One of the men detained and deported by ICE has been a resident of our community for over 30 years. He is known to the community and has been a hardworking contributor to building that community. He was forced to leave behind his wife, 5 children, and 5 grandchildren, and he had his family's rent money on him when he was taken. The chilling effects of this unconstitutional, immoral siege are being felt throughout our county. Families are staying home, too afraid to go to work, to school, or even access vital health care or social services. This motion sends a clear message. Los Angeles County remains committed to providing health and social services to all residents, regardless of immigration status. Our county departments have already expanded access to telehealth and virtual services to ensure residents can get the care and support that they need, even from their own home when possible. That's a good start, but we must build on it. We must ensure that information about essential services, physical and mental health care, food access, and social supports is communicated in a way that is safe, clear, and trusted. We know families are being torn apart. Parents are being separated from their children, which is why I call any claim of commitment to family values by this administration for what it is, a total lie. This motion directs DCFS to ensure parents understand how to designate a legal guardian and express their preferences for placement. They need to know what forms to fill out before a crisis happens. Finally, we must address the deep trauma families are experiencing by expanding access to culturally competent mental health care through our Department of Mental Health. I ask for your support to this important motion.
Thank you. Is Dr. Galley here to answer any questions? Because I have a few questions for her. Or is anyone from DHS here? And to Executive Officer, when there are items on the agenda, can you ensure that department heads are available?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'd like to better understand. I mean, I appreciate this motion. I'm going to support it. But I was getting a clarification because I think we need to look at this holistically, because I said to my staff, I thought that the state also is changing the eligibility for undocumented adults, and they are. And they have also eliminated coverage benefits for undocumented immigrants, such as long-term care, effective 2026, and a full scope of dental coverage. So I think we need to look at this across the board. My staff went, Supervisor Mitchell, to MLK Hospital, emergency room, and was shocked at how crowded it was. I mean, it was, there was no more room in the inn. And we all know, and well, because I've been here for a long time, I know that at LA County USC, because we couldn't provide outpatient care, people with chronic illness were ending up in our emergency room. And that is not the appropriate setting for it. So I think we need to, across the board, have a holistic approach to how we are addressing what is coming down the pipe, because the federal government is changing and withdrawing eligibility, and so is the state. And I'm trying to figure out how, is it a domino effect? You know, I think I need to have a clear understanding in terms of exactly what the implications are going to be. And, you know, I'm disappointed that no one from DHS is here on an item that is so critical to their budget, which they have a structural deficit. And what Supervisor Solis and Supervisor Horvath are proposing is a report back so that we can better understand what we need to do to address this moving forward. So I appreciate that. I will be supporting this motion. I look forward to a report in 30 days. But again, to the executive officer, I am formally requesting that department heads understand that they have an obligation, especially on an item as important as this. This is probably the #1 issue in this county right now. So I would hope that departments would take the time to show up to a board meeting.
We'll make sure that we inform all the departments.
Can I say something as the author? I do want to say that, yes, there are tremendous implications, and even with the federally qualified clinics, but many of them, as you know, are also mandated to take any patient that walks through their door, and they receive money from the county as well. And our county hospital, LA General, will take people that walk in. They will provide them services because that's our mandate, and then they will leave. And unfortunately, you're correct in saying they'll end up in our emergency trauma areas, and that's going to cost us 10 times more. So this is the way that the administration back in Washington is addressing this is highly inappropriate, and I think will bankrupt counties and hospital systems like ours here in LA County. And I know we have a target on our back, hate to say that, but I would hope that we could persuade people to join us. And I think that what we're doing here is actually being responsible accountable. And I know that Dr. Galley has already attempted to speak to some of us several times about what the impending cuts are going to be, but I'm not sure that she fully is aware herself, because this proposal was just passed and signed into law, the big bill, right? It was, as it was named. So those implications are going to be really harsh. So I agree with you on your questioning.
Yeah, and I mean, and I say that, and thank you for that, Supervisor Solis, that we know that the state is also changing eligibility requirements, and so already, Dr. Galley, I hope, is preparing to address that. You know, I was going to ask someone from DHS if they had shown up to the board meeting, because they're talking about the cancel or the no-show rate at our clinics, and I think we need to know what it is, even pre-ICE, because I have to wonder if the threat has increased, people's fear of going in for preventive care. And then,
Can I just ask a quick question
Yeah.
to follow up on process, just so I understand it? If I have held the item and I'm going to have questions, I then ask for the department head to be present. So was the process that the CEO asked for department heads to be present on held items, all items? What? I just want to be
so,
clear
you know,
myself.
that is a good quick, because I started with the county when department heads were here every Tuesday.
Well, and I think that changed during COVID.
Those days are gone, obviously, but I didn't think I would have had to ask anyone, a representative from DHS to be here on this item, because this item, you turn on the news, this is front and center across the board and continues to be. And given the fact that that we, again, are facing a structural deficit, I know that's not what you're asking, but
Yeah.
I'm a little frustrated.
I got you. You know, having come during COVID when
Yeah.
there was, none of us were here.
Yeah.
And then the transition back. And as I recall the transition back, people were, you know, encouraged to not be here in the room unless they needed to. And we have certainly moved beyond that. So I just wanted to understand the process. Given the time in which I came to the board, what I've done, if I've held it and I had questions, I asked. So I just wanted to be clear for myself.
Well, on
So
Mondays,
it sounds like the chair is asking, show up, everybody.
well, on Mondays, I'm going to call every department head and tell them I need them at the board meeting on Tuesday. That'll get them. Yes.
Madam Chair, Dr. Galley was here earlier, and I think she thought she was only here for closed session. And when she learned that closed session was going to go at the end, I think that's why she left. I have a question. Might the board want to table this item? I believe.
No. We can move. No, we can move forward. My questions were more just to get a better understanding. I'm going to support the motion no matter what, but I just wanted to ask a few questions. So that's fine. Supervisor.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Solis and Supervisor Horvath, for bringing this forward. Absolutely, this is front and center every day. The I think intended consequences. I don't even think they're unintended by the federal government. I think the intended consequences are very real and very scary. Last month, our federal government launched what they consider a heightened immigration enforcement operation in LA County, but what it is translated to is an all-out assault on our immigrants who have lived here for decades, are hardworking people, are providing for their families, tax-paying residents of Los Angeles County. And since they launched this assault, fear, uncertainty have spread across our communities. Many of you mentioned that our immigrants are afraid to go to work. They're not attending church. They're not seeking medical care. Some of them are sheltering in place. They don't even want to leave home. And again, these residents are our neighbors. These are our coworkers. These are our friends. We know these people. I too had an incident in my district at a car wash where ICE agents assaulted a car wash. They blocked the exits. They ran through that tunnel where only cars and employees are supposed to be, and slammed these two hardworking car wash employees to the ground, to the asphalt, slammed their faces in the fences, and took them away. luckily, Herman on my staff, we connected with the wives and gave them some information on how they might reach their loved ones. But people are fearing being detained, separated from their U.S.-born relatives, targeted simply for accessing basic services like healthcare or food assistance. And these consequences are real. St. John's clinics have reported 30% increase in appointment no-shows. And Los Angeles General Medical Center has seen its no-show rates double. These missed appointments mean missed cancer screenings, prenatal care, missed mental health support, vaccinations, critical treatments. Our Department of Public Social Services has also seen fewer residents accessing the service they are legally entitled to. And worsening the crisis are the disturbing reports that the Trump administration may have shared personal data of immigrant Medicaid enrollees with immigration officials, an alarming breach of trust that adds to this fear and damages our entire public health. We cannot stand idly by. We have a commitment to protect and support all of our residents in Los Angeles County, regardless of their immigration status. And to meet this moment, our county departments, including health services, mental health, public health, children and family services, public social services, and others, are taking this coordinated, community-driven action by studying the impact of appointment cancellations and no-shows, increasing remote access to care, fighting misinformation through education campaigns, supporting food security, and strengthening people's access to mental health care. My hope is that through this motion and through the coordinated actions of all of these departments, we can begin to restore trust, we can begin to expand access and make sure our immigrant communities know that they are seen, they are supported, and they are never alone in LA County. Every day I get frantic emails and texts from everyone saying, what is LA County doing? What can you do? What will you do? And I think we have been taking major steps to provide this kind of support. I hope in the report back, and if somebody was here, I would have asked them this, in the report back, I'd like to know how our departments are ensuring that data collection does not put immigrant communities at further risk. I'd like to know in the report back what steps are being taken to ensure that residents without internet, digital literacy, or language access are still able to benefit from telehealth and virtual services. And I'd like to know in the report back what protections are in place to ensure residents feel safe accessing our services without fear that their information could be used for immigration enforcement. And also, I'd like to know how is the county identifying which neighborhoods or families need meal and grocery delivery support the most? And again, I'd like to know how do we avoid any potential unintended consequences and how we implement these services. So thank you for this motion. Thank you for, I think, what we're all doing every day to stand up for our immigrant communities. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the motion. I am so deeply frustrated and irritated by the fact that we continue to feel compelled to defend the immigrant community and restate over and over again that they're hardworking, tax-paying residents, when we all know that to be a fact. And it has nothing to do with what is happening today. People are being racially profiled based on a white supremacist, value-based administration. They know our immigrant family, friends, and neighbors are contributing to society, and they don't care. And so I'm going to continue to call it for what it is. It is racial profiling, because every immigrant in this county is not being subjected to the abuse and cruelty that we saw yesterday in MacArthur Park. It is not. It is racial profiling, and we need to acknowledge that and say it out loud. It is undeniable that the 2nd District is home to a significant number of immigrants from all over the world, and I am proud to continue to stand in the gap to make sure that the provider of last resort, which is what the county is, continues to provide the services that we know people will need to survive, particularly at a time like this. So I'm proud to support the motion. As the governor said yesterday in MacArthur Park, we will push back against this cruelty. And that is fundamentally what it is. It's cruel. I would hope that as a part of the report back, we could make sure that state law is being followed as it relates to parents having the right to place as many phone calls as they need to make sure that their children are in the care of someone they designate. If we do not, we will have we will experience what we experienced as a county historically before, where we begin to see our foster care numbers go up because people are being disappeared and aren't given the opportunity to provide or communicate who they want to care for their children. So I hope in the report back we could determine, DCFS could tell us if that is indeed happening, could warn us if they begin to see an uptick in their out-of-home placement because children are being put in foster care because their parents have disappeared and were not given the opportunity that state law guarantees that they have phone call privileges immediately upon being taken into custody by ICE or Border Control to provide for their children who are being left behind. So I hope that the report back from DCFS could include that. Again, I agree with both you, Supervisor Barger and Supervisor Solis. We are the provider of last resort. With a $1 trillion cut to Medicaid, of course we are going to be significantly impacted. With the reduction of services outlined in the state budget that was signed, of course we are going to be impacted. And I'm afraid of returning to a time pre-Obamacare, pre-Medicaid expansion, pre-1115 waiver, pre-CalAIM, when our emergency rooms became the provider of last resort and people died. And we, in our budget hearing the constraints that we have, if we are going to financially be able to step up to the plate to make sure that our trauma centers and our county health facilities are available and appropriately staffed to meet what will become an onslaught of people who have unmet needs across this county. Proud to support the motion.
Thank you. Madam Chair, if I might, several years back, we were in a position where we received many unaccompanied minors. And as a result of that, the previous administration worked with the county and we worked with our social workers, with all of our medical teams and departments, and we were able to unite some of those unaccompanied minors with guardians and family members here. That is going to take a tremendous effort. We did have the help of the federal government. I doubt that we'll get that this time. And yes, it will be important for us to educate our immigrant communities, and especially those parents that feel that they're out of status or they are out of status, to understand that there's things that they can do and that they have to understand that they can legally assign someone to take care of their children. And many of our immigrant families are being told that now is an option. Now, whether that is held up by our own departments, I think is another step in the process. And we also have to train our own DCFS staff to understand how that works with this community. And it isn't just one community, it's many immigrants. It goes well beyond just Hispanic or Latino. It's for all different families that are being impacted and being torn apart now. So I totally agree with you, and I think it is going to require us to do more thinking and really get down to the organics of how this is going to be, how we're going to address it. And I agree with you wholeheartedly. I know Dr. Galley's here. I don't know if...
I do have one question left to ask. Thank you, Dr. Galley. I know that pre-1115 waiver, which you made reference to, where we were able to redirect emergency room dollars to outpatient services, recognizing there were chronic illnesses that were overcrowding our hospitals. We got reimbursed from the federal government if they walked into the emergency room automatically, because you can't turn someone away, correct? So it doesn't matter their legal status. If they walk into our emergency room, under the current law, even with the bill that's been signed, will we still get reimbursed for everybody that walks into our emergency room?
It is unclear at this point.
See, that is going to be problematic, because even, again, I point to you, Supervisor Mitchell, with MLK, the urgent care was empty, but the emergency room was overflowing. That's not sustainable. It's just, I mean, and in part because when they walk in the emergency room, they can't turn them over to the urgent care. I mean, there's reasons for that, but the point being, it's a more expensive form of care. How do we get a clarification? I mean, where is there ambiguity on that?
We're waiting for regulatory rule guidance to be issued by HHS, which will take some time, but there's some language that is in the bill that was passed, which raises concern that we would no longer be able to claim any funding depending on individuals' immigration status for ER despite federal EMTALA law. And then there's also separately the Senate bill, which was what ultimately passed and was signed by the president, does not include an extension of the dish cuts. The House bill had included it, but the Senate bill does not. So even if there's federal funding that can be claimed based on immigration status, the amount of funding will go down as a result of that bill.
And why did I think we did not ask for immigration status when they come in? Do
we don't ask.
Yeah.
That is not a question that emergency rooms ask.
Right.
But there's a question of whether or not, in order to claim funding, hospitals will be expected to document that individuals are eligible based on immigration status in the future.
Is that a new?
That is potentially new.
That's potentially new, because I don't remember that, because I always thought that we did not.
We do not
more on the
ask.
ability to pay than it was anything else.
No. And federal EMTALA law, you have to provide emergency and stabilizing care, that initial medical screening exam based on federal EMTALA law. But then you do the financial screening after that to see who you would bill for. It's possible that there would be expectations to document legal residence or immigration status as part of that process to obtain funding.
So what would the impact be on our hospital system as a whole, not just the county? Because they're going to be ending up going to St. Francis, in your district, Huntington, Arcadia, White Memorial. I mean, what is the potential in terms of implications, financial implications across the board?
Of this particular element or the bill at large?
Just the whole thing. I mean, the whole thing. I mean, because as I brought up, the state also has changed eligibility, which was going to have an impact as well. And so it's like a combination of it all hitting at one time.
Yes.
And I'm just concerned about because we're the safety net, but we also, White, I would argue, is a safety net provider as well, as I would St. Francis.
Yes.
So I'm just trying to figure out what the implication is to our healthcare system as a whole.
Yep.
Not just for DHS.
Yep, sure. Public hospitals and private hospitals have some different revenue streams, so the exact nature of the cuts will differ based on the mechanism of how the hospital is funded. Across the board, both will receive cuts. For DHS, we are currently projecting that between a combination of cuts we were already anticipated to receive, lack of renewal of the waiver, the lack of continuation of the dish cuts, the bill as was signed by the president, and the cuts that the state had in the recent legislative session, the DHS will lose about $750 million per year. That gets phased in and ramped up over the course of about 2 to 3 years. We are already at a deficit, and so that $750 million is a loss of revenue at the same time as, our costs are going up. So it leads to an imbalance in costs and revenue of over $1.5 billion 3 years from now. Other private hospitals, obviously the specific magnitude will depend on the size of the system and the size of the budget of the particular hospital. But private hospitals will face potential losses in their provider fee revenue, in their MCO tax revenue, as well as in a variety of other funding streams.
So are you meeting with the hospital council to kind of strategize on, I don't want to say share the pain, but in some ways looking how we're going to address this from a countywide perspective?
Yeah, we do coordinate. We're a member of both the Hospital Association of Southern California as well as CHA, and they do a variety of advocacy, which is great partnership, and we'll continue to partner with them. I would say that the types of, because of how the hospitals are funded so differently, public hospital and private hospital financing is completely separate. So the nature of our cuts is fundamentally different from the nature of the private hospital cuts. I still think there's some joint advocacy across the board that could be done just to talk about the state of the system. Patients are going to potentially get turned away if they're not already afraid of going to the ER. And I know this was brought up earlier. I apologize I wasn't here, but we've already had 10 to 25% reduction in our ER visit for June as compared to May. That's also seen in our urgent care. We have increased no-show rates, but that 10 to 25% reduction in ER visits is huge in June.
So what was your no-show rate in, let's say, last year, average for no-show for outpatient?
Our average no-show rate is about 20%.
About 20%, because I was looking at what it is here, and it's a weekly 18, it's gone up 1%, is what you're saying.
Well, it varies by clinic, so it depends on which clinic we
I was
looked
looking at the Ambulatory Care Network. I've got the Harbor UCLA. LA General went up 2%. No-show, it's now at 20%.
The average no-show rate, I would say, has gone up plus or it varies by clinic and by site and by week, but about 5%. The magnitude of the change on the no-show rate is not as large as the magnitude of the change that we've seen in the ER visit rate and the urgent cares.
So this is just for June. So you're talking, I mean, because it doesn't look like it was that much of a spike, is my point.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, and we've switched also a lot of people to telephone visits, telehealth visits, video visits, and a variety of other mechanisms of obtaining care. And so if they switched to those alternative remote visit opportunities, they weren't counted as a no-show.
So are you seeing an uptick in your LA Health Portal app use that is a 24/7 virtual healthcare?
Yes, we have seen, I don't have those numbers in front of me, but we have seen an increase in the use of the health portal, an increase in the use of obtaining refills through the phone and obtaining meds by mail, a huge increase in the number of phone visits and video visits where people are opting not to come in person but seeking care through those alternative means.
Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you, Supervisor Barger. I appreciate your questions because it is the accumulative impact. I appreciate you referencing MLK Community Hospital, something I've engaged in conversation with Dr. Galley with consistently. And you're right, it's going to have a devastating impact on the system as a whole. MLK Community Hospital, county land, private hospital, it does not have the mixed revenue streams that Dr. Galley talked about. It takes care of the poorest and the sickest of South LA. And so with Medicaid elimination, a $1 trillion cut, that hospital is going to be disproportionately impacted, more akin to our public hospitals, although it's not a dish hospital, so it doesn't have that protection too. You know, we've sort of been here before when ERs and trauma centers and labor and delivery closed, and that puts extra pressure on our publicly funded hospitals, puts extra pressure on all of us. You don't want to be on the Harbor Freeway and have a car accident and not have a Trauma One center to go to, whether you live in South LA or not. You want that. Ask the golfer who was able to go to Harbor UCLA, Tiger Woods, thank you. And so you're right in terms of your line of questioning and the fact that that bill passed and we still are unclear about its impact as we, the county and the state, are in the middle of trying to figure out our own budget is absolutely devastating. To have been in a place before where ERs closed, where people had to be rerouted, not based on what was best for the patient in the ambulance, but based on availability and hospitals that wouldn't redirect, is frightening to me, to say the least. And yet here we are.
I share in your fear, Supervisor, of what the future holds. I think a lot of hospitals and clinics and safety net systems, whether it's FQHCs, public clinics, private hospitals, public hospitals, are going to struggle to maintain their doors being open to the public. A huge share of individuals in Los Angeles County are on Medicaid. It is a massive payer in our county. The rates are low, and the cuts that is in the federal bill, compounded with a variety of other cuts and challenges, are going to make it very, very difficult to maintain care for the populations that need it most.
Amen. All right, with that,
Thank you.
Executive Officer, would you please call members of the public that wish to speak on this item?
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Diego Cartagena, Dr. Ezrula Mohammed, Francisco Portillo, Natalie Garnica, and Rochelle Callies. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 3, if you have not already done so, please press 1, then 0, now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please? Moderator?
Pardon me, my mute is on. Our first participant is Pretty Tanky. Your line is open. If you're muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
My name is Pretty Thanky with LA Care Health Plan. LA Care strongly supports Agenda Item 3 and thanks Supervisors Solis and Horvath for leading this important effort to expand access to health and social services for immigrant communities. As a health plan committed to care for all, regardless of immigration status, we know how critical it is to reduce fear, correct misinformation, build trust. We want families to know that accessing care is safe and information shared will not be used for immigration enforcement. LA Care has already taken steps to support staff, providers, and members with clear, culturally appropriate resources. This motion builds on that, expanding telehealth and outreach so more families can get care they need without fear. We urge the Board of Supervisors to adopt this motion and reaffirm your commitment to inclusive and equitable care for all communities. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Robert Contreras, your line is open. You may begin.
Good morning. My name is Robert Contreras. I'm CEO of Bienestar Human Services. We provide services in District 1, 2, 3, and 4. And I want to thank Supervisor Solis and Hobart for bringing forward this critical motion to enhance access to health and social services for our county's immigrants community. Amid continued federal attacks targeting immigrant families, it is vital that our county remains steadfast advocate, identifying every opportunity to expand access to essential food, health, and social support. This must include promoting telehealth and remote access options, which are often lifeline for those facing barriers in person services. Equally important is ensuring that immigrant communities receive trusted, culturally sensitive messaging that not only inform them of what's available, but also combats harmful misinformation. I urge the board to support this motion and reaffirm its commitment to the health, dignity, and well-being of our immigrant
Thank you.
neighbors.
Next speaker, please.
Thank you.
Eric Previn, your line is open. You may begin.
Okay, thank you to Supervisor Horvath and Solis for this one, but I'm anxious about it. Children should stay with their families, and people need to be empowered to designate a family member or friend if they face any kind of deportation or detention. But we do not want to get DCFS involved, okay? Underline that. Underline that. We do not want new guardianship protocols that freak people out and have kids put into the system that doesn't work that great, okay? Now, creating a dashboard sounds like a good idea, but when I hear that 10 to 25% of the ER down during June is an enormous drop, and healthcare success is measured by keeping people out of the system. But maybe we could get AI involved. I know there's a lot of to sort out who really needs help and who doesn't. I know there's a neat startup. Maybe Dr. Galli could ask the prior Dr. Galli about it. I don't know, and maybe Sarah Savlani could see if there's any ethical issues there. But let's move forward on doing what's right for the people of Los Angeles.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
We are facing a historic.
Nana Gyamsi, your line is open. You may begin.
Good morning, Supervisors. Good morning, Madam Chair. My name is Nana Gyamsi, and I am the Executive Director of the Black Alliance for Just Immigration. The Black Alliance for Just Immigration is a national organization that is also based in Los Angeles that fights for the rights of Black immigrants and African Americans to advance racial justice and immigrant rights. And I'm also speaking here as part of the Immigrant RLA Coalition. We support this motion, very excited to hear support by the board and the rich conversation that has ensued. What we know and what we're concerned about is that this motion, yes, address and have this report that comes back that helps us to see what has happened in this 30-day period, but we're also concerned that this lead to infrastructure that's more long-standing, in particular when it comes to language access with Black migrants, Asian migrants, Indigenous migrants, often
Thank you. Next
not
speaker,
having
please.
the kind of language access.
Diego Rodriguez, your line is open. You may begin.
Good morning, Supervisors. Diego Rodriguez, CEO of Alma Family Services. I strongly support item 3 and thank Supervisors Solis and Horvath for bringing this motion. In these times of ever-growing uncertainties, it's critical that LA County remain a leader in ensuring access to services while also promoting trust in immigrant communities. This motion strategically advances proven service delivery models like telehealth and expanded outreach, as well as enhancing tools and resources to be offered by DCFS and DMH respectively, strengthening capacity to address needs in combating misinformation. At Alma, we have seen how this approach works, as a trusted message in the right language and setting can be the difference between someone getting care or going without it. Please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
So, my thing is,
Rosie Espinoza, your line is open. You may begin. Rosie, your line is open.
My name is Rosie, and I'm with Jobs Pantry. I would like to speak in support of item 3. I want to thank Supervisors Solis and Horvath for their motion to enhance access to health and social services for county immigrants. Amid ongoing federal attacks for immigrant communities, it is essential that the county continue to identify opportunities to enhance access to critical health and social services for immigrant families. This includes promoting telehealth and remote options for accessing food, health, and social services. The county must continue to support the health and well-being of our immigrant communities. I request the board support this important motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Jason Bautista, your line is open. You may begin.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Jason Bautista with the Thai Community Development Center, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Immigrants RLA or IRLA Coalition. We support this motion, and we urge you to see it at the beginning and not the end. Since June 6th, our 100 and plus IRLA partner organizations have seen ripple across service systems. Parents are missing medical payments, elders are skipping food pickups, families are avoiding benefits they're legally entitled to. But let's be clear, this chilling effect isn't just because of ICE, it's because of our systems are already too hard to access. Long wait times, limited English proficiency, and technological barriers are pushing people out. We urge the board to pair this emergency response with a permanent immigrant service improvement plan and to invest in the CBOs and promotoras who are entrusted to deliver it. IRLA is ready to partner, but community trust can't be downloaded or demanded. It has to be resourced. Let's not just study the problem, let's fix it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Maya Hendricks, your line is open. You may begin.
Good morning. My name is Maya Hendricks, and I'm a resident of District 3 and a member of the Reimagine LA Coalition. I'm here in support of agenda item number 3. Immigration enforcement has created a crisis, and our community members are afraid to seek care or services, risking health and well-being. The county has a duty to protect all residents regardless of status. Fear of deportation should not deter people from accessing hospitals, food, or mental health services. I thank you for this motion, but I also remind you that our community deserves your courage. A bold step would be to pair this motion with a call to divest from agencies that are complicit in immigration harm like the Sheriff and Probation Department, instead of pulling from general funds or already overburdened social departments. Probation has a massive funding reserves and often fails to meet community goals. Probation dollars can be reallocated to trauma-informed care and mental health support for immigrant children impacted by enforcement. Investing in health and social supports without
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Repeats the cycle.
Yesenia Cox, your line is open. You may begin.
Good morning, Supervisors. I'm Yesenia Cox with COFEM, and speaking on behalf of the Immigrant RLA Coalition, a network of over 100 organizations standing with immigrant communities across LA County. We strongly support this motion. Since June 6th, IRLA members have heard from families who are too afraid to go to the doctor, pick up groceries, or even access basic services. But this fear did not start only with ICE. It's rooted in systems that have long been hard to navigate. Language barriers, lack of trust, and digital divides are excluded our community. We urge the board to pair this emergency response with a permanent immigrant service improvement plan and to invest in the community-based organizations and promotoras who are trusted to deliver it. IRLA is ready to partner, but community trust can be downloaded or demanded. It has to be researched. The 30-day report must lead to real accountability and budget commitments that protect immigrants beyond this moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Bashun Coleman, your line is open. You may begin.
Yes, hi. My name is Sean Coleman, and thank you for having me. I'm calling or just commenting on strongly opposing. Well, I do support all care for everyone. This motion continues the troubling pattern where immigrant services receive expanded outreach, funding, and infrastructure while Black Americans, especially descendants of U.S. slavery, such as myself, are left behind. Black L.A. County residents face the highest rate of homelessness, health disparities, and child welfare involvement, yet there is no equivalent county plan focused on our needs. This motion proposes food delivery, telehealth, mental health funding, and multilingual campaigns, but not one direct of support Black communities. True equity means centering these historical harms, not sidelining them. I urge you to vote no, or either just table this motion until there is parallel not race-specific, but lineage-specific Black American.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'm sorry. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
My name is Diego Cartagena with Betzedic Legal Services. We wholeheartedly support this motion and appreciative of the board's continued focus on protecting and serving all vulnerable Angelenos. Specifically, we support an intentional and focused look at how increased immigration enforcement impacts the ability of Angelenos to utilize and benefit county health, social, and may I add, legal services. Furthermore, we would like to highlight the importance of ensuring the availability of family preparedness education and support to parents vulnerable to detention and removal. Betzedic has been providing family preparedness presentations throughout LA County during the first Trump administration and since November of 2024, partnering with sibling legal organizations such as Public Counsel, local community organizations, the LA Public Library, LAUSD, and various supervisors' offices. Betzedic looks forward to partnering with the county, its various departments, and community partners in implementing this effort and ensuring Angelenos have access to services. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Dr. Isradullah Mohammed. How many more of our Black, brown, and poor white children have to die before this board takes these issues seriously? The Mental Health Services Act has been around for over 2 decades and now outlived several children who've died by suicide. The proposals in item 3, community outreach, telehealth, and CBO access mirror the B2C 3A pipeline prevention model, which I submitted on April 10. These tools were built through lived experience, professional research, and practice-based reform. I urge the board to ensure implementation fidelity and authorship transparency. Trust, public trust, requires more than a good idea. It requires truth.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Natalie Garnica, and I'm an attorney at Public Counsel. I work almost exclusively with families who have been separated. I am currently working with a mother who was picked up off the street and deported despite having a pending U visa application. When my client was deported, her 2 young U.S. citizen children were with a babysitter. She wishes to reunite with her children in her country of origin, but because she has a family law order that granted her a domestic violence restraining order and sole custody of her children, her case is quite complex. She had a short-term family preparedness plan, but it did not address the long-term plan for unification, which is now prolonging this family separation. These cases exist at the complicated intersection of immigration law, dependency, probate, and family law. This is why this motion today is critical, and we hope to work with DCFS the OCP, First Five, and the Office of Immigrant Affairs to make sure that family preparedness materials are available. We thank you and support this motion.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Francisco Portillo, and I'm with Wesley Health Centers, a federally qualified health center. I would like to speak in support of item number 3. I want to thank Supervisors Solis and Horvath for their motion to enhance access to health and social services for county immigrants. Amid ongoing federal attacks to our immigrant communities, it is essential that the county continue to identify opportunities to enhance access to critical health and social services for immigrant families. This includes promoting to telehealth and remote options for accessing food, health, and social services, as well as supporting messaging so that our immigrant communities know about services available to them and dispel existing misinformation. The county must continue to support the health and well-being of our immigrant communities. Our CEO and senior leadership support this motion, and we urge this board to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Rochelle Callis, and I'm coming from the 2nd District. I strongly oppose this what's on the agenda number 3, and the reason why I oppose it is because during the LA County listening sessions, the migrant community was saying with this budget, y'all are not transparent. You collect the money, but you're not putting it where it has to go. So our American freedmen, elderly, youth, and American heroes have to scrap with people coming to our community to get resources. We love everybody, but like the other speaker said, you can't take care of other people if you're not taking care of the communities who've been waiting since y'all proposal was 2020, Measure 8, 5 years. So I strongly oppose it. We can do it together, but you got to take care of us first. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now go back to remote speakers. Moderator, may we have the next speaker, please?
Brenda Olivas, your line is open. You may begin. Oh, they dropped here. One moment. Let's try this again here. We'll go to Eddie. Your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Eddie Carmona, and I'm calling in support of agenda item 3 and 4. Supervisor Solis, thank you for your continued leadership in protecting access to care and dignity for our immigrant communities. Your work has always stood out to me, not just for the policies you champion, but for the way you communicate your values with clarity, steadfastness, and compassion. This motion is important, and I hope it can also serve as a springboard for something bigger, a clear public call to California's congressional delegation, including key Republicans, to come together and to bring durable, balanced immigration reform. We know the math. We only need 9 Republican Congress members or 4 senators to move the needle, in our direction. So someone who's deeply committed to effective public communication and public services, I see this as an opportunity not just to inform, but to inspire. So LA County has the ability, and your office especially, to help guide this conversation with confidence and care. Thank you again for your leadership and for a chance to share it today.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Serafin Serrano, your line is open. You may begin.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Serafin Serrano. I'm calling from Homies Unidos, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Immigrants RLA Coalition. We appreciate this resolution and fully support its intent. We strongly support item 3. No one should have to choose between health care and the fear of detention or deportation. As a 100-plus member organization, no, dignity on paper doesn't always mean dignity in practice. Parents are skipping pediatric visits. Elders aren't filling out prescriptions. Immigrants, healthcare workers are in fear of retaliation. IRLA stands ready to partner. Our coalition includes health navigators, legal experts, and promotoras who can co-develop community standards that center safety and dignity in healthcare. Thank you for your leadership. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Oops.
Jan Williams, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Jan Williams. I'm with LEAP, Lineage, Equity, and Investment Project. I'm calling on the Board of Supervisors, especially Holly Mitchell, to amend this resolution to include Black Americans. We have been especially disproportionately pushed out of everything in Los Angeles, and our eyes can see it, right? We're And the report that's coming up on item number 8 shows that Black Americans, especially our seniors, are dying faster than ever before. We're moving into poverty than ever before. I call on the Board of Supervisors to amend this motion to include Black Americans to receive these resources. My father, who's a senior, he still has a flip phone. He does not have access to telehealth. So you guys need to do more to serve the Black community specifically. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Audra Walton, your line is open. You may begin.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Excellent.
Please begin.
Thank you. So, good morning, supervisors. My name is Audra Walton. I am a citizen of Marina, California, and I'm calling in. I am the co-founder of BlackAF.net. I'm also the vice chair of the Planning Commission of the City of Marina, but I'm calling in specifically with respect to myself, and I have a few questions that I'm hoping that you'll be able to answer. With respect to the businesses that are operating, I'm also in opposition to this item. My question is specifically with respect to the businesses that are breaking the law with bad hiring practices, getting away with. Why are you allowing them to get away with breaking the law, right? So at what point are the county supervisors responsible for enforcing the laws that are already on the books? In my position, I have to screen people that fill out an I-9, and I submit it. It costs about $2 for the service. They can, if they can't work legally, I can't hire them. Agriculture, construction, hospitality should be doing the same. And the employers that are breaking the law.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Should be cutting the cost of.
Damiano Cano, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Damiana Cano. I'm with the organization Somos Familia Valle, and I'm speaking on behalf of Immigrants RLA Coalition. We strongly support this motion. Since June 6th, our 100-plus Immigrants RLA partnering organizations have witnessed how fear has rippled across every service system. Parents and their children are missing medical appointments. Elders are going without food because they haven't been able to go to food pickups, and families are avoiding benefits that they're legally entitled to. This chilling effect isn't just because of ICE, it's also because our systems were already too hard to access. Long wait times, limited language help, and tech barriers are pushing people out. We urge the board to pair this emergency response with a permanent immigrant service improvement plan and invest in CBOs and trusted partnering organizations. Immigrants RLA is ready to partner. So yeah, you can trust us and support us. Let's fix this problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Jaden Fields, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Jaden Fields. I'm from Mirror Memoirs. I'm speaking on behalf of Immigrants RLA Coalition. We support this motion, and we urge you to see it as the beginning and not the end. Since June 6th, our 100-plus ERLA partner organizations have seen fear ripple across every service system. Parents are missing medical appointments, elders are skipping food pickups, families are avoiding benefits they're legally entitled to, and survivors are even more afraid to seek care after experiencing violence. But let's be clear that this isn't just because of ICE, it's because our systems were already too hard to access with long wait times, limited language help, tech barriers, and folks not being trained in trauma-informed care. We urge the board to pair this emergency response with a permanent immigrant service improvement plan and to invest in CBOs and promotoras who are trusted to deliver it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
But this needs to be.
Roy Humphreys, your line is open. You may begin.
Okay, folks, it is not racism, but Supervisor Mitchell's race-baiting falsehoods, noting that County of Los Angeles is 48% Latino. You created this monster. The spending of 1 penny tax dollar on illegal immigrants, especially the Biden illegals, is in fact a felon, and I pray for the day to see you in San Fran, Alcatraz on rat diet, squat toilets, and ocean water showers. Thomas Sowell, black scholar, and Victor Davis Hanson will blind you with fact and truth. God bless America. God protect President Trump from the Democrat assassin perverts and child molesters.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Higgins, your line is open. You may begin.
Good morning. My name is Harold Huggins, and I'm with the Council for Education. My organization is working with the Federal Reserve Bank to create a community bank that will be able to recover offshore or repatriate funds back into the city of Los Angeles and to the county, and more importantly, provide the Board of Supervisors with discretionary funds. And I'm here to ask for a potential coordinator that if indeed the Federal Reserve Bank does grant our request to create a community bank, we would like to move forward with either an MOU or possibly a motion to support the community bank. Again, my name is Harold Huggins. I'm with the Council for Education. My organization's website is ced.fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yasmin Abdusami, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello, can I be heard? My name is Yasmin Abdusami Oakley, and I'm calling on behalf of myself as a descendant of enslaved and emancipated Americans. There has been all of this attention given to the immigrant community and none to our community. All resources, state, city, and county are going to illegal immigrants, and this is an injustice. We need representation for our community. Please vote no on this motion. This is not the way we need to be spending our money. Let ICE do their job and remove people who are illegal so that we can use the resources as Black Americans. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Brenda Olives, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, good morning. My name is Brenda Olivas, and I'm calling on behalf of Spirit Family Services. We provide mental health services and supportive services to the community regardless of immigration status. And we would like to support item number 3. We want to thank Supervisor Solis and Horvath for the motion to enhance access to health and social services for county immigrants, including telehealth services and remote options for accessing food, health, and social services and messaging. The county must continue to support the health and well-being of our immigrant communities. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Lee Lopez, your line is open. You may begin.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Luis Lopez from the organization Alliance for a Better Community, a Latino advocacy organization. I'm speaking on behalf of the Immigrants RLA Coalition. I'm here today to express our strong support for item number 3 and to thank Supervisors Solis and Horvath for championing this critical motion. In moments like these, when fear and confusion are spreading across immigrant communities, it's more important than ever to ensure that our immigrant communities have full access to health care and social services. But access alone isn't enough. Our immigrant communities also deserve clear, culturally competent, and linguistically appropriate information so they can make informed decisions for themselves and their families. Right now, community members are skipping medical appointments, elders are foregoing food distributions, and families are staying away from benefits they have every legal right to access. These are not just isolated cases, they're part of a broader effect that reflects the urgent need for trusted, community-rooted solutions. This motion is a vital step forward, and I thank you again for your leadership and your continued equity.
Lena Mallet, your line is open. You may begin.
Good morning, Lena Mallet with the Children's Defense Fund Layup and Reimagine LA Coalition in support of this motion and hope it's just the beginning. The motion outlines what should be done but lacks specificity on funding. Instead of pulling from general funds or already overburdened social departments, the county should redirect sheriff and probation dollars into expanding and institutionalizing these resources. Probation has massive funding reserves amounting to millions of dollars that could be reallocated to trauma-informed care and mental health support for immigrant children impacted by law enforcement agencies that you oversee. The motion doesn't challenge the underlying power structures that allow ICE access or sheriff collaboration. A bold step would be to pair this motion with a call to divest from agencies complicit in illegal immigration raids. Investing in health and social supports without addressing policing budgets maintains the status quo and stands in direct contrast with your Care First policy. We should fund community safety, not expand surveillance and enforcement through back channels. The services called for in this motion will require ongoing
Thank you.
funding.
Next speaker,
And
please.
that funding must come.
Reggie Roman, your line is open. You may begin.
Yes, Reggie Romaine, New Black Panther Party Chairman for California. I agree that you guys need to keep ICE going, fund ICE, and the immigrants need to go back. You guys selling hot dogs and ice cream and everything. You're taking your money. You're bringing it back, taking it back to your country. We need to be focused on the African Americans here. That's with slavery. You guys need to understand that we need reparations. Like yesterday, Black Power, every second of it out. Gone. I yield.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Helen Eigenberg, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, Helen Eigenberg. I live in SD3, and I'm calling in support of Motion 3. We need to support our immigrant communities. What's happening is atrocious. So I just support everyone that is things that have already been said, and I hope that you move forward with this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Deneen Gardenhire, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello, I am calling. This is my first time ever attending a board call, and so. But my concern is, I'm a concerned daughter and niece of a mom who is being an aunt, being severely exploited and financially abused by my daughter. I've reached out to APS numerous times and still have not gotten any help or assistance. So I'm just trying to find. I've written to Janice Hahn's office.
Okay.
That's the district that my mom lives in. And
All right,
I'm
ma'am,
just trying
thank
to get
you.
help
We,
from my mother.
ma'am, I'm sorry. This is a public comment on agenda item number 3.
Oh, so how do I get?
No, but what I'm going to ask you to do, I'm going to ask you to go ahead and go on the county website. Where do you reside?
My mom resides in Long Beach, California.
Okay, is it okay for me to refer her to Supervisor Janice Hahn's office at 213-974-4444?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Thank you. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Yeah, my name is Raymond. I'm with the Africatown Coalition. This ain't Manhattan Beach, to let y'all know. So I strongly oppose this motion because I'm descendant of freemen. My people go back all the way from Oklahoma and Texas, though. So we want you to start addressing reparations, though, too, because our people being systematically harmed, not only through the city, but throughout the county. Where's the reparation task force in the county level supposed to address systematic harm for our people so we start getting cash pay reparations? We seen everybody giving set aside and benefits to all these other immigrant groups, but we're about descendants of freemen, people that built this country. That's actually disrespectful, y'all saying immigrants built this country, but we built this country. We was here prior to 1776. Our ancestors built this country, though. So we want the LA City Council to start looking out for the black community, and I strongly oppose this because we want reparations that's owed to our people that's foundational black American, people that descended of slavery to this country. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. And that concludes public comment.
Thank you. This item is before us, but Executive Officer, will you please read what we're voting on?
So, Madam Chair, members of the board, we have 2 amendments to this motion, and if accepted, we could read this motion as amended. The first amendment is from Supervisor Hahn to include the following questions. How are departments ensuring that data collection does not put immigrant communities at further risk? What steps are being taken to ensure that residents without internet, digital literacy, or language access are still able to benefit from telehealth and virtual services? What protections are in place to ensure residents feel safe accessing services without fear that their information could be used for immigration enforcement? How is the county identifying which neighborhoods or families need meal and grocery delivery support the most? How do we avoid any potential unintended consequences and how we implement these services? We also have an additional request for a report back from Supervisor Mitchell, which states if DCFS could tell us and warn us if they see an uptick in their out-of-home placement and are given the opportunity that state law guarantees that they have phone call privileges immediately upon being taken by ICE or Border Patrol to provide for their children left behind. If accepted, we can take these motions as amended. This motion as amended.
Supervisor Solis, Supervisor Horvath, do you accept those amendments?
I mean, I don't know why they're amendments. I thought the direction was that we were going to include them in the report. I don't have any objection to any of that.
I'm
don't
going
think
to
it
ask
was a
County Council,
need.
because I was equally surprised when County Council told me that we had to amend, we had to vote on with amendments. So go ahead.
Thank you, Supervisor. It's more for clarification for department heads who have, during this discussion, asked or are waiting to see if those directives will be voted on. The board can always, any supervisor can do a request for staff to do a report back. You guys have done it all the time. Do you have to vote on this as amended? No, it is adding clarity for the department heads to know what they are reporting back on.
You know,
It's
I
the
don't
pleasure of
have,
the author, as
yeah,
far
I
as
don't
I'm
have an objection to what the requests are.
It's just clarity, that's
Yeah,
all.
but I would like to know in the future why this happened, because normally we have that full, free-flowing discussion and we agree. I mean, there's nothing.
You're right, and there's
prohibiting it.
oftentimes confusion by department heads who are
Okay.
unclear as
I
to
would
what
say
they're reporting back on.
Yeah, but I would say to the department heads, if a supervisor's asking questions like that, it shouldn't take the board voting for them to respond.
I don't disagree.
Yeah, so I mean, I hear you, and that's what I think's changed, but the fact that that the questions that you were asking actually are questions that department heads should want to be on top of, it's unfortunate that they feel we have to vote in order to get them to do it.
Don't disagree.
Okay, fine, it's fine. I'm fine.
Okay, moved by Supervisor Solis, seconded by Supervisor Horvath. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0. We will now move on to item 4, resolution in support of immigrants' dignity, respect, and access to health care free from harassment, which was held by Supervisor Solis. For
Yes.
members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now to comment on this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and also Supervisor Horvath for agreeing to co-author this item. And I'm proud to present this resolution in partnership with SEIU United Healthcare Workers West. These are our mission-driven healthcare workers who put themselves and their families at risk to provide care and services to those who need it the most. Colleagues, California, as you know, is home to 10.6 million immigrants who make almost 27% of the state's population. Nearly half of California's children have at least one immigrant parent. And in Los Angeles County, approximately 1/3 of the population are immigrants. Unfortunately, the Trump administration recently rescinded the prohibition of immigration enforcement in sensitive areas, such as hospitals, schools, and churches. This has already led to horrific cases nationwide. Such was the case of a 10-year-old girl with brain cancer in Houston, Texas, who was detained and deported while en route to the emergency department. Fortunately, California state law offers some protections to immigrants seeking medical care and in their place of employment. Some protections include the following: prohibiting employers from allowing immigration enforcement agents to enter non-public areas, or, with few exceptions, provide employee records to immigration enforcement without a subpoena or judicial warrant. The Attorney General's model policies that limit assistance to immigration enforcement, which are required to be implemented at health facilities operated by the state, which all health service entities are encouraged to implement. And the Confidential Medical Information Act, which protects an individual's medical information from unauthorized disclosure. As we all know, immigrants are critical to our social fabric and essential to all of our communities and to our economy. And many of them serve in essential worker positions and contribute to our healthcare industry as well. However, recent federal actions have led many individuals to skip work, school, and medical care. All immigrants deserve dignity, respect, and due process of law. And that's why this motion adopts the resolution of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors in support of immigrants' dignity, respect, and access to health care, free from harassment. This resolution reaffirms our commitment to empowering those seeking care or serving as healthcare workers themselves. And it calls upon hospitals, health clinics, and other health providers to stand for dignity and respect of all of our communities that they serve. The right for all to seek medical care without fear of harassment, arrest, or other harmful actions is honoring the ethical guidelines of the medical profession to avoid harm and provide care to all who need it. Members, I respectfully ask for your aye vote, and now I hand it over to my co-author, Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Solis, for introducing this motion and for inviting me to co-author. I want to thank SEIU UHW for the leadership that they provide as well. Since the federal government rescinded its sensitive areas policy, the county and its health system partners have seen a drop in patients showing up for medical appointments, emergency care, and other essential life-saving medical services. We, our residents, our families, and friends have a right to seek medical care without the fear and anxiety of being abducted, detained, or deported. That is why today we are calling on hospitals, health clinics, and other healthcare providers to stand with us in honoring the dignity and respect for all communities we serve. It is vital for medical providers throughout the county to uphold their ethical guidelines, do no harm, and provide care to all who need it. Please know that our county health system is committed to upholding the tenets in this resolution and continuing to meet our patients where they are, by phone, online, through mail order pharmacy services, whatever it takes. Your health and safety are paramount. You can visit www.dhs.lacounty.gov/getcare. That's dhs.lacounty.gov/get-care for information on accessing medical care if you do not feel comfortable seeking it in person for any reason. Thank you again, Supervisor Solis, for introducing this motion, and I'm proud to be a co-author. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other comments, Executive Office, please call members of the public.
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Cecilia Vasquez, Francisco Portillo, Jose Barrera, Lisa Kirokosian, Lupe Canales, Makey Peters, Mikey Vaughn, Rochelle Calise, Salvador Andrade, and Stephanie Allen. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 4, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, can we have the first remote speaker, please?
Our first participant is Diego Rodriguez. Your line is open. If you're muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Hello again, Supervisors. Diego Rodriguez, CEO of ALMA and Public Health Commissioner representing SD1. I thank Supervisors Solis and Horvath for championing this timely motion. Upholding the dignity and safety of immigrant communities, whether they are seeking care or serving as part of our health workforce, is not only a moral imperative, but it must also be a public health priority. This motion reinforces that healthcare spaces must be rooted in trust, compassion, and ethical care, free from intimidation, harassment, or fear. This is about creating systems where respect is policy and access is protected. As a health provider, I applaud this motion and the county's leadership in setting the standard, and I urge the board to adopt item number 4. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Jaden Fields, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Jaden Fields, again with Mirror Memoirs and part of Immigrant RLA Coalition. We really appreciate this resolution and fully support its intent because no one should have to choose between healthcare and fear of detention or deportation. But as our 100-plus member organizations know, dignity on paper doesn't actually mean dignity in practice. And so we strongly believe that folks must have access to healthcare that is safe, sacred, and free of surveillance. So let's not wait for another tragedy to act. It's important that the board turns resolution into action. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Dominano Cano, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Damiana Cano. I'm with Somos Familia Valle, and I'm with the Immigrants RLA Coalition. We appreciate this resolution and fully support this intent. No one should have to choose between healthcare and fear of detention or deportation. But as our 100-plus member organizations know, dignity on paper does not always mean dignity in practice. Parents and children are skipping pediatric visits. Elders aren't filling prescriptions, and immigrant healthcare workers themselves fear retaliation. IRLA urges this board to turn this resolution into action. Standardize sensitive location protocols in all clinics, post right signage visibly in multiple languages, and fund promotoras and legal navigators to support immigrant patients and staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Roy Humphreys, your line is open. You may begin.
Okay, thank you. And we do a quasi ditto from 3 on the medical situation. The entire system needs an immediate redo, a la no work, no play, no pay. The Gang of Four, the Democrat Party, created this monster, and now we see that you all are, and we all will pay the price. And you made the United States, California, and the County of Los Angeles a laughing stock of the world. And also that we need to get you, in fact, are slavers. You have enslaved these people for decades, and now you're going to pay the piper. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
LaShawn Coleman, your line is open. You may begin.
Yes, hi. Good afternoon, supervisors. Thank you for having me. I oppose this resolution. While I do support treating all people with dignity, this county continues to prioritize immigrant communities with policies, funding, and symbolic gestures, while Black Americans, especially descendants of U.S. slavery, are ignored. Let's be honest, immigrants choose to come here. My ancestors were brought here. And to this day, Black communities face the worst health outcomes, highest mortality, and medical racism. Yet there is no resolution, no campaign, no investments are dedicated to protecting our dignity in healthcare system. This motion again sends a message others are prioritized, and Black lives remain an afterthought. If dignity matters, this needs to start with us that we never had a choice. Vote no or table this resolution until Black Americans receive equal acknowledgement and protection. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Eric Previn, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. It's Eric Previn from Studio City, and this is a resolution obviously affirming dignity and respect for immigrants seeking medical care, and I support that 100%. But we do have the problem of ICE people lurking around, and obviously hospitals are going to uphold dignity, and they're not going to collude and so on and so forth. And that is good PR to be making that clear. But can we, and I know that this is a dodgy subject, can we open some bathrooms in the county of LA? I know we have how many, 5 square, lots of miles of county and very few places to use facility except for the Inuit Dome, where you have over 1,100 facilities thanks to the great leadership of Steve Ballmer. And I also want to just emphasize that Dr. Galley, the other Dr. Galley, is working at an AI that really does a good job in equity-driven, telehealth.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
We're going to have great cuts, and we could use the
moderator. Next speaker, please.
We could examine it.
John Williams, your line is open. You may begin.
Is that Jan Williams?
Jan, I apologize.
Okay, Jan. Hi, my name is Jan Williams. I'm with LEAP and Black Lives Matter Los Angeles. I'm calling on the Board of Supervisors, especially Holly Mitchell, who's my Board of Supervisors, to amend this resolution to include Black Americans. We are at the bottom of every demographic, socioeconomic status in LA County. Me, myself, my father is not able, it struggles to receive health care, right? Because as he's aging and diminishing, it's hard for him to drive. I continually have to take off work to provide, to take him to doctor's appointments while I'm also taking care of my grandmother, who's all the way in Victorville. You guys need to amend this motion to service Black seniors in the county of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Lena Mallett, your line is open. You may begin.
Good morning, Lena Mallett again. In support of this motion, and while affirming immigrant dignity is important, this resolution seems to be largely symbolic. It lacks concrete enforcement mechanisms or new policy directives to protect immigrant patients and healthcare workers in practice. The motion calls on hospitals and providers to uphold values, but offers no clear plan or accountability for ensuring compliance, especially in private or federally funded facilities. The motion could have gone further by proposing specific actions such as countywide training for health workers on immigrant rights, funding for legal support or know your rights clinics and hospitals, and data collection and reporting on ICE activity near health facilities. Without federal cooperation or sanctuary designations for all health settings, immigrant patients may still be at risk. A county resolution can't shield them fully from federal enforcement.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Jocelyn Zelaya, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Jocelyn Zelaya. I'm with the African Communities Public Health Coalition, and I'm also here with Immigrants RLA Coalition. I want to thank Supervisor Solis and Horvath for this motion. We appreciate this resolution and fully support its intent. No one should have to choose between health care and fear of detention or deportation. But as our 100-plus member organizations know, dignity on paper doesn't always mean dignity in practice. Families are skipping pediatric visits. Elders aren't filling out prescriptions. Immigrant healthcare workers themselves are in fear of retaliation. IRLA urges this board to turn this resolution into action by standardizing sensitive location protocols in all clinics, posting rights signage visibly in multiple languages, funding promotoras and legal navigators to support immigrant
Thank you. Next speaker,
patients
please.
and staff.
Maria Gonzalez, your line is open. You may begin.
Greetings. Good and critical desire, Truth Bay, descendant of chattel slave. And so we oppose this motion, agenda number 4, particularly because Measure J, you're supposed to allocate at least $900 million of the county budget for incarceration that affects Black families, and yet the county allocates less than 1%. And yet you say that it's dignity and dignity. You use single Black families, mothers, for your presentations, post them up and say, hey, look at these poor Black people. But yet when it comes to equity, you don't provide the Black businesses the same equity that you do. You have $4.1 billion in immigration services. And we have $0, let me check again, $0.00 for Black families who built this country. So can we even the playing field and actually add LA County budget for descendants of chattel slaves? Let's start out with $4.1 million of same as immigration services. And then we can
Thank
talk
you.
about equity.
Next speaker, please.
Melinda Kakani, your line is open. You may begin.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had wanted to speak on item number 5.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
And we'll go to Maya Hendricks. Your line is open. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Maya Hendricks. I'm a resident of District 3 and a member of the Reimagine LA Coalition. I'm here in support of this motion and to say that while affirming immigrant dignity is important, this resolution is largely symbolic. It lacks concrete enforcement mechanisms or new policy directives to actually protect immigrant patients and healthcare workers in practice. I heard it say earlier that dignity on paper does not mean dignity in person, and that is very true. While this motion calls on hospitals and providers to uphold values, it offers no clear plan or accountability for ensuring compliance, especially in private or federally funded facilities. This motion could have gone further by proposing specific actions such as countywide training for health workers on immigrant rights, funding for legal support or know your rights clinics and hospitals, and data collecting or reporting on ICE activity near health facilities. Without federal cooperation or sanctuary designations for all health settings,
Thank you.
immigrant
Next
patients
speaker,
may still
please.
be at risk.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Thank you. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Hi, my name is Francisco Portillo, and I'm with Wesley Health Centers. I would like to speak in support of item number 4. I want to thank Supervisors Solis and Horvath for the resolution in support of immigrants' dignity, respect, and access to health care free from harassment. Empowering our immigrant community seeking care and/or service as healthcare workers is of utmost priority. We support the board's efforts to call on hospitals, health clinics, and providers to honor ethical guidelines and stand for preserving the dignity, respect, and the right for all to seek medical care without fear of harassment. I request the board to support the important motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello. Thank you for allowing me to talk. My name is Cecilia Vasquez, and I am a healthcare worker at Barlow Medical Center. We have already seen a decrease in patients seeking care. There is fear in the community and among the healthcare workers. Please vote yes on item 4 to support the safety and dignity of workers and patients when seeking healthcare. We all, no matter what race or color, we all have the right to go look for healthcare without being persecuted or being stressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Stephanie Allen, and I am a healthcare worker at Barlow Respiratory Hospital. I'm here to ask you for support of this resolution. For our workers and our community should not be scared to access essential services. Workplaces should not go out of their way to help immigration enforcement and should ensure that they prepare their employees if immigration enforcement should enter. Please vote yes on item 4. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors. My name is Jose Barrera. I'm here representing the League of United Latin American Citizens, also known as LULAC, the nation's largest and oldest Latino civil rights organization. I want to thank Supervisor Solis and Horvath for bringing this item forward. Healthcare workers provide care to people in our community regardless of their skin color, age, legal status, or other identities. They want to provide quality care to patients and not fear going into work. I urge you to support this resolution and call for all workplaces like healthcare facilities to bring awareness to their workers, their rights, and what to do if immigration enforcement enters. Please vote yes on item 4. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Yvonne. I'm a CNA at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center. I've been caring for patients across the city of LA as a CNA for 5 years. I take care of people from all walks of life. Hospitals are where the persistent issues of a society converge, and it is healthcare workers that see it up close and personal. We are feeling the terror that ICE has brought to LA. My colleagues and I have been experiencing the fear and anxiety that comes with not having clearly defined and accessible protocols if we are to be targeted by ICE. I ask you all to stand with me and my colleagues by ensuring the protocols are implemented and accessible if an ICE raid were to occur. Because how can healthcare workers provide the treatment and care that Angelenos deserve? Please vote yes on item 4. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Maki Peters with SEIU UHW. We represent over 110,000 healthcare workers across the state of California. We're concerned by instances where federal agents have been present at our healthcare facilities like St. Francis and Centinela Hospital. This does and has had a chilling effect among workers and patients. Passing this resolution is vital in a moment where workers and patients don't know if they're safe when seeking care or providing care, or if they'll be indiscriminately targeted because they fit a profile. When people forego care until an emergency, it's bad for workers and patients alike, as many of you have already highlighted. Taking a decisive and supportive position on this issue is critical to address the real pressures our communities are facing with the unpredictable actions of federal agents in our county. Thank you again to Supervisor Solis and Horvath for bringing this forward. We urge support on item 4. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lupe Canales, and I have been an organizer for 7 years, organizing with healthcare workers. This is an unprecedented moment we are all living in, and workers need to know that they are, that workers need to know that them and their patients have a right. And please pass item number 4 to support our folks in healthcare. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lisa Kirakosian. I've been a healthcare worker for the last 20 years, and I've had the pleasure of working with direct patient care at Kaiser Sunset and Kaiser Panorama for the last 13 years. As immigration enforcement officers have been increasing their activities in LA County, both my colleagues and patients have experienced fear and expressed fear. I'm here today to ask you to support this resolution to call for workplaces like the hospitals I work to stand with immigrant communities and ensure that they are making public what their protocols are in place if and when ICE agents enter the facilities. Please vote yes for this resolution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Salvador Andrade. I'm on the executive board of SEIU UHW. I'm also a healthcare worker at Kaiser Woodland Hills for 12 years. As immigration enforcement has intensified across Los Angeles County, both my colleagues and our patients have increasingly expressed fear and hesitation in seeking care. I am here today to urge the support in this critical resolution, one that calls on workplaces, including the hospitals I serve, to publicly share what protocols are in place if ICE agents enter our facilities. I'm a proud first-generation Mexican-American with 2 immigrant parents, one of whom was undocumented until I turned 18. For much of my life, my family lived with the fear that my mom could be taken away. We know what it's like to avoid entire areas. As frontline workers during COVID-19, I witnessed firsthand the devastating impact on delayed or denied care. And now with the recent immigration raids, I have personally observed a sharp drop in the number of patients in our waiting rooms. People are afraid. That fear could cost lives, especially when critical care is delayed or avoided
Thank
altogether.
you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Brenda Witt, and I'm a healthcare worker at Kaiser Sunset Hospital. I'm proud to provide my services for anyone who needs help, regardless of their ethnicity, their identity, or their legal status. There is a lot of fear and uncertainty in my workplace as hospitals and Medicare centers are being targeted by ICE in our area. Hospitals need to be more transparent with protocol are in place in the case of ICE raid for both my coworkers and the patients. I am here today to ask you to support this resolution, to stand with me and my colleagues to ensure that protocols are public and accessible if an ICE raid were to occur. Please vote yes on item 4. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Rochelle Callis, and I'm coming from the 2nd District. Thank you, Ms. Holly Mitchell, for representing our area the best way you can. However, you're going to need some support from the other board members. On that LA County listening session, the community of migrants were saying that the money that is collected for health care or anything is misappropriated, and they don't have anything. That's why they're coming to our area, our community. So I want to say, if you pass this, you exploiting those migrants. The money's not going to them. And you can look at Skid Row. That's a prime example of how we're being used, us Black people, as the memes for homelessness, and nothing is getting done. You collecting money, but not helping the people. So I strongly oppose it, and I'm asking that you amend it and include Black people, the American Freedmen community, and no illegal immigration in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yes, my name is Raymond. I'm with the African Town Coalition. The reason why I strongly oppose this motion, or we want to amend it, because the LULAC organization, we don't want no racist, anti-Black organization in charge of this, because for you understand, the LULAC organization, they historically been an anti-Black organization. Like the Felix Terrena, he actually went to Supreme Court in the 1930s to classify himself as white. Then he had owned businesses all throughout Texas and schooled Black people from the businesses in Texas, though. So we don't want no anti-Black organization that's leading the this healthcare. We also feed our community all throughout Skid Row. We actually provide healthcare, fruits and vegetables for our people in our community, though. So we urge you to amend it or vote no, because the LULAC organization, which is Felix Terrena said, the Negro problem ain't his problem, no. So the LULAC and historical racist organization, we don't want them in control of these funds. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Clara Jerez, DPSS, Downtown Women's Center. Okay, I request the board to consider it throughout training for all all medical facilities and staff on this topic. Due to the confirmation that I have firsthand experience while receiving treatment at various hospitals throughout LA County. I have the reports and I will submit them. Now, training is necessary, awareness of the presence of a menacing trait that must be confronted as a community and monitored by higher officials that have the knowledge and command of these hospitals and these facilities. Throughout, training should be done where people are made aware that there are consequences for their actions and that there are consequences. So I think that my reports will come in. I do have reports, and I will submit them. But I do oppose the amendment. The amendment and the no.
Madam Chair and members of the board, that concludes public comment on this item. Item 4 is before you.
Executive Officer,
Okay.
it's gonna be moved by Supervisor Solis, seconded by Supervisor Horvath to vote on this item. So go ahead and call the roll.
Madam Chair, if I can, before we take a vote, I just want to thank all those individuals that came this morning and stayed here and the people that called in, and really respect everything that has been said, but to know that we're fighting for dignity and respect for everybody, for every human being. Every person deserves to be treated like a human being. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Executive Officer?
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0. We will now move on to item 5, developing a comprehensive strategy to address substance use presence and disorders in juvenile facilities, which was held by Supervisor Hahn. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. Representatives from the Departments of Public Health and Probation are present.
Thank you, Supervisor Hahn, and then Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I'm bringing forward this emergency motion because our probation department is experiencing a drug and contraband crisis unlike any I've ever seen, and we need to do all we can to try and combat it. I'm not naive. I have heard many times that as long as there are jails, there will be a market for contraband and drugs. But we still need to do everything we can on the front end to try and stop drugs from getting in. There are a number of steps that have already been taken. Previously, we were told that people were throwing contraband over the fences, so we installed netting around Los Padrinos. We brought in teams of dogs who are trained to find illegal substances and other types of contraband. Probation doesn't even allow our young people in Los Padrinos to hug their mothers out of fear that drugs or contraband is being passed in that manner. But drugs keep getting in. And last week, we had 2 very serious drug-related incidents. First, a contracted employee with the for-profit Student Nest was arrested for smuggling drugs. This person brought more than 170 white pills into Los Padrinos with plans to distribute them to the youth he was supposed to be tutoring. Then 2 days later, I got a call from Chief Villarosa, who told me there was a suspected drug overdose at Los Padrinos. We later found out that multiple youth and staff were experiencing overdose symptoms, and at one point, we feared that there was a supervisor that was unresponsive. At least 7 individuals, youth and staff, were sent to the hospital. I'm grateful they are all okay and have been discharged, but it's upsetting and frustrating to see how little progress has been made to curb the inflow and use of substances in our juvenile halls, especially since Brian Diaz died 2 years ago at Barry J. from fentanyl poisoning. And I think constantly about his mother's tearful and angry pleas for us to do something. We're failing our youth, we're failing our employees, and every day we risk losing another life to substance abuse. So the motion today attempts to address the problem of substance presence and addiction in our juvenile facilities. There's a lot in this motion. I'm going to go through each one of the directives. First, the motion addresses insufficient security screening measures. We're directing probation to install airport-style body scanners at Los Padrinos and Barry J. Nydorf to require every single person who enters the facility, including all staff, to go through the scanners. I understand the department has already ordered one of these body scanners with the plan to install it at the entrance of Los Padrinos. This installation needs to happen as quickly as possible. I think it's already taken too long. And we're asking them to order and install another one for Barry J. Nordhoff. Second, the motion directs the department to strengthen their use of dogs for detecting drugs. It's important that the dogs are always present, that all staff are required to be checked by the dogs, and that these dogs are effective at detecting all types of drugs, including things like Xanax and synthetic drugs. Third, we need to strengthen the contract for security screening so that all employees, contractors, and visitors are screened thoroughly every time they enter the facility, fairly and consistently. And when I go out to Los Padrinos, I see some staff with big backpacks filled to the brim with various items. Even though the bags are clear, because they're so filled up, I imagine it would be difficult to notice contraband being snuck in. So fourth, this motion directs probation to consider limiting the types and the number of items that staff can bring into the facilities. Since we're in a crisis mode, for the time being, I think we need to do everything we can to figure out how drugs are getting into our facilities and stop that. Fifth, the motion directs probation and Department of Youth Development to reevaluate the background check and training process for contracted providers and our probation employees. Sixth, this motion directs probation to end the contract with Student Nest, the organization that hired the staff member who was caught with 170 pills. I believe this sends the strong message to all the organizations that contract with the county that they are responsible for the actions of their employees and that we will have zero tolerance for this kind of behavior in our facilities. And finally, this motion directs probation and SAPC to execute their MOU to expand substance use treatment programs in our juvenile facilities. I understand they're working on a new MOU, so we're telling them to speed up this process. I know that the high population of Los Padrinos is contributing to some of these problems, and I'm frustrated that we haven't had as much progress on depopulation as we would like. The Los Padrinos population remains almost exactly the same week after week. In fact, today it is as high as I can remember it at 298. I know there are some who are concerned about this motion because it's focusing too much on security. But I feel like extraordinary times demand extraordinary measures. None of us want another death of a young person who we've been charged to care for. And I cannot sit by and do nothing to prevent drugs from coming into these juvenile facilities if it will save lives, and I believe it is worth the effort. Supervisor Horvath, thank you for co-authoring this. I'll turn it over to you, and maybe after everyone speaks, I would have some questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Hahn, for bringing forward this motion and continuing to spotlight the ongoing challenges in our probation facilities related to substance use and beyond. I want to acknowledge the steps that Chief Villarosa and his team have taken, but they still fall woefully short and dangerous drug-related incidents continue. Last week's incidents at Los Padrinos and Barry J. Nydorf put youth, staff, and community partners at risk. Several people were hospitalized, and while investigations are still ongoing, we cannot afford to wait to act. We have a duty to protect the young people in our care and prevent another tragic death. If we don't act now, we risk losing another young life. This motion continues to push to ensure probation is implementing best practices to keep drugs and contraband out of probation facilities. These steps are critical for the safety of the youth in our custody, the staff who serve them, and the communities surrounding our facilities. Everyone entering our facilities must be subject to thorough, consistent screening. As always, this board is committed to being a partner in advancing meaningful reform. This motion is intended as an opportunity for our chief, for our youth, for our staff to raise concerns, propose solutions, and partner with this board and our CEO to stabilize and strengthen the department. It is also intended to address very real risks to health and safety of our youth. Our responsibility is to protect the health and well-being of the young people entrusted to our care. And I received several messages last week following the reported overdoses in our facilities, including from advocates in this space, expressing concerns that more must be done immediately to protect our youth, which was part of the motivation behind this motion. Keeping them safe from dangerous drugs and contraband is a responsibility we must take seriously. And I remain open to hearing more proposed solutions, especially since the BSCC has once again found Barry J. Neidorf out of compliance, a concern I expressed in response to the proposed global plan as well as the plan submitted to the court. What the probation department is doing thus far hasn't worked to solve these problems. I didn't support giving them the ability to make changes without approval from the board or community input. And it is clear that we do need more community input, not less. More board engagement, not less. Colleagues, I ask for your support in this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for joining us today, Chief. You know, I do believe it's important for us to have a discussion on this. I mean, there's no question about it. As you know, and we've talked about it, Chief, I spent hours with 3 young men who had overdosed. And in talking to one of them, he had never touched drugs before he came into Neidorf. And as it turns out, the mother of one of these young men was the one smuggling in the drugs. The irony is not lost on me, and they almost died. But as a result of that, and in talking to advocates, we thought it would be good, especially for the young man that had never touched drugs, because he wanted to get out of that environment, to set up a unit that would be an area where they could get treatment and would be able to basically stay away from what was going on. And that was short-lived. I think it was considered too restrictive and it was voluntary. Or what did happen with that at Barry Neidorf, that unit? Do you know?
At the time, there was an attempt to establish a unit that was wholly dedicated for drug treatment, and it was subsequently closed because it required the youth to volunteer and their counsel to advise them and to agree with it. And so
was it the public defender that pushed back? Was someone, I know someone was pushing back on it.
Correct.
Yeah.
I can't remember if it was alternate public defender, or both. And so we had to retool to make sure that there was informed consent for those that were participating in it, whether it being could be understood to be sort of forced assignment to that unit.
So in addition to the said treatment, DYD was asked to work on bringing in a community-based organization to provide much-needed recreational programming, because that was also, it was Scott Budnick. I think we all know Scott has been advocating very, very hard for more programming and more recreational programming within not only the halls but our camps. And we also discussed the expanded usage of canines, which was something that probation you were already exploring. The unit that was identified and brought online that we just talked about was something that I felt was necessary, and I still believe is necessary, but that doesn't get to the root cause of why people are overdosing in our halls. You know, I think we see it inside, as Supervisor Hahn said, our jail facilities as well. And unfortunately, LA County Probation is no difference in that sense. It's still getting smuggled in. However, when a department like probation is really in a constant state of crisis, these challenges are heightened, and we have a responsibility to these youth to make sure that we're doing everything within our means to make sure it doesn't happen. But it doesn't mean that we're not doing anything. It's kind of like when I was handling welfare. Every time we thought we outsmarted the welfare fraud, they figured out another way to get into our system. And this is no different. We're going to figure out how to stop it, but then there's going to be something else that's going to happen where it's going to get smuggled in. In this case, this latest case, it was a contract employee. So, and I know we cannot talk about that case, but I just want to understand for my own edification, because we're voting on a motion telling you to do something, I want to make sure that I understand what you are doing, so that we are not creating more of a problem than we are helping. Because I know that you expressed concerns regarding this motion. And you created a criminal investigation unit to investigate cases of contraband. They've been operating for many months, working on cases. Can you share more about the current status and any successes that you've had in making the arrest? And then walk us through what you are doing in response to this motion.
Thank you for the opportunity, Chair. And I just want to acknowledge that I do appreciate the board's interest. I think it was correctly described by Supervisor Hahn that it's a moment of crisis and has been for some time. And the spirit with which Supervisor Horvath spoke, which is it is an attempt by the board to intervene and strengthen what is happening in probation. The area that becomes problematic for me is I want to make sure that the public doesn't believe or understand that probation is sitting back and waiting for this board to direct it to intervene. That is not the case, and perhaps it's helpful to just very briefly, just for a couple minutes, describe what has happened over the courses of the last 2 years. Because of the drug abuse and the lack of interdiction of drugs into our facilities, since my arrival, a number of policy changes have been made. One of them has been to make sure that there is a security checkpoint in which everyone, including staff, have to have clear bags and they must go through it. That wasn't the case before. Staff would simply go through with any bags that they wanted. That has been a policy shift that was been implemented in all of our areas. There was the expansion of contract security so that there are actual non-probation employees, but rather contractors, so that there's a separation in terms of levels of security. That has now occurred in both of our detention facilities. In addition, we created the safety and security specialist position so that in fact it wasn't the use of probation officers doing security for probation officers, and it's so that's additional classification, SSS, that was created, and they do perimeter security in addition to securing other facilities. And to make this a permanent shift, there was the creation of the campus safety and security. That is an actual organizational shift that highlights the importance, and that we have an entire deputy director that is in charge of that, separate from operations, that is looking into best methods of having interdiction. And the naming of that was important because we wanted to make sure that we have campuses that are, ultimately what we want is for our facilities to feel like campuses where people can go to school, they can have vocational training, substance abuse. That's the reasoning for that. That's still our goal. Everything I've just mentioned is already a security measure that is different than what came before. In addition to that, we understood, or I understood, that we didn't have a criminal intelligence or investigation capacity within the department. Originally, that was created through an interagency task force that now has shifted to having actual employees dedicated to it, and they're working with, in a second, I'll turn it over to our Chief of Safety and Security, maybe he can give more details, that is working with our sheriff's partners and then their jail investigative unit. Additionally, the utilization of cameras, and I hope you understand there are certain areas that are still sensitive because they're under investigation, or that they would give intelligence to how we are trying to intervene. But what I'm trying to express is that we're now engaged in gathering of criminal intelligence and actually doing investigations and prosecuting folks. So that when you see what was highlighted here, that last week there was a vendor there was an interdiction with a vendor with the hopes of prosecution, that was the probation team. That was the team working on this, making sure that we're not just sitting back and doing this. There was the addition of the technology of body scanners, one at Nydorf and one at LP, where when the youth go out to court and come back from court, or there's a suspected, that can be utilized. There was already the ordering of what we call the airport style scanner after looking into what the best machine would be and what the cost of it and how many people would have to be trained. That's already has been ordered. We're waiting for it. The reason one was ordered is because there are operational considerations. We understood that getting one on board at LP would be important, but there are constraints at Nydorf. We'd have to knock down walls. That's a much larger project. If you recall, with much pain, we're able to work with ISD because it was a very large project to put netting around LP and make sure that that was not one of the sources. At one of the camps, we tested drone interdiction. And so there are places where we need support. It's not that I have an issue with this motion, it's just that I want to make sure that the motion assists us and does what you intend on it to do rather than the unintended consequences. So if much of the motion are things that we're already doing or are underway, that's not particularly helpful. And I think sends a...
Although that doesn't hurt. If you're already doing what's in this motion, then no harm, no foul.
I understand that from my perspective, as long as it's not taken that we're doing it because it's not a result of our negligence and we had to be pointed to do it. And to be quite honest, the report backs pile up. And so there is an amount of human resource that's dedicated to it. But you're right, there are things we're already doing. There are other areas in which I would warn on what the potential unintended consequences are. If we are going to take the position that we're going to change all of our contracts so that if one actor is a wrongdoer, we cancel the entire contract, I just would suspect you should talk to your contracting folks and what that actually means and the changes that we need to make to some of our contracts and what it would actually mean if you have one person that is engaging in criminal activity to cancel the entire contract. I think that that's not typically what is done unless you see repeated behavior by one contractor. I'm also not opposed to it. I would just warn that folks understand you may have programs that you like that you believe do good work and then in fact do good work in which we have had incidents with their employers and they get rid of them. So I'm not opposed to it. I would just sort of make sure everybody understands there may be programs that you believe to be effective, but if we catch one of their employees doing something, we would get rid of the entire contract. And then on the part of the motion that directs us to work with DYD on security backgrounds, I'm a little perplexed at what role they would have with respect to that. Maybe some clarification.
What do you mean? What are you perplexed about? On the role that DYD is going to play?
Yes.
In doing criminal backgrounds?
Yes.
Do you do criminal backgrounds for contract providers that you have come in?
Yeah, it's probation that does the background.
So you're saying it should be probation that's doing it, not DYD?
I don't know if it's an area of expertise for DYD, if they would have access to criminal CI&I reports. I'm just...
I know, believe me, I want to flesh it out before I vote because I don't want unintended consequences. So I want to understand, David, what do you see your role?
So the way I read it, it was as we look at the criteria for a person to be cleared to come into a facility, we actually spent probably 6 months, probation and DYD working together to get to where we are now. Because at one point, if you remember, there were a lot of folks that came in. There was a huge backlog of CBOs trying to gain access. We were able to move from that point to where we are now. Quite frankly, my hope was that we were going to continue to make it more accessible for folks with lived experience, but certainly understanding, the moment that we're in now. So as I read it, I understood that we would work together to refine and determine the criteria, not for us to actually participate in the
Because this does say in collaboration with.
I appreciate Director Carroll. I think that DYD is an important department. I don't believe there is a role for background clearances or security measures for DYD. As a matter of fact, I think we've singled out one of the few areas where DYD would not have a role. I think that if we look back onto the clearances that Director Carroll is, I think that the idea was that DYD would ensure that we're not being overly restrictive. And so I don't understand in sort of, in this environment
it
or for the
almost
purpose of
contradicts
this, well, not only that, I'm not sure how much information we would be able to share with respect to backgrounds and running criminal records. Again, I want to be very clear. That does not mean I don't appreciate Director Carroll's input. I'm just saying of all the areas of collaboration, I think this is a miss.
And then, Doctor, I wanted to ask Dr. Sai a question as it relates to services that are provided currently in our camps and our halls. Can you expand on how you go about doing assessments and what services are offered? And is there a consistency amongst all of the facilities?
So currently we provide client engagement and navigation services. Those are services that include screenings, referrals, navigation to services at Los Padrinos, at Barry J. Nydorf, barring what was just mentioned about Barry J. site, Campus Vernon, as well as Dorothy Kirby, we offer substance use treatment. That includes things like individual counseling, group counseling, medications for addiction, et cetera. At the other camps, that's included in the expansion efforts that are underway now. And the expansion efforts will also expand services in the other pre-existing sites.
Got it. Okay, I'm not going to hog all the time because I know my colleagues want to speak. So I'm going to call on Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the authors, I certainly respect and appreciate and agree the spirit with which this motion was brought forward. I guess my concern follows some of the issues raised by our chair is the prescriptive nature. I think about the context in which we're in, you know, our security in the metro space calls them crimes against society when we look at the sheer number of people who are bringing illicit drugs onto the metro system, the number of narcon admissions our ambassadors conduct. So you know, this is a pervasive issue that's impacting society as a whole. I get that, and certainly in the carceral system and locked facilities, you are not exempt. You know, again, from my perspective, the role of the board is policy setting as opposed to operational, the operational aspects of running the departments. That's your job. I nor we have drug diversion expertise, law enforcement expertise, how to run carceral systems expertise. We set the policy and the goals by which we want to see those services administered. So in responding to the chair who asked, what are you already doing, and kind of the value add, my question to you, I think it would be a little different. What would you find useful or more helpful as a policy from this board? You've talked about things that you thought contradicted the role of DYD in that last piece. You know, you're right. We heard from credible messengers. We ask you as a board to not, you know, have the bottlenecks. We wanted credible messengers in the system. I hear you in terms of the contract. I hope, as opposed to just eliminating that one contractor, we've looked at our contracting system to make sure that we are benefiting and putting into practice new policies to prevent that from happening again. That might have been that one contractor, but I wouldn't assume that other contractors couldn't fall victim to the same thing. You've had examples where probation employees, we can't stop all employees from entering because one employee, so I get that issue. I'm curious if you were to write a motion or just do your job as the chief probation officer, what, in addition to what you're already doing, would you find most useful and helpful?
Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell, for the opportunity. And I think there is an alternative here. And I think there is a role for the board. I would just ask for the consideration. What probation needs support on specifically is we are in the process of updating the MOU for drug treatment services. That's more money. We do have a shortfall there. And so what would be assist us is, and if this budget process, if this is an area of support, there's that component of it, because we are of the same mind that more, it's not simply finding the drugs, but just like in our community in general, it's making sure that folks don't have the addiction or succumb to it when they're in our system. So making sure that during this budget process, we have enough money to expand that as we want to. We know we don't have it in current budget, but we hope for the next. That's important. And there are two pieces of technology. It's not the airport scanner, but there are two pieces of technology that we think would assist and that perhaps would be considered. I don't know if that's a further conversation. Let me just turn to my chief to see how much he wants to discuss it public. If you
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Deputy Director Robert Arcos, the Office of Safety and Security. And thank you for the question, Supervisor Mitchell. I think there are a number of things that we are already doing, and actually in what we're doing, we're also growing and developing. The Juvenile Services Welfare Task Force that Chief Vieira had implemented upon his arrival has grown into now the Intelligence and Investigative Services Unit, which I can't tell you how proud I am of what they are doing and growing in their craft. Working alongside not only the LA County Sheriff's Department Jail Investigative Unit to learn best practices or what are happening in custodial settings, but also working very closely with our district attorney and his office on filing guidelines on some of the cases that we are running into. The work that involved the arrest of the employee for Student Nest was the work of the Intelligence Investigative Services Unit. That was really cultivated through a lot of best practices that they have learned on investigative techniques that we have learned, again, with our partners. So those things are in real time happening. Putting on my wish hat, some of the things that would help us also is the Special Enforcement Operations K-9 unit is growing. We are now at 13 with plans to grow to 16. But to bring forth again, our K-9s with the Special Enforcement Office are not people certified. They don't sniff people. They sniff things and objects. We use them to offset deliveries at the mechanical yard or at the Sally Port. If they were certified and approved to be certified to sniff, we could help offset some of the work that we're really driving InterQuest with additional security for K-9 in our lobbies and, again, the mechanical gate and the Sally Port gate. So that would help us. One other thing would be mailroom, is to maybe look at digitizing our mailroom efforts. It is a practice that is happening in the CDCR world, and that would help us, again, remove another layer of how sometimes things get in through the mail. We do have a scanner in our mailroom that's managed and operated by MSB, but this would be another added layer of security to digitize the mail system. We're also working very closely with our tech folks to get into a real-time dashboard to see how we are collecting contraband across the facilities through the county and narcotics that are coming in. We want to be able to pivot and move quickly on what trends and patterns we are seeing, and that would be another way of seeing this in real time for us. And the last thing is also that we have also looked at, and we just haven't not procured yet, is a drone intrusion system, a drone interdiction system that we could use at our facilities as well. We're not aware of any recent drone drops, but we know that that happens, and that would be another added layer of security for us as well.
So I guess question to the authors, let me be clear, I share my colleagues' concerns and want to see a reduction in exposure and use without question. And I'm not sure if the prescriptive nature of this report back, as opposed to figuring out how we capitalize on your professional expertise and figure out how we identify resources to support these things that you've mentioned, which I don't believe are reflected in the motion. So I guess to the author, is the report back, is it your expectation that the report back would be to operationalize what you've listed? Or are you open to some of these items that they've identified that aren't included?
I'm happy to add things to this motion right now, if that will make you feel better. Several of the things they mentioned actually are in the motion. The strengthening the dog contract, that is in here. Some of the screening that you're talking about is in here. So a lot of what they're talking about is in here. But if they want me to add more directives to the motion, I'm happy to do that.
Yeah. No, if I may. We just want to point out that because we've not talked about the investigation, so we're trying to fix a problem, and we've really not discussed what actually happened. And what actually happened should drive, because it informs on how drugs are getting in. We're limited in being able to do that here. I would want to caution that I want to make sure that the county, we have limited resources, and that we're not expending valuable money on areas that don't get to the point, and that's where as we learn more and we know what technology could assist, I don't know how to craft that. I appreciate the support. We want to do something and be partners in that, but I want to make sure that we do it in the areas that have an impact. For example, and I'll be I'm not trying to be cryptic, but the report that I think most folks are repeating occurred on 8 overdoses, it's much more nuanced. 2 of those were people that had epileptic seizures. Another one was a cardiac event that happened at the same time. So both the magnitude of what occurs and what actual drug we're dealing with matter in the resources that we use. So if there is a way to craft a motion that either allows us a report back on saying, these are the things we believe we need to prioritize, this is how much it costs. I know cost is going to be an issue here at some point. For what we're already spending on canine, just to be clear, is beyond any combination of probation departments that I know of anywhere. So it's not due to a lack of, the number of canines we have already is more than most jurisdictions, with the exception of like CDCR and LAPD.
And Madam Chair, and part of what I'm trying to get at is let's just take the dogs, for instance, right? We do know that contracts with the dogs vary in terms of the kinds of dogs. We know there's the kinds of dogs that sniff items as opposed to people. We know there's issues with that, but for one of the things I'm hearing, which is why I put in here consistently, any screening as it relates to the dogs or the metal detector type screeners is consistency. I've heard that the dogs will, or the nonprofits are required to sit while the dogs sniff around them, whereas staff just gets to stand up. Little things like that I'm hearing. So a lot of what I'm saying is consistency, and I think that's something that I don't even know if that's necessary with the contract or with the protocols. But I think looking at the dogs, you're right, you have a lot, it's expensive. Let's just make sure that that's as effective and useful as we want it to be. So it's mainly, let's take another look at some of these contracts.
I agree with you, Supervisor Hahn. I don't want it to be lost that it's a non-contracting issue to, for example, for us to say, we're gonna train our canine handlers to actually, there was a lot of opposition in this county to do that. We're in a very different place today than 2 years ago, in which I think this board would have said that's an overreach to have dogs on every visitor coming in, on parents, on kids. I think what I'm hearing today is very different. And so that's not a contracting issue. That is a sort of change in where our tolerance level is, and we'll do that. We'll train our canines to do that piece of it. But I hear you with respect to, some of it is we have good policies now, but the fidelity in implementing them, still a weak area, because on any given day you can see exceptions for certain folks.
I would just say in closing, Madam Chair, thank you. I want to see a reduction, and I want to look to you and your expertise in telling us how we get there. I agree with you, resources have to be prioritized. I appreciate that you cannot, in this public forum, get to the details of your investigation, and so I'm looking to you to provide us with the direction. You know, the other elephant in the middle of the room is, since receivership is being considered, motions like this would fall on super deaf ears from a receiver, because they're going to do what they deem appropriate. So I want to say that I would like to continue the conversation as long as you are clear that the policy perspective of this board is it must be addressed. Tell us what you need. Um, Move quickly if it's policy decisions that can be made that talks about resource allocations to make it more timely. Let us know that so we can create those opportunities. I hear what you're saying about the report backs. I don't want to report back on a prescriptive motion like this to delay progress in implementing new, useful, from your perspective, more useful technologies. I appreciate that all dogs don't sniff for all drugs. So I think even the use of dogs, what they sniff, who they are, what they're trained to do is complicated. I would ask, whatever the outcome of today's motion, that you continue to pursue those items that you find most useful and continue to remain in dialogue with us so we understand, as we are continuing in our budget process, what budget decisions we need to make to get to the absolute end goal of a reduction of illicit substances in our juvenile facilities. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis.
Yes, it seems like our CEO wanted to say something about maybe costs.
Thank you, Supervisor. Just wanted to share. So I've quickly gone through, I understand that there is this discussion on the MOU with SAPC. If there is a resource ask, I guess my request is to make sure that it's elevated to leadership in my office. I've gone through your 25-26 budget request from the department, and we don't have a budget request for this particular initiative. And so I'm not sure if you're intending to self-fund once the MOU is in place or the DSO is in place and you're figuring out what that amount is going to be. But it doesn't appear that we have received a request up to this point. Happy to entertain it if and when we receive the request.
And I have a question to follow up on the training for the K-9, the staff and the classifications. Is that something that has been formally requested of our CEO or HR? So that you can have the adequate training to supervise and with the K-9?
No, I think that piece was self-funded. We sort of control the types of trainings and certifications they have. That's more of a sort of policy change. With respect to the CEO comments, that
But the classification, you said classification.
Oh, the SSS, that
Yeah.
was included.
That-
The expansion
That
or
is
change
happening,
of the SSS
and that's
classification,
being
yes.
taken care of. And are you looking to bring more people on in that classification? How many, and what does that look like?
That's accurate. I don't recall the exact number, but that was an item in budget. I think we have 41 now, and that was expanded. It may have doubled, and part of it was switching from full-time to part-time. I can't recall the details.
We did work with them on the classification, and I believe it was a series, not just like one item, so that folks could come in at different levels. Once they have the classification and they have the vacant items that are budgeted, they can hire on them as quickly as they are able to. But we did work with the department to expedite that request, and I think we did that like almost over a year ago.
Okay. And you know, some of what you were referring to, things that you've already done, I think it would be helpful to have that on maybe a chart to tell us where you are and that we get that progress so we know where, you know, what's going on and exactly the kind of things that you're bringing in that are useful tools. And I know you've talked to me about this maybe a year ago, because when I would go out regularly to LP, I had a lot of the same questions about upgrading equipment and all that, and I thought, I guess my notion was that things were going to happen a lot more rapidly, given the enormity and the crisis and challenges. But if there's things that are slowing down, I would ask that our CEO and our staff really work to expedite as quickly as possible, given that we are talking about receivership. That is a very big cloud over us all right now. And that can go two ways.
Yeah, yeah, I agree.
I really don't want to get in crosshairs either about what that might look like, because we don't know that yet. But I'm certain anything that you've done already is going to be shared with those individuals, with Cal, DOJ, and everybody to look at what reforms you've taken on and what improvements you're going to be making. And I think the board, or at least I feel like it's time. We need to do this.
Yeah.
Our CEO?
I think that's helpful, Supervisor. We've had this discussion about this MOU negotiation, the DSO. I guess one of the questions on the table, if CEO were part of that process, is what is the holdup, if any? Is it a matter of time? Is it's so detailed and tedious that you can't get the right people at the right time often enough? But that would be a very important thing to break through, just to figure out what the holdup is, to see how we can facilitate an expedited resolution. If there is a holdup, maybe there's not one.
Yeah, thank you. And I, unfortunately, my chief of admin isn't here that could better answer that, but I want to make something clear. It has not held up the services or the addition of. So the sort of tentative agreement with the director is those things are going to continue while we're figuring out where the money is coming from.
So my understanding is that there is an issue with budget appropriation. The chief is correct that SAPC has agreed to move forward with the service expansion and to fund the service expansion. I think the commitment from probation is to fund that service expansion once the appropriation issue is addressed.
So you just need an increase in your appropriations so you can spend the money? You have the funding? Okay, you know what, we will work on this offline and get a resolution. Thank you.
And just one last question, and it's more of, I guess, dealing with the kind of unequalness in terms of where we are providing substance abuse assistance, and Kirby was brought out, and that does bother me, because not all things are equal. And I understand what you're saying, Chief, that everyone gets their care, but if it's more intense in one place than another, isn't that our goal? And that's what I would want to see happening on every campus and every hall, because we have the need. The need is so great, and you're seeing, youth coming in at all different times and levels and issues. And sometimes I wonder if we really do a good job in diagnosis up front and looking at the case history and what this young person has gone through, and really making sure that all of our health departments are working together, the mental health department, obviously public health, but I also worry about if we have some public defenders or folks that work for us that are also impeding an informed treatment that should be recommended. And I don't know what those conversations are like. And when you raise that alarms me, because isn't our purpose to try to get these young people well? So, I get it, they have legal rights, I understand that clearly, but I also think that if they're with us and we can talk to our other employees from PD and alternate public defender, that discussion needs to be going on. And I don't understand why there's a bottleneck there, because it seems like you're pretty adamant about that, Chief, that there's something, there is an issue there.
No, I think it's a larger structural issue. That was an issue last year. I think since then, we sort of found a way forward, and part of it is who's leading the effort, right? Is it a multidisciplinary team that is actually meeting with the youth, explaining what it is? Often, if it's simply you're being assigned and a probation officer is telling you, it can seem punitive. It's not fully informed, doesn't let you know what the purpose of it is and leaving. So I'm not as concerned with respect to that piece of it, but it was, to answer the question from before, it was an effort that had to be undone mostly because of the way that we created the unit.
Right. Well, I'm hoping that it will be holistic. That's the answer, I think, and that's getting everybody in that chart, the round chart in the pie, and saying we all have to be in it together. Because I think that our goal should be that if they're in our care, hopefully they get treated, they get help, they get education, they get whatever they need, and we don't get to see them anymore because they're doing so well that, you know, they're back home or they're doing some wonderful things. And I think we have to measure that in some way as well. And I don't know that we really do that, but I certainly believe in that. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Supervisor Horvath?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to follow up on a couple of things that were mentioned. First, I'm glad to hear and glad that we had this opportunity to surface things that the probation department has done. I know I mentioned that early in my comments, but I mention it because we are hearing the things that the probation department has actively done. And my experience going to the facilities, I don't bring anything other than an ID because of the restrictions that have been placed on entering the facilities. So it is unfathomable to me that something could happen where somebody brings in 100 pills at a time. And yet it happened. And I think you highlighted the inconsistency that happens depending perhaps on who's showing up to work or not. That's an issue. We know that that's an issue that doesn't come from policy setting, that comes from implementation. And so I'm very clear about that. I wanted to address, the concerns that were raised about the contract. The language in the motion says if feasible. And so from my standpoint, that's not only a county council review, that's also a departmental review. But I believe setting the standard that we want to hold people accountable who are bringing dangerous items into our facilities, given that we do want to create the campus-like atmosphere. We do want to create the less restrictive atmosphere. That is the whole point of the new model that the county has been implementing. But we need to protect such an atmosphere from the substances and contraband that is not permitted there, so we keep our young people safe, which is not currently happening. And so I think that this contract also, as I think we're about to hear from some of our speakers, is a little known or maybe even unknown provider to many people who are familiar with the programs that are done in these facilities. And I think this provider, maybe not by name, but has been identified as not contributing the things that are expected of the contract beyond one person taking this egregious step. So I am not as concerned about this particular contract going away, but I do hear you on the concerns around contracting. And then finally, I want to talk about, the funding issue. I know at the end of last year, there was an LA Times article that came out following a state audit that the county had received $88 million in grants specifically to the probation department at the time, only 9.7 million of which had been identified as spent. This was documented in an article in August of last year, noting that when we started receiving the funding in 2021 till June of last year. And so while we do have budgetary challenges as a county, and a lot of what we're talking about in those budgetary challenges is NCC funding, noting that the department as of the end of last year had maybe 70 million unspent, that there is some funding available to be implementing the things that we're talking about so we can protect young people further from overdose and other issues that are happening. So I know that NCC isn't the only place we're talking about funding changes in the department. So I just wanted to address those things in my comments. Thank you.
Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of questions, maybe. I don't know how much you feel like you can say on the record, but just about this particular contract with Student Nest. When did that start? Where are they operating, and how did they get into Los Padrinos?
I don't want to get the facts here, but it's two different contracts. They were entered in part as a result of the DOJ settlement for largely educational purposes. And one of, with potential extensions on both of them, one of them is up this year. And in terms of the amounts, I think it was $500,000 for one of them and probably a little bit more than $750,000 for the other, or maybe even closer to 800,000. But those are for tutoring, educational services to make sure that our students were receiving those services as an extension of sort of on the LACO side, but our contracts.
And why is it that that probation enters into a contract for educational services as opposed to LACO?
Well, I don't, I don't think it's, I mean, I think traditionally probation does all contracts. This county is slightly different, in which there are other departments involved for the procurement of services for the well-being and to provide for all the constitutional requirements for those that are in a juvenile hall. So I don't think that's would be that odd in this particular case. I'd probably have to ask county council why it was decided to be on.
Actually, I would like to actually explore that, not in this motion, but explore probation entering into contracts for education. So I'm not sure that's your expertise necessarily. And I do know that DYD also, you have contracts, right? You contract for services.
Yeah, absolutely. Not as much in the educational space, but certainly with other services for young people.
With services within our facilities?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So it's not just probation.
Correct.
Yeah.
And just to clarify, I believe the contracts for education or tutoring services, is that correct? So it's not like, so they do, I mean,
That's
LACO
right.
is there to provide the education services, and I believe the contracts that he's speaking about are tutoring contracts. I could be wrong, but.
No, that's accurate. So this is for sort of a adjunct or additional services. I have no objection to other departments or entities entering into contracts. It's just that in the world of probation has, with the exception of, LA County is a slightly different experiment in which portions of those requirements have gone to other departments. But it would absolutely be typical for a probation department to enter into healthcare, education, tutoring, all of those services. But I think I get your point, which is, would this contract have been different had it gone through another entity?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I understand that, and part of what the collaboration with DYD and probation on background is not just looking for criminal, right, background things that might come up. For me, DYD would provide this, what kinds of providers are we looking for? What are some of the criteria, the characteristics of who we are actually turning these kids over to in terms of services? I think that is going to be as important going forward as, obviously we wouldn't want somebody with a criminal background. But, I got to tell you, any research that I've done, which is very little on this organization, I learned it was started by a former probation person who worked for the County of Los Angeles not too long ago. So I would have concerns, going forward, that we look at things like that. Maybe there was a connection with this person and maybe some of those who are, incarcerated right now. I don't know. I'm just saying that was a big red flag to me. I've heard another red flag about them in terms of their actual tutoring, whether or not that's actually happening. I don't know how much you have overseen their so-called tutoring. I've heard stories of they just turn over computers, kids are on YouTube. I've heard a lot of red flags about them. But when this came up, for me, we have to have zero tolerance. And ending a contract with an organization who had one of their employees bring in this amount of pills is a no-brainer for me. And I think we have to start sending a huge message to other contractors who come into our facilities that this is absolutely unacceptable, and we have zero tolerance for. So I think that's why. But I think we need to begin looking at all of our contractors and doing a little bit of a deeper dive on, who they are. I go into Los Padrinos, as you know, regularly, and I'm well acquainted with many of the nonprofit providers, and I think they're doing excellent work. I want to have more, right? But I don't want to have more programs at the expense of certainly having a situation like this, which luckily, didn't end in a death, but very well could have. So that's kind of where I was with relooking at the contracts, working with DYD in terms of background, not necessarily just for criminal, but making sure that we've got what we want in there. These young people, they're in such a trauma-induced situation anyway, and to think that we don't have the right nonprofits in there really providing them with the services that they need and deserve. I think that young people in our custody deserve to have every chance to have a better life. And that's why maybe this was too prescriptive, but I'm telling you what we're doing, and it's great hearing everything we're doing, but it's not working, right? The fact that we're still regularly having kids. I go in there a lot, and I know kids are high when I'm in there, right? And I'm happy that we have great detective work happening, but I want to get it before the fact, right? I certainly we want to catch them after the fact, but I want to do everything we can to send a big message. And some of the screening opportunities, the airport screening, the dogs, it reminds me a little bit of what we're trying out on Metro, right, with our weapons detection. And what they have found is it is a deterrent. And we see, according to law enforcement on Metro, they can document that people take one look at having to go through a screener and turn around and decide not to go through it that day. So I think it's a deterrent. I think it's a big message. At the end of the day, if this is, doesn't work for you, or you find it too much of an imposition, you can tell us that in the report back. But I would like you to go through each one of these, even right now, and say which one of these would you not be in favor of doing, right? Installing these scanners, you've already ordered them, but one of them hasn't been installed. Strengthen the use of the dogs, right? Look again at the protocol. Just strengthen that. Does that mean going back out for another contract? I don't know. But look at it and see whether or not we can use them more effectively, efficiently, fairly, consistently, making sure that the third directive, making sure that all employees, contractors, visitors are screened thoroughly every time they enter the facility. I can't imagine you would be against that. And even on the items that people are carrying in, this just says consider. Again, we're in an extraordinary time right now. Consider limiting what staff and vendors can bring in. Just look at that and see if that's a place maybe we can harden the perimeter a little bit as we're trying to save our kids. The background track, training processes, I can't imagine you'd be against that. Maybe it's a budget thing, but I think we're all heightened right now and happy to work with you. And then, the motion that directs SAPC to go ahead and execute the MOU, right? And every time I hear it's been working on, it's nice to hear that you're continuing the services, but what is preventing you from just executing that? Again, we know, Chief, that you have got so much on your plate right now. I mean, you're under the gun all the time as it relates to BSCC, as it relates to the facilities, as it relates to everyone sort of looking over your shoulder, which is why, I just wanted you to take a look at these ideas and see whether or not that can strengthen it. It doesn't have to be forever, we're in a really tough time right now. We're in a crisis, and I don't think any of us would feel okay by not trying every possible way we can to keep these drugs out. And, you know, going to court now a lot with some of these young people when they're in their transfer hearings. You know, it just takes one of these incidents and the DA will nail them and the judge will hear that. And they're like, well, they haven't changed their ways. They're using drugs. We know this to be a fact. See, they can't be redeemed. They can't be rehabilitated. I've heard that. And you know that, David, right? They've looked for every reason to not allow these kids a second chance. So this is hurting not only their present experience in our facility, but it is jeopardizing their future forever being looked at as a young person who deserves another chance. So these drugs are a scourge. They are a scourge in society, but this is our world that we actually do have control over. And I just want you to know that we're here to work with you. And, you know, Bobby, you and my staff have talked extensively about this motion. And, you know, you were okay and felt like, yes, this is something we can use. And, you know, the other thing, Chief, you know, like just recently, a couple motions ago, when I said things out loud and County Council said, you have to make that an amendment because department heads are in the back wondering if you're serious about the questions you ask. And it's only when we vote on something do some of our departments take it seriously. So this is a way not just for you, for DYD, but all the departments that are now under your authority to make things right, to hear us say, these are the things that are important to us, and if other departments can participate, I think they will hear that out loud with a motion like that. So that's kind of what's behind this. We're not trying to be annoying to you or intruding to you or in any way making your life worse. It's just that, you know, I can't speak for my colleagues, but my job is to think long and hard about those who are in our custody and have no other choice but to be there and to make this as a safe and healthy facility as we can. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Hahn. I do appreciate you taking the time and to explain, and Supervisor Horvath on the sort of intent and how they read that section. That is very helpful. I think it's helpful to have this conversation publicly. We are of the same mind in that we want to do everything possible, and any substance that goes in is unacceptable. We're 100% on the same page. I perhaps made a mistake. I get so operationally minded that I want to go into 1 hour discussion on why an airport scanner isn't the appropriate thing, and it should be something at the mechanical gate because it's likely probably not a helpful part of this conversation. The point that I'm hearing is that this county is committed to doing everything possible in the quickest way possible, that there really is nothing outside the realm of possibility if we can execute it, and that the time's to do it now and after what just occurred. I hear you.
Yeah.
I will.
Thank you for that.
I should leave it there, but I just want to make clear, I do not understand the portion with respect to DYD. No
That's what I was
disrespect to
gonna- actually,
DYD
Guillermo.
or Director Carroll. If there were other entities that could assist us, it might be clinical psychologists with the HR to help do screen. There are other ways. That portion of it on every other piece, I understand and appreciate.
So Guillermo, I was going to bring that up in closing. I do hope in the report back that we can get some clarification, because you are right that there are some contradictions in terms of a couple things where it's board policy not to, and then we've got to rethink the policies as it relates to how we are applying. And then DYD. I mean, I see value added with DYD, but I want to hear both sides. To your point, unintended consequences. Is that direction we want to go? And based on the fact that a lot of what's in here is already in the works, I don't know how anyone couldn't support this motion, because this is just reiterating what you're already doing in some instances. And so you know, the DYD part is different. And then I just want to point out, because I was looking up this student nest, I think they have a contract with libraries as well. So I guess we need to find out who this organization is, because I've never heard of them, but it sounds like they're in our libraries providing free tutoring as well, if it's the same company. Yes, sir.
Just very quick comment. One example, there was a person that we were working with in probation that was over programming. And we would regularly have conversations with that individual about individual contracts, right? Hey, what do you think about XYZ provider? And they would share their experiences, we would share our experiences, and then we would kind of collectively decide whether we thought that they were a good fit for a certain population that we were going to serve. And in fact, it was getting to a point where we would decide whether probation would pick up that particular contract and provide the resources, or whether DYD would. So that was really, really helpful, and that's where we were trying to go.
So Don, when we do RFPs, don't we have to be specific so we have competitive? I mean, that sounds very, very personal opinion versus if I were a provider and I didn't get selected, I'd say, why? Because you didn't like my EO, or, I mean, how does that work?
You're right, we do have competitive solicitation processes. I'd want to sit down with Dr. Carroll to
Yeah, you should
understand
talk
more
about
what
that, because
process
that
is
sounds,
he's talking about.
you can become subjective or objective, and when you're issuing contracts, there's specific requirements within our government guidelines, even on sole source. When Supervisor Hahn, when you held him, wanted to talk about the sole source. Even on sole source, it's got to be very specific.
Right. Some of these, by the way, were sole source, and they were under Guillermo's delegated authority. So I'm not sure it went through.
Yeah, and I want to make something,
process.
just to be very clear, I don't want anybody leaving here that I was either defending this particular vendor or advocating for continuation. Just wanted to make sure, understood if that's the approach. Certainly, there is plenty of room to strengthen the auditing process and the compliance process for all of our contracts. And then at some point, maybe soon or when we're healthy, to tie it to outcomes. Not only the fidelity of everything that the contract says, but then when we're done with that, okay, was it of value? So there's definitely the sort of...
We haven't really had time, as you said, to do any of that because we're not healthy, but I think that's a good
And I don't think you were targeting this specific, I think what you were saying is ramifications for other contracts if we take this on and decide to go that way. And so that, I hear you. I don't know anything about this other than what was shared here today. So with that, thank you. Executive Officer, please call the members of the public that would like to talk.
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Albert Penuelas, Antonia Aguilar, Claudia Jerez, Isabella Suleiman, Julio Falcon, Robert Martinez, Ruby Lazaraga, Sabrina Creighton, Stephen Calderon, Gwendolyn Julian. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 5, if you have not already done so, please press 1, then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Eric Previn, your line is open. You may begin. Oh, one moment, please. You may begin, Mr. Previn.
Thank you. It's Eric Previn from Studio City. Thank you to the makers of the motion, to Horvath, for reminding us that she was mostly right. How are we ever going to stem the tide of drugs coming into a juvie facility? It's like, the dogs are a nice idea. I've been advocating for a long time. I suggest a small work group with the kids at a private school who are very effectively moving drugs around right under the nose of their fancy folks. They will be able to help you set up the kind of firewall you need. And about the company that's also tutoring our students in the library, that is deeply concerning, obviously, if they're tutoring along with little incentives. Let's try to crack down on that. And remember that we really need to create, people keep saying holistic. How is it that we have little groups of government fighting other little groups of government all over our region now about incarceration? Remember, we have a huge incarceration problem on our own. And here we are in this miss youth probation. And
Thank
then
you.
the federal government
Next
is here
speaker,
trying
please.
to round people up and open up a
Melinda
private.
Kakani, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, Melinda Kakani asking for a no vote on this motion. The only valuable thing in here is the request to expand the SAPC programming, but you certainly don't need more money to do it. You have 1,400 vacant positions that you don't need, given that the chief has already said that he has enough staff to meet his legally required mandates. The ask for more money is outrageous. I urge you all to read the Probation Oversight Commission's report from last year on the extremely poor quality of substance use programming. I urge you all to go inside facilities and talk to young people about the lack of quality in that programming and the desire for something more meaningful. I also just want to lift up Supervisor Barger's comments that we have young people using drugs for the first time only after their incarceration. Like, what kind of hell are we subjecting young people to? And that's what we should be talking about. Everything else in this motion is a knee-jerk reaction. It's not a solution, and it certainly isn't aligned with your policy priority of care first, jails last. Instead of equating security with safety, it seems like security is being used as a means of criminalizing young people
Thank
and
you.
their families.
Next
Because of
speaker,
surveillance
please.
and militarization called for in this
Olivia
motion
Shields, your line is open. Please begin. Olivia Shields, your line is open. You may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Can you
go
hear me?
ahead.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, Olivia Shields with Urban Peace and Student Uprising Coalition. As someone who has strong relationships with youth inside Los Padrinos and cares deeply about their well-being, I completely understand the urgency and spirit of this motion, but it misses the mark. We're in a crisis mode, but crisis doesn't mean we act so hastily that we instantly create further harm. A blanket intensification of security without understanding why and how security measures have been failing will further impede and militarize the experience of parents and program providers who are crucial to the ongoing support, mental health, and well-being of youth. The goal of these directives seems to be making entry so scrutinized that drugs won't get inside, but they are out of touch and not particularly helpful. For instance, reevaluating background checks is irrelevant and criminalizes providers like credible messengers who will have even more difficulty supporting youth who rely on them. The key part of this motion is expanding and deepening quality substance use programming, which youth have been asking for years. They should have the opportunity to share what makes programming most effective and supportive and what encourages them to authentically participate, which is not bribing them. We must act now, but with expertise as the foundation of our action, not forget about the transformative vision that recognizes any tinkering with probation is tweaking an unsalvageable and historically fatal
Thank you.
system. Thank
Next
you.
speaker, please.
Brian Jose, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Byron Jose with the Translatina Coalition. Supervisor Hahn, I'm pretty sure more than the youth have been high. While you were there, I'm pretty sure a lot of the probation officers were also high or heavily medicated. Beyond creating policy, this board is also a job to oversight and accountability, especially since the CEO will do more than entertain the budget request. Her approach is continue to throw money at the problem. Beyond the BSCC violations, beyond the conservatorship overview things. So again, we want to make sure that we're working with the authors of this motion to work on solutions that are informed by youth, impact the youth, and we want to make sure that we're continuing to advance to a care first and not just subjecting families and loved ones to even more dog, canine, carceral institution because they're not under the custody of the probation officers. So we should definitely be working and ensuring that the staff are the ones that are being probation staff are the ones that are also going through procedures like background checks and like going
Thank
through
you.
their back to the number.
Next speaker, please.
Maria Gonzalez, your line is open. You may begin.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Yes, critical desire truth bay policy analyst for the 6th region. So LA County, 79% of the money, which is almost $79 million, is unspent in preventative programs. You don't fund the preventative programs. That's why you have an influx in juvenile detention. You have Terry McDonald, first Irish female in 2017, Dr. Adolfo Gonzalez, 2021, Karen L. Fletcher, Caucasian, in 2023, and Guillermo Vera Rosa, okay, and his group today, Dr. Gary Sy, as well as Robert Arkos. Where is the black woman there? Instead of being in a oversight committee, you need to have her run the probation department. I promise you it's going to be a different story. 3606 Expo Boulevard, where's the probation center where hundreds and hundreds of black and Latino kids were abused. Now it's been closed. It's utilized as a trailer park for Caucasian homeless individuals. I kid you not. Roll on Expo and Crenshaw and see right now. Open it up to utilize for prevention centers.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Jan Smith, your line is open. You may begin.
Is there a Jan Smith or Jan Williams?
Jan Smith.
Please begin.
I'm Jan Williams. Maybe the operator took my name down wrong?
Yeah, go ahead, Jan.
Okay. My name is Jan Williams. I'm with Black Lives Matter Los Angeles. I'm calling on you to defund the police, fund services for our Black youth that are being caged in this system, fund reparation services for the Black families that are being separated while their kids are being criminalized through LA City policies, practices, and laws, and fund reparations for their reentry. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Lena Mallett, your line is open. You may begin.
Lena Mallett with the Children's Defense Fund, Layup and Reimagine LA Coalition in opposition to this motion. It's clear that this motion lacks precision and is not actually tied to the mechanisms by which contraband is entering the facilities. Numerous accounts from POC commissioners have shared observations of probation staff repeatedly bypassing established security practices. This department relies on policing itself, and this motion asks it to do no differently. This board has already invested several millions of dollars in security measures without collecting metrics on the efficacy of those efforts. The primary focus of this motion should center increased access and quality SUD programming and should ask for an assessment of what is being provided to youth now. This can be done without an increased allocation to the department that is already inflated and on fire. This department is sitting on millions just between unspent JJRBG and unspent funds from the 1,400 vacancies they are hoarding. I also want to specifically name the hypocrisy of your directives calling for the termination of the contract with Student Nest. If that is your strategy, you should have ended your funding to the probation department the first time a probation officer was named a defendant in a sexual assault lawsuit.
Thank
Only
you.
30 officers were indicted.
Next speaker, please.
Leah Perez, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, Leah Perez, resident of SD1. I'm calling in because I'm disgusted by this motion. I think that if you really cared about the safety of our children, they wouldn't be in jails. You're giving more money to the probation department, which has been the biggest offender of our entire county. We are going to be paying for this lawsuit for 25 years. Like, what is not clicking? I don't understand. These no zero tolerance policies are what got us in the war on drugs, with mass incarceration, with people in 3 strikes laws, spending life in prison because of zero tolerance. If you want to prioritize these children, take them out of jails, shut the jails, and give them harm reduction services. This is not harm reduction. This is not care. This is criminalization. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Sir Bailey, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you so very much. Thank you, Board of Supervisors and the people. Thank you, the people. This is Sir of District 5. We oppose this item 5. This needs to be explored in public safety clusters that include the assessment from the youth. As expressed to the Probation Oversight Committee, the people are ready and willing to be in these meetings immediately and daily until the problems are solved. Board of Supervisors, please stop looking to probation chief. It's logical, but it's not sensible. It's not sensible. Yes, drug addiction is everywhere, but Metro uses the scanners to scan for bombs. Let's not waste money. The war on drugs started because of a storm, strange fruit, drapetomania, truth and grace, abolition. Like the callers before us, like callers over these years. From 2020, Care First, Community Initiative.
Thank you. Next
children
speaker,
free.
please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Thank you. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Isabella Solomon, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Anti-Recidivism Coalition in support. But let's be honest, this is like putting a Band-Aid on a gunshot wound. Without a long-term county-wide plan to address substance use, both inside and outside of custody, we'll continue responding to crisis after crisis. We need equal accountability. Every staff member, contractor, and visitor should go through the same screenings as youth and families, no exceptions. Right now, those most likely to bring drugs into facilities face the least scrutiny, and that must change. At the same time, tools like body scanners and dogs must be used fairly and not as intimidation. Safety should never come at the cost of dignity. And last, respectfully, we also want to be clear, this cannot mean more funding for probation. The solution is not more surveillance or more control. It's more healing, more care, and more community investment. These young people deserve more than temporary fixes. They deserve a system rooted in accountability. Thank you.
Executive Director of the Probation Oversight Commission. Thank you, Supervisors Hahn and Horvath, for this important motion. To be clear, the Probation Oversight Commission has not taken a position on this motion, so I'm speaking for myself today. I want to say that this is a very complicated issue around contraband and substance abuse that the Commission has been addressing for all 4 years of its existence. It must be a balanced approach. You have to focus on using the skills that SAPC, Substance Abuse Prevention and Control, addressing the root causes of substance abuse, positive programming bring, which are addressed in this motion, as well as interdicting and keeping contraband and drugs out at all costs. When it comes to me, I'm going to side with child safety. And so I appreciate the motion and hope that we can move forward and continue the conversations to ensure that we're actually keeping our children safe as possible and holding our county staff and everyone, every adult who comes into those facilities highly accountable.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Antonia Aguilar, and I'm here today as a policy staffer with the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. We very cautiously support this item. However, we need reassurance that this does not give more money to probation. We do support 30, 90, and 100-day report back requirements. It demonstrates a level of accountability that has thus far been very rare. However, we believe the board must go further. There must be assured public access to this data. Too long, mismanagement has dwelled in the shadows. The report must be shared directly with the community and allow for real oversight. Youth also must be included in the review process for further implementation. This cannot be a single solution to an insidious problem of probation. I urge you to speak to the community and listen. Lastly, the item rightly calls for the cancellation of the contract if feasible. However, the county must also set new, strict standards for contracts going forward. This must be a clear.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon to the Board of Supervisors. My name is Sabrina Creighton, and I am here as a policy member of the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. As ARC cautiously supports this motion, I would like to address the issue of on-staff and provider accountability, as we cannot fail to acknowledge the main source of supply of narcotics into these facilities has been through adults who are staff or volunteers entering the facility. For an establishment that is holding a high standard of punishment for juveniles, there must be equally matched measures for adults who are committing these illegal acts that allow for these substance abuse issues and overdoses to continue. Strengthening background checks and training are necessary, but so are ongoing oversight and real consequences for these violations. Lastly, the board should also go further by establishing independent review mechanisms for incidents involving staff or providers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Steven Calderon. I'm 22 years old, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Anti-Recidivism Coalition in support. I was in Los Pirginos for 4 years, and I witnessed a heroin overdose myself. And it's traumatizing knowing there's drugs and there's youth that have access to these drugs locked behind a cell. I'm happy to see a shift towards treatment, but we urge you to make it real. Treatment must be voluntary, culturally responsive, and delivered by people who understand these youth with their trauma, their communities, and their potential. Incentives are not a substitute for care. They should be part of holistic strategies that include mental health support, education, and reentry planning. We, the youth, do not need patchwork solutions. We need a system that prioritizes justice, dignity, and a long-term healing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Robert Martinez, and I'm with the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I'm currently assigned to Barry J. Nardoff in the role of credible messenger. I'm here to voice my opinion and support of this motion, including the installation of airport-style body scanners at both Barry J. Nardoff and Los Pirginos Juvenile Hall. We owe it to our youth and our care to ensure a safe environment, free from threat of drugs and contraband. At the same time, we must be mindful that while these tools enhance safety, they should never be used to intimidate or alienate. Above all, family unity and community support are essential for the rehabilitation of our youth. Let's strengthen safety while never losing sight of the human dignity and connection that leads to real healing and change. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now go to a remote speaker. Moderator, can we have the next speaker, please?
Helen Eigenberg, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, Helen Eigenberg. I live in SD3. I want to thank Supervisor Hahn and Supervisor Horvath. I appreciate your comments, but I worry about if we're asking the right questions. I'm concerned. I mean, everything that you want to do, we are already doing, and now it sounds like you just want to put it on steroids. And I don't know that that's the answer. It's militarization. I mean, you mentioned the whole no-touch zone. Let's just think about that. When families come to visit an LP, there is no hugging. There's no holding hands while praying. A general human need is denied. I'm told they get used to it. So I can't support this motion because I don't think it's really addressing. The questions to ask are why and how security policies are failing, and why are our youth using drugs? What are the root causes? I do support the 7 and 8 directives. Youth need deepened investment in CP programming, and they have been asking for increased access and quality for years. Let's put our kids first, care first. Let's get them the support they need, and let's not over-securitize all of this. Why is it failing? Let's
Thank you.
note,
We will now
J.
go to
Juvenile
in-person speakers. Please begin.
Policy Fellow at the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. We support the use of body scanners and consistent canine screening to reduce the flow of drugs into juvenile halls, but this must be done equitably, consistently, and in a trauma-informed way. Right now, implementation is inconsistent and accountability is unequal. Youth and their families are often the ones most heavily scrutinized, while staff and contractors who have been caught smuggling drugs face far less oversight. That has to change. All staff, contractors, and visitors must be subject to the same screening process. Anything less reinforces the harmful message that some people are above the rules while youth and their families bear the burden. At the same time, we must ensure these tools don't become weapons of intimidation or result in more punishment for the very youth they're meant to protect. Safety and justice can't come at the cost of dignity. We need a system rooted in care, not criminalization. We also want to make sure these projects don't give extra money to probation.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Albert Peñuelas. I'm from the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I cautiously support this bill with a couple of opinions. Is the root cause of this is what she was looking for earlier, and that would be the lack of counselors, the lack of education. We have a qualified program called the Credible Messenger Program with the ARC. The youth don't need psychologists that they don't listen to. They want someone that walked in their shoes, that talked like them, that lived at them, that were in that juvenile hall. A counselor from the outside is not gonna come and do anything. If we're gonna hire dogs, we don't need to hire dogs. We need to hire humans that have walked in the shoes of these children. That's who they're gonna listen to. That's what we need. We don't need hire animals. We're hiring animals here. We're gonna spend $500,000 on animals when we could hire humans, and you have the ARC right here that is qualified, and I'm willing to go in there for free. And I'm not an animal, and I'm willing to go in there for free. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yes, Claudia Jerez, DPSS, Downtown Women's Center. Okay, so our youth are a very important component of our society. It saddens me to see youth dispersed and destroyed in a cycle of drug abuse. I believe it's necessary to make a thorough analysis of their disposition and vision for this country. I am very happy and relieved to actually see Mr. Rosas here and provide us the report and verbatim and visually that we can actually see him. I believe he has some takes that he can give us and some knowledge that he can provide us. I believe Mr. Lees has a point about perhaps it would be a good idea to have charts and a report in person. That we have a report in person so we can be abreast of what's going on with the disposition of the children and the youth and everything. I do want to say that why is...
Next speaker, please.
My name is Ryan. I'm a current student at UC Riverside, and I stand with ARC. I'm also formerly incarcerated, and I'm formerly incarcerated at each one of these institutions that was mentioned at the Barry J. Nydorf and at Los Padrinos. So I do agree with Captain Barger when she said we're going to figure out a way to get it through no matter what. But the thing is, with policy, it's slow, and lawlessness is not slow. So we need to be, there's a huge sense of urgency. And the fact that the chief probation officer left is pretty disrespectful to me. We sat here intently and listened to every single thing that you guys said, and it seemed like a lot. This is my first time attending a Board of Supervisors meeting, so it seemed like you guys said the same thing over and over and over again, but a lot of little, like not much gets done. So the fact that he left and he didn't hear the people, I'm looking at the words on the wall and it says the government for the people, by the people, but if he doesn't even want to hear what the people have to say, how are we going to ever get anything done? I stand with all of these revisions on item number 5, and I really hope that something gets done today.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Julio Falcon. I'm with the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I currently work in Barry J 5 days a week, 8 hours a day, and so I understand what's going on in there, and that is why I'm supporting agenda number 5. The safety and the rehabilitation of youth in our care must be our highest priority. Today, I'm advocating for mandatory body scans for all staff entering juvenile facilities. The reality is stark. Contraband substances are infiltrating our facilities, fueling addiction among vulnerable young people who should be receiving treatment and support. These substances don't appear magically. They're being introduced through security gaps that we have the power to close. Body scans provide a non-invasive, dignified screening method that protects both our youth and our dedicated staff. This isn't about distrust, it's about creating a secure environment where rehabilitation can truly take place. When we fail to prevent drugs from entering our facility, we fail the young people.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Richard. I currently work as a credible messenger inside of CVK, stands for Kirkpatrick. I support the body scan equipment, but I also feel that we also need to address, I heard a lot of talking today, people were asked for money to do this, money to do that, and I feel like the money that is there is really not being appropriately applied. I say that from the perspective of the treatment aspect of things. I don't feel that the youth inside are really getting the treatment that they need. A lot of conversations are being held. However, from my eyes and those of us who are actually in there, we see things from a totally different perspective than the people who are sitting out here. A lot of money is there, but again, to me, the money could be much more better spent and much more effective if you guys will come and talk to us and hear what we have to say, then you will find out what's really going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. Michael Arregue with the Anti-Recidivism Coalition, credible messenger assigned to Campus Kilpatrick. A lot that has been said here today. I am in full support of this item and body scanners across the board for all staff entering these facilities. A lot of these young individuals that we help out, why are they using drugs? Of course, that's what we need to know, what's going on. And especially I overheard the visitation, there's no contact. And I've seen that personally. And I remember all I can see right now is this one youth I seen at the visiting room. He couldn't wait to see his mother, hadn't seen her for months. And I'm sitting with my supervisor in the room, and they sit down. The first thing they want to do, the mom rushes to hug her son. And even though he knew he could not hug her, he went to try to go hug her, and it got stopped by probation immediately. And if this can help create the contact visits back, bring the visits back because of this security, please do it. They need to have that. That could be a reason why drugs are being used.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Supervisors, I am Dr. Isradullah Mohammed, a clinical psychologist and author of the Bureau Care to Custody Cemetery Pipeline and the B2C 3A Pipeline Prevention Model. Supervisor Mitchell's request for a more useful, more helpful policy framework speaks directly to the purpose of these models. The Bureau Care model illustrates how bureaucratic breakdowns, oversight failures, and trauma and neglect drive the displacement of children and families from systems of care into cycles of harm, particularly among youth impacted by juvenile justice involvement and substance use. The B2C 3A Pipeline Prevention Model offers a prescriptive, ethics-based strategy for system-wide reform, centering trauma-informed safety, cross-agency alignment, and family navigation. Substance use in youth detention is not just a clinical issue. It is a system planning failure. Preventing harm requires more than scanners and canine units. It requires a clear policy structure.
Thank you. Madam Chair and members of the board, that concludes public comment on this item. Item 5 is before you.
Supervisor Hahn?
Yeah, thank you.
Madam Chair, and thank you to everyone who came down to speak. We are listening and want you to know, as far as I'm concerned, this is not the end-all be-all to anything. There are so many more issues that we need to delve into. For me, one of the reasons that maybe young people are drawn to using is that we have nothing else going on sometimes inside the facilities. There are many times, I know, Supervisor Barger, you've gone out in the day rooms, there is nothing going on. Yeah. They're watching TV, they're playing video games. I struggle, since I've been a supervisor, to try to understand why we don't have more programming, because I do think the boredom, the endless, concrete walls, the many times they're not allowed to even go outside and recreate, the times that they're not getting to school, it is a dismal place. And so I'm sure that's one of the reasons. But I'm really glad the gentleman, I think you said you were a credible messenger from Kilpatrick. I'm so glad you said that, because that's what I wanted to say too, and I forgot, is that policy-wise, I think every one of those young people should be able to hug their parents, particularly their moms, right? The first time I went out there, even the older guys, the 18, 19, 20-year-olds, what did they miss most? Hugging their moms. It seems like a small thing, but it is huge. And the fact that we don't allow that because of the fear that it's the parents transmitting the drugs. We heard that, colleagues, from our chief. And if, in fact, this could eliminate that ban on hugging, if not only for that reason, I think this is important. If we could be confident that everyone coming in, at least the front door, there's a lot of entrances, but at least the front door, have been screened so that we are confident that they are not bringing in drugs. And that is the first thing I would like to change as a policy, is to allow these incarcerated youth to be able to hug their moms. Huge effort to their wholeness and wellness and feeling loved, even though they're incarcerated. So thank you for saying that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. With that, moved by Supervisor Hahn, seconded by Supervisor Horvath to approve this item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
So on item 5, Supervisor Solis? Aye. Supervisor Solis? Aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Abstain.
Supervisor Mitchell abstains. Supervisor Horvath? Aye. Supervisor Horvath? Aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn? Aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger? Aye. Motion passes 4-0 with 1 abstention.
All right. Now we are going to move on to, I'll handle this, to item 8, a report on the state of Black Los Angeles County, which was held by Supervisor Mitchell. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 and then 0 to comment on this item. We have representatives from the Chief Executive Office. Our very own Dr. Scorza is here. Supervisor Mitchell? Okay. Dr. Scorza, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Supervisors, and good afternoon to each and every single one of you. I want to thank you for having me here to present to you on the annual State of Los Angeles County Report and the annual State of Black Los Angeles County Report. Today's presentation will offer the board and the public a brief update on the progress the county is making to close gaps in life outcomes for African Americans throughout our region. And I'll briefly provide an overview of the report, an analysis of trends related to specific outcomes, an update on Black aging and caregiving, and finally, a review of the recommendations and steps we are taking to increase the use of the report throughout the entire county. So as a brief reminder, the 2023 through 2025 State of Black Los Angeles County Report is a biennial, online, and interactive report that includes multiple in-depth chapters with extensive research and data on how Black Angelenos and their counterparts are faring throughout the county across multiple life outcomes. And includes both quantitative and qualitative data on the lived experience of Black Angelenos collected through interviews, focus groups, and listening sessions. And this year, we've expanded the report's usefulness for county departments and the public by adding a mapped inventory of county programs and services linked to domain areas such as health, education, housing, and the like. We have specific chapters that allow individuals to go and read about where there may be a challenge that they're facing and find the corresponding county-sponsored program to address that challenge. We've added video stories of Black Angelenos, and we've updated our interactive maps with 3D locations of sites of importance to Black Los Angeles County, as well as expanded our availability of data to over 120 indicators. We are proud to have partnered with Dr. Shea Crowder and the Center for the Study of Los Angeles at Loyola Marymount University to produce this year's report. LMU served as incredible partners, gathering data and assisting with the analysis. Now let's briefly cover the data. For this year's progress report, we performed a trends analysis which compared data from the first year's report to this year's second report. Now, the data varies in year to year and was collected and reported based on available aggregated census, state, and de-identified administrative data from county departments. What this slide shows are a few highlights related to Black life expectancy, which decreased by 1.6 years between 2020 and 2021. There was an increase in the number of people experiencing homelessness from 19,552, which is about 30% of the homeless population, to 22,606, which went up to 32% of the homeless population from 2022 to 2023, and an increase in the percentage of Black households at 200% of the federal poverty level, or less, by 7 percentage points. Now, one of the special highlights of this report, as I mentioned earlier, is that there are a number of county programs and initiatives that can help serve and address these outcomes, not just for Black Angelenos, but all residents here in LA County. Listed below the data are programs that respond to a wide array of needs ranging from housing to health to caregiving. Now, while none of these programs are exclusive to African American residents, and they do serve all Angelenos, what this shows us is that these programs are especially helpful to specific communities because of the needs that exist and the needs that they have. Next, what our analysis also revealed were two bright spots. What we did see was an increase in high school graduation from 75.7% to 82.1% from 2019 to 2023, and an increase in the median household income from $51,259 to $59,000. Now, unfortunately, the data also show that between year one and year two of the report, there was also a significant increase in the rates of chronic absenteeism among Black students. You might be wondering, why did these numbers increase or why did they go down? Well, significant investments from COVID and during the pandemic years provided opportunities through tutoring programs and other academic supports to enable not only Black students, but all students in LA County to stay in school and get through graduation. We also saw an increase in household median income as our economy improved, but we began to see a rise in inflation, which has also depressed economic opportunity for and buying power for many of our families. Next, let's talk about Black aging and caregiving. In May of this year, the board adopted a motion sponsored by Supervisor Mitchell proclaiming the third Saturday in May as Black Elders Appreciation Day. The motion further directed CEO Artie to add a new chapter to the State of Black Los Angeles County report, which we're now calling Black Aging and Caregiving. While the chapter is forthcoming, we have initiated a preliminary identification of outcomes and analysis of the data. The chapter will examine outcomes for Black adults over 50 years old, which include rates of receiving caregiving, providing caregiving, poverty, homelessness, disability, and more. What our preliminary data shows on the older Black population is that older Black people represented the largest percentage of the homeless population over 55. And Black people over the age of 65 years old had the second highest percentage of people with a disability. Black people made up 27.2% of people who provided care or assistance to an adult who is aging or has a long-term illness or disability in the last month, which is over 27.2%, the largest percent of this population. Now, one of the key efforts involved in the creation of this report included extensive community outreach and engagement. where we interviewed over 24 civic leaders, held 5 focus groups, conducted 7 listening sessions with youth, consulted with 12 local academic experts, consulted with 5 county departments and entities on metrics, areas of focus, and leveraged data from Loyola Marymount University's annual survey of county residents, with more than 2,000 respondents, of which 350 were Black Angelenos. We also partnered with the LA Urban League, the Los Angeles Urban League, to launch a report at the State of Black Los Angeles event at the University of Southern California, and conducted over 4,500 research hours to arrive at 3 primary recommendations driven by community feedback. The first of which, as you see here, is to encourage the county to adopt a targeted universalism framework as a primary policy approach and approach to developing programs. Now, targeting universalism is defined as setting universal goals for all populations to solve complex problems for everyone throughout the region, and tailor those goals and activities to specific populations based on their need, geography, and other related factors accounting for differing circumstances. What targeting universalism does is it enables us to develop and align existing strategies into a coherent and unified approach that leverages our resources to help create thriving communities for all and fight against unlawful discrimination. Now, here's some of the ways CEO is working to advance targeting universalism in and throughout the county. Through our partnership with the Homeless Initiative, RD and HI have worked to adopt this framework by conducting a retrospective analysis of Measure H spending priorities and identify how they're aligned or did not align to reduce disparities in homelessness. This analysis will be made available to the public to increase transparency by the end of this summer. And not only that, CEO, HI, and RD also partnered to fund and implement the recommendations of the Ad Hoc Committee on Black People Experiencing Homelessness, the American Indian Alaska Native recommendations that were put forward by the Homeless Initiative, and the forthcoming Latinx Experiencing Homelessness recommendations. Additionally, we partnered on Measure A as co-chairs alongside LASA to host the Equity Subcommittee at the Leadership Table for Homelessness Alignment. In that space, we developed a set of metrics to enable the adoption of a targeted universalism framework based on critical populations identified in Measure A ballot language. And finally, RD worked with the Department of Public Works on their equity and infrastructure framework, which considers targeting universalism as a principle in the development of the framework, and have worked to support a feedback loop between the community and Public Works in its efforts to advance equity and infrastructure. Now, for the second recommendation, residents asked that the county focus on repairing harm and expanding access. Many community members shared that in order to improve Black outcomes, there needed to be accountability for past and present harms inflicted on communities through damaging, demeaning, and dehumanizing policies and practices, many of which have been on full display this year. Examples of how we're doing this in the county include through the board's directed motion to explore and study reparations, which is examining possible steps that we can take here as a county to address inequities, disparities, and disproportionality caused by harmful policies of the past. Further, through your board's approval and adoption of our Racial Equity Strategic Plan in 2023, I'm pleased to share that over 20% of our plan is underway and is being implemented throughout the entire county. Our 5 primary goals will benefit all Angelenos by creating and enabling an environment that focuses on thriving and improvements in life outcomes. And finally, our residents ask that the board advance efforts to decriminalize mobility and advance mobility justice. RD continues to work with the Sheriff's Department to identify and make available bicycle stop data, and with Public Works to incorporate strategies to strengthen access through mobility planning. For our third and final recommendation, residents called for an increase in mobile services. Many residents often elevated the need to access services where they live and not just go to central locations. In places like the Antelope Valley, residents often found themselves without effective transportation to get to or from a county office to take advantage of healthcare, counseling, educational, and/or career services due to a disability, health, and/or safety concerns. While this is true for the AV, it's also the case for so many neighborhoods like South Los Angeles or Pomona or East Los Angeles and throughout the entire region. We would be encouraged to explore ways to strengthen the delivery of programs and services, meeting people where they're most in need. For example, the Department of Health Services, through their mobile clinic program, is providing comprehensive medical care and behavioral health care to unsheltered people experiencing homelessness, which includes outreach to the most marginalized encampments, parks, drop-in centers, and select interim housing sites. The Department of Mental Health has the Homeless Outreach and Mobile Engagement Program, providing field-based outreach, engagement support, and treatment to adults ages 18 and over with severe and persistent mental illness experiencing unsheltered homelessness. Thankfully, our Aging and Disabilities Department is providing home-delivered meals, which provides nutritious meals to adults age 60 and over, and individuals with disabilities at home up to 5 days a week. Now, each of these recommendations represent an opportunity to advance the county's goal and vision for equity to help all residents experience good health, justice, and thrive. Now, as I've spoken with many of your offices, you've asked, how will this report be used to assist county departments? To that question, I say that this and future State of reports will focus on accountability. In order to facilitate accountability and show the departments are having an impact year after year, RD will roll out a series of webinars and tutorials on how to use this report as a tool to inform program designs, their reporting mechanisms, and service delivery. We will also expand this report by developing a freestanding data and mapping tool similar to the Equity Explorer, where departments and members of the public can see the data and outcomes overlaid by neighborhood, thereby understanding how to best align resources where there is most need. Now, these efforts will also be bolstered by the census alignment work through a motion sponsored by Supervisor Solis, which will allow the county to improve the aggregation and disaggregation of administrative data across departments, enabling better collection, aggregation, and tracking of programmatic data throughout the county. Our departments collect race and ethnicity data differently, and so we have to standardize that data collection so that we can talk about our programs in a similar fashion. As we work with our county departments to report on the progress achieved towards implementing our racial equity strategic plan, we'll also collect data to let us know if we're moving the needle on outcomes and disparities featured in this report. As I prepare to close, I want to give special attention to this issue of immigration, one that is incredibly important and has been elevated, especially in light of recent actions by our federal government. This progress report and update arrives amid sweeping national, legal, economic, and social shifts that are destabilizing and harming communities across LA County, especially those already facing marginalization. The past 6 months have underscored the urgency of the need for unity and solidarity across racial, ethnic, gender, geographic, and any other line that may be drawn against us and or for us. I truly believe that we are in a moment that calls on us to push past the illusions of division and to stand in support of all Angelenos, regardless of their immigration status, racial and or ethnic background, sexual orientation, or the like. Communities including Black, Latino, Asian, immigrant, LGBTQIA+, older adults, and residents of rural regions face heightened vulnerabilities, not just due to economic stress and limited access to services, but because of targeted policies that erode dignity, safety, and belonging. For example, we know in Black immigrant communities, often overlooked in immigration discourse, they're among some of the most affected by current policies. Los Angeles County is home to the largest Black immigrant population in California. According to the Black Alliance for Just Immigration, BAJI, while Black immigrants represent just 5% of the undocumented population, they account for up to 20% of those targeted for deportation, a consequence of anti-Black racism that extends into immigration enforcement and detention systems. These same forces also endanger Latinx, trans individuals, older adults, low-income residents, and those reliant on federally funded health and safety net programs. The acknowledgement of the ways in which our communities are experiencing harms right now can inform how we collaborate not just to defend our rights, but advance a democracy for human flourishing. The State of Black Los Angeles County report is not just an accounting of disparities, it is a representation of how data can be used to support cross-group solidarity and shared action to preserve and protect the dignity and well-being of all Angelenos, regardless of their race, gender, sexual orientation, or immigration status. As I close today, I want to thank the board for believing in and investing in RD and all of the work that we're doing across the entire county, as well as each department that's committed to advancing equity. I also want to acknowledge that CEO already has taken up your charge to increase the availability of and reporting on data to develop policy recommendations for all Angelenos. These include other directives to develop next year's State of Black Los Angeles County Report, our 3rd edition, coming in 2026, a State of Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Report sponsored by Supervisor Horvath's office, coming in 2026, a State of Latinidad Report sponsored by Supervisor Solis's office, coming in 2026, an Antelope Valley Equity Antelope Valley Equity Atlas sponsored by Supervisor Barger's office, coming this year, as well as efforts to prevent identity-based hate and violence with a special focus on combating anti-Semitism and anti-LGBTQ+ hate, supported and sponsored both by Supervisors Mitchell and Horvath, as well as developing an American Indian Alaska Native experiencing homelessness dashboard to increase transparency around the needs of our Native American homeless population here in and throughout the county. CEO already looks forward to continuing to work with your board as well as departments to advance a policy agenda that fights against bias and discrimination in all of its forms, and I look forward to your questions today. That concludes our presentation.
Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell, but I just have to say, Dr. Scorza, I have so much admiration for you and your team, and this report is so consistent with your passion and how you lead, so thank you. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and of course to you also, Dr. Scores. You know, when I see reports like this, you know, I get angry. You know, and it's hard to believe that in 2025 that you could mark such a significant reduction in life expectancy over 1 year. And what just doesn't jive for me, or maybe it does when I look at even though on average across the board, which is why this kind of data is so important, because on across the board, we looked at our unhoused numbers and we thought we'd done much better. And yet when we look at subpopulations, we realize, you know, that all boats aren't rising. And so when I look at the increase in people experiencing homelessness, when I look at the increase in the poverty rate, and yet I look at graduation rates and median income, it's striking because those things, you know, in my mind don't jive. We think about poverty as the driving force for houselessness, life expectancy. Remember, Cal Endowment did that analysis about a decade ago about life expectancy is determined by your zip code. So we looked at place-based funding. So can you help me make sense of some of these, what I see as kind of contradictory indicators?
Yeah, thank you so much for that question, Supervisor Mitchell. Thank you. You know,
I understand.
Yeah,
some days I wonder myself.
I was preparing my response. So you know, the reality is, Supervisor, for let's say on an indicator like life expectancy, it decreased for the county overall by a year. In fact, for American Indian and Alaska Native residents, it actually increased by 3.6 years. And for Latino residents, it increased by 2.1 years. For white residents, it actually increased by 0.8 years, and similarly for Asian residents. And what we can attribute that to is COVID, right? Not only COVID and the rise in COVID mortality, but also the decline in a usual source of care. So in this particular case, we know that the estimate is based on annual mortality data, and it's a key indicator of quality of life. So if life expectancy is going down, then that obviously means that people are not able to participate as well in society and a whole host of things. So we know that COVID played a role. We also know that opioid overdoses played a role in decreasing life expectancy as well. So those are two of the primary reasons why we saw a decrease in life expectancy, along with a higher rate of suicide for the Black community in that case, which follows white families. So white residents have the highest rate of suicide, followed by African Americans. When you look at things like homelessness, evictions went up because of not only inflation, but the elimination of all of the support services that had come through the CARES Act and come through the American Rescue Plan, as well as an elimination of rent control and moratorium policies. So there was a significant rise in evictions, along with the fact that we already don't have affordable housing, and the cost of living here in LA County is a significant challenge. So the homelessness and houselessness issue rose specifically because of those drivers. And the county's eviction moratorium, while I understand the challenges some landlords may have reported they experienced, those eviction moratoriums kept people housed. And that kept us from seeing a significant rise in homelessness over time. We also saw a rise in the Black poverty rate because of inflation. Even though the median income went up, inflation went up. So that pushed everyone's incomes down. So I think when you're looking at the data, there are a number of driving factors that shape these outcomes. But the good thing about, what is really interesting is when you look at graduation rates, graduation went up because of the significant investments that went into schools. So here's what we know. When government made investments in housing and affordable housing, when government made investments in education and tutoring and all of these things, we actually saw an improvement in outcomes. We saw graduation rates go up. We saw stable housing occur. We saw evictions go down. And so there's a direct correlation and relationship between the investments we make as a government and as a government agencies into life outcomes and the improvements we see over time. And when those investments go away, we see a decrease in decline in outcomes. Then when you see policies like what we're seeing now at the federal level, we continue to see those harms exacerbated.
Mm-hmm. I appreciate that. I think and as I understand it, the shaded programs under each section are the programs that you're saying that could work to combat some of the disparities in the data. The one thing I would add under life expectancy, which we have seen consistently over time around research around Black maternal morbidity, is the stress of racism, the stress of being Black in LA County, between microaggressions, implicit and explicit bias, and what that does to your physical body over time. And I think tragically with what we're experiencing now at the federal level, with the harms, the long-term, perhaps calculable harms that we are going to experience, particularly our immigrant communities, we're going to see life expectancy impacts based on the stressors that's causing. Let me say thank you for your clarity and definition of targeted universalism. I see that really as an equity-based investment tool because, contrary to what we've heard so far today in public testimony, this concept of a nationalistic perspective suggests a zero-sum theory. I don't believe that if we invest in one community that's deserving, that means that we don't invest in another one. That's just contradictory to my core belief in what research suggests. So thank you. I hope everyone understood the concept of targeted universalism and how important that is. We're confronting a federal landscape that's fundamentally turned its back on racial equity. And while the current administration wages a full-scale attack on diversity, equity, inclusion, and people of color by stripping protections and exacerbating the public health crisis of white supremacy, I believe LA County will lead with courage and clarity. We have got to figure out a way to be the counterweight to that harm and be the leaders in demonstrating how government can stop causing harm. And so I'm going to ask that we all reaffirm the board's 2020 commitment to not only stand against discriminatory behavior, not only make the declarative statements that, LA versus hate, but that we intend to be active anti-racists, which means we will work proactively to dismantle systems that promote the negative racial impacts whose consequences we see in the report you shared with us today. I think this is an example of why we have to continue to have our targeted universalism direct our investments. Racial disparities don't close on their own. They close when budgets, policies, and political will are aligned to disrupt generational harm and build pathways to justice. And my interpretation of your report and all the subsequent reports that are forthcoming, as you mentioned, that's their intention and what they can do if we operationalize them and not just have reports for report's sake. I appreciate you elevating the experience of Black immigrants in LA County. Again, they've been disproportionately targeted by immigration enforcement and deportation efforts. So if we talk about we want to support Black people, that has got to include our Black immigrant brothers and sisters. With only 5% of the undocumented population being Black, yet they represent over 20% of those facing removal. And so I'm clear that equity is smart, it's cost-effective governance, and investing in Black health, housing, and economic security reduces public costs. It strengthens communities and improves outcomes across the board. I think your chapter this year on Black aging and caregiving is certainly a wake-up call. Our elders are holding our families together while aging into systems that were really never built to see them. And we need to ensure that they are able to age with dignity and in place. One more question I have, then I'll close, Madam Chair. For the homeless initiative, what's being done to address the increasing homelessness among Black residents as reflected in the data just shared?
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Excuse me, I'm too short for the mic.
No, you can pull it to you.
I got to pull it closer.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you so much for allowing me to join Dr. Scorza this afternoon. Our partnership with RD has been a central and critical pillar of our work at CEOHI. As Dr. Scorza highlights, the Black community throughout Los Angeles County are overrepresented in our unhoused community in Los Angeles and face particular vulnerabilities as highlighted by the report. The general framework of targeted universalism requires an understanding of two things. It requires an understanding of geography, and it requires an understanding of where people are. And CEOHI is deeply committed to both of those things. I do also just want to note that equity is central to our work, and I approach this question of rising rates of unhoused people among our subpopulations with a great deal of humility. But I did want to highlight some of the work that's happened to support the Black community throughout SD2 and throughout the county in Los Angeles. The first, and Dr. Scorza spoke to this, and I just want to really thank Dr. Scorza for uplifting the work that CEOHI and RD have done over the last year. HI has been working to improve data quality and availability of that data to standardize both our collection as well as what we understand about building a future infrastructure around transparency and accountability. Now, some of that is going to be built into the new department, but that work is happening now. And part of the reason I note that is because I think that we are doing a better job of counting the number of people who are unhoused or vulnerable in their housing. I'm not at all suggesting that that is the entirety of the story, particularly given what we heard from the report, but I do want to note it as an important point of the work that we're doing now. In addition, there are examples of where we are beginning to see some progress. I want to just be very tentative in that note in reducing this disproportionality. So we have about 36% of our complete unhoused population that identifies as Black or African. About that same percentage access services, both through our interim housing sites and also through our PSH system. That is a stark uptick in terms of access to services in previous years. In FY 2023 to 24, the most recent year with complete data, 33% of all unsheltered people receiving services identified as Black. Yet 38% of those who accessed interim housing resources that same year identified as Black. So you have a slight increase in the number of people who identify as Black year over year of those accessing services. This suggests that those who identify as Black are accessing housing at a slightly higher rate relative to their share of the unsheltered population. Similarly, in our Pathway Home work, there has been a very diligent effort to carry out Pathway Home resolutions and protocols in unincorporated county with a specific focus on those people who are most vulnerable, particularly Black residents of LA and our Latinx residents. We've also been working with RD to identify geographic areas of the county experiencing some of the greatest racial disparities. That, in fact, informs some of our strategies, both in terms of investments, and I want to talk about those dollar investments in a second, but also where we are carrying out Pathway Home operations. In 2023, as an example, the county opened the Exodus Recovery Safe Landing site in your district, Supervisor Mitchell, a 24-hour safe landing site with 175 interim housing beds. The site is located in West Athens and serves the South LA community. It is an unprecedented investment in the community to ensure that there are access to beds. I also want to just note something that I think is very important and led by our RD team. When ARPA dollars were invested, there was an equity assessment, an equity tool that went part and parcel with those investments. And you can see the result of that. The safe landing site in SD2 is the result of very precarious and sometimes administratively challenging work, but the results are clear. That investment was over $40 million, largely ARPA, braided with other funds, including Measure H. The community that resides at that site is 97% Black and largely Black men. We need additional resources like that. I mean, to Dr. Scorza's point, if budgets are value documents, this is where we need to invest, and you can see the results. Similarly, there is an increased number of permanent supportive housing placements for Black residents and encampments through our Pathway Home work. Pathway Home work, not homework. The point is kind of clear and self-evident. When we put money in places that we want to see results, the results happen. The last thing that I wanted to note, and work that HI is particularly proud of, is our home key investments. In home key rounds 1 through 3, the county partnered closely with developers and all of your offices to leverage ARPA dollars to build and create more permanent housing throughout the county, including 410 permanent supportive housing units in SD2. 267 projects have opened their doors in the last year, and 143 more will open in the next year. About 39% of the people who are placed in these sites now identify as African American. I know this was a lengthy answer. It means a lot to us. It means a lot to me personally. So I wanted to walk you through some of these investments. There are more, and I could go on, but I'll stop.
I appreciate that very much. I appreciate you raising Exodus as an example because, you know, for decades, the vast majority of the people living on Skid Row have been Black. And so many of them found their way to Skid Row because there were no supports in the communities that they hailed from. So if we can build places like Exodus in South LA, that will curb the population that enters Skid Row because there's no place else to be. And so I appreciate you raising Exodus as an example. That's one way in which we can stem the tide. You know, I'm curious, and this is for either you, Dr. Scorza, or our CEO. You know, we heard earlier that it's an expectation that we write motions for department heads to take our policy directive seriously. I think that's unfortunate. And this is an example. I'm curious about how we are building both the knowledge and skills of current and new county staff to understand the disparities outlined, for example, in this report and the reports that will soon come, and to implement strategies for effective interventions. I mean, I have worked collaboratively with DCFS, recognizing the disparity in our out-of-home placement for Black kids. We work collaboratively to come up with strategies that they informed that would address the disparity in out-of-home placement. But how are we building the knowledge base of county employees to take reports like this and integrate it or be informed by it in how you administer county services and programs?
Thank you so much for that question, Supervisor Mitchell. I think that's an incredible question because it really gets to the heart of how reports like this can be used and not actually be shelved, right? And I think it will certainly shape the way in which our State of Latinidad report and our State of AA and HPI report will be used as well. One of the ways that I think, one of the ways ARDI has worked with county departments to sort of inform and use this report is both by making it available through them. So we've done and hosted a number of public presentations. We've gone and we've actually done briefings for departments. We've met with different staff members to make sure they had availability and access to the report and the data itself. It is online and it's a publicly available and interactive report. So it doesn't, it's not just a physical copy. You can actually go and use it. But we realize that there's still a deeper need to scale up its usefulness. And so we intend to launch a series of webinars and trainings so that people know how to build the report, the data, the findings into their program design and their related efforts, and work with departments to help assess really, not only how the findings relate to their programs, but to figure out like what are they doing, right? Like what are you actually doing that that matters related to what we see in this report? Where are the gaps? And what are the associated actions you can take? And so I think through those conversations and discussions with departments will enable them to better utilize and align these report findings with their programmatic efforts. That's not to say that I think everyone's going to do it because there are thousands of programs that we offer in the county, and not every program we offer is going to serve all of these or respond to all of these issues, but where they do, we've invited county departments to partner with us to assess the efficacy of those programs as it relates to the data. And then finally, as I mentioned, we intend to build this public-facing dashboard to account for those outcomes. And so what are we seeing? What are the respective programs? And how are we doing as it relates to each of those programs so that both the departments but the public also can really see the progress we're making over time?
Thank you, Supervisors. If I could just place a finer point on the answer. So no, we don't need a motion or shouldn't take a motion for the departments and the department heads to do work that we know that needs to be done. When we have reports like this, or the one from Antelope Valley, or the one from the Asian Islander, whatever the report is, what is essential, I think, is to grab and capture the department's attention and say, here is something that will inform and that should inform the work that you're already doing. And if you're not doing this work, or if you don't have an intervention or a strategy that addresses that, then let's talk about it. I think so often what happens is we produce the report and sometimes there's a sense that someone else is going to do that. That's why it's important for ARDI or for DCBA or for the Office of Immigrant Affairs. When those reports come out, they have to close the connection with the department. This is about you. This implicates your work. But we don't need a motion. We shouldn't need a motion to tell us on, to focus on what is made obvious by the reports.
Thank you both for your responses. My goal when I ran for this seat as a third-generation Native Angelino is I wanted to leave the 2nd District and the county as a whole better than what I inherited. And I'm clear that particularly in this moment in time, that we're going to have to be brave enough to prioritize those most harmed, to use the targeted universalism concept to govern who we serve, how we prioritize our resources, and invest not just in programs, but in people, because people who deliver services here at the county, but also based on your data in housing, education, economic opportunity, for all of those programs for all Black Angelinos. And I think I would just say in closing, it's sad to say or to consider that for myself, it will be considered a radical act if I can figure out how to live longer than my parents and my grandparents and my great-grandparents, given all of the resources here in LA County, the privilege I have as a sitting member of an elected body, but it'll be a radical act as a Black woman in this county, state, and nation, if I can figure out how to live longer than 3 generations before me. But I think that's my reality and the reality of so many. And I appreciate the data. I appreciate LA County having the vision in 2020 to start this work, and certainly appreciate serving and being a resident in a county that understands why a department like titled Anti-Racism, Diversity, and Inclusion is important for 10 million and growing residents. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Scorza, for your energetic presentation. It's great to see your passion on this issue and in so many issues in our county. There's so much to say about it, but I was just wanted to drill down a little bit on the addressing the harms perpetuated by unfair policies and practices. And I hearken back, of course, to LA County, and you were such a big part of it, being the first government body in the world to return stolen property to an African-American family. And we got worldwide attention because that had never been done before, and how did we do it, and what we went through to do that. And I remember some of the opposing voices were like, well, where's it going to end? How much property you're going to be giving back? And I actually thought, and that was several years ago, I actually thought we would maybe find some other opportunities, and wondering if under that, what other, or besides maybe even property, and how do you think we're doing? Because I feel like I introduced a motion after that, having us look at potential properties. I can't really remember exactly, but I really thought we were going to continue to explore that possibility. Also, certainly with our Native American friends as well. But how do you think we're doing in terms of looking at those potential opportunities, particularly as on county-owned property, where we might also be in another position to return real estate?
That's a great question, Supervisor Hahn. Thank you so much for that. I will say a couple of opportunities are before us to explore where there may be experiences that have occurred in the past where the county can repair harm and or address some of those challenges that occurred. One of the things that I can tell you we are doing right now in partnership with our Office of Emergency Management and a whole host of other departments is developing a tribal relations working group. Also in partnership with the LA County Native American Indian City County Commission, working with LNAIC to bring together tribal communities to explore sort of how the county can partner with them on fire recovery in Altadena, right, and in those respective communities. It is a long process, and I will say that one of the things that we've had to be very mindful of is how to move at the speed of trust. And in that regard, making sure that a lot of our Native American or American Indian tribal communities feel heard, feel seen, and feel invested in. And so ARTI has been working very closely with LNAIC to identify investments to address some of their housing needs, as well as bring in more opportunities to consult with local tribal governments. I think there's more that we can do. I do think there's an opportunity for us to more deeply explore where we can further expand those types of practices. And I think your board has already directed us to examine reparations. And I think that just to be very clear about this, we are examining the potential and feasibility of reparations-related efforts. But we are also thinking about the potential impacts they're going to have given both our fiscal and legal environment. So we're happy to share more with you about that in the near future. But there is more that we can do, even though we are currently engaged in efforts. And I would welcome an opportunity to further explore those strategies.
Thank you. And I would be interested in addressing the harms perpetuated by unfair policies. I mean, of course, the ones that come to my mind are the early redlining.
Yes.
Where entire sections, neighborhoods of the county were considered off limits. There were flyers that would, warn people of who they could and should sell their property to. It was quite. I'm wondering, and it all relates to generational wealth, and that's I think, and that was the issue that came to light during Bruce's Beach was what could have been had they been allowed to hang on to, prime waterfront property in Manhattan Beach. They would have, the Bruces would have surely been millionaires. And I think certainly Altadena really presents that experience because I didn't realize until we were going through all the devastation that Altadena was the alternate to Pasadena because they were not allowed to buy in Pasadena. So Altadena became what was appropriate for them, and to think of the generations that built up the wealth through their home, their house, and to see that destroyed. It's so hard to wrap around the now going forward, the generational wealth that will be lost. Many of them we're hearing can't afford to rebuild right where they were. So hopefully we as a county really can lean into trying to repair that harm. I don't know how you do that, but so much is wrapped up in your home, in your house. That's where families would leave it to their children, to their grandchildren, and to lose that or to never have had the opportunity to have that is a harm I'm wondering how we can repair.
Well, and Supervisor, to your point, I'm actually really glad you lifted up redlining as an example because DCBA actually has a greenlining program to reverse sort of the effects of redlining. So that's a good example of what we're doing as a county. And Registrar Recorder County Clerk, so Director Logan over there, has a program to address the language in racially restrictive covenants. So he's going through deeds, they're removing the racially restricted language. Okay. I had a colleague of mine who I argued with, and I said, listen, we got to get rid of that language. He said, no, we need it there for posterity. I said, no, we got to get rid of that language because you never know if we're ever going to revert back to those 1800 laws, right? And we saw that happen in Alabama with reproductive rights and justice. You see it happening now. So I think, I'm really happy and proud to report that those two departments are taking active steps to address the legacy of racism. I think there's, again, much more that we can do, and we have talked to a number of departments about efforts they could engage in, I think, with the right supports. And we're excited, I think, to lift up what you're saying and what you're calling for, Supervisor, and what the entire board is calling for.
Thank you. I'm really glad hearing that. Our county does so much, our departments do so much, and it's just sometimes you hear about it and sometimes you don't hear about it. So it's nice to continue to lift up. But I would be very interested to continually get updates on kind of the repairing of the harm piece of your report. I appreciated when you talked a lot about this is a time to stand together. This is a time for all of us to be unified. And yet, I know we heard several comments today during public comment as it related to the motions protecting our immigrant community from the Black community who said, hey, what about us? And I'm wondering, as we are really leaning into making sure resources, innovation, money is funneled for this current crisis we're in with particularly our Latino immigrants, and rightly so. Is there room for improvement in making sure some of those same resources are available to our Black immigrants and our Black community?
Supervisor, that's an incredible question, and thank you for asking that question. One of the things that I try to help do when I'm having this conversation about the need to have solidarity across community, and also thinking about targeting universalism, is to recognize that different communities are going to have different needs. And in recognizing that, I've often shared with my staff and others that, while there is a use of state and police violence against certain residents, especially immigrants, right now, there's also the use of the pen against others, right? We have folk taking away healthcare benefits. We just saw major cuts in federal funding for Medicaid. There is a attack on reproductive rights. There is, an attack on LGBTQ plus rights. And in many ways, we have to look at these issues as separate but related, because they're all ultimately about, harming the dignity and harming the dignity we all hold and dehumanizing us to some extent. And so I've invited folk to really explore ways to look at the relationship between these issues and identify where not only they intersect, but to also identify strategies that'll help us really fight for justice, because that's ultimately what it's about. So I do believe, to answer your question, I do believe that there are places where we can do that work, both in policy but also in practice, and also do it in ways that are going to maintain a focus on anti-discrimination. Ultimately, it's about equality. It's about equal protection under the law. It's about equality of opportunity, equality of reward. Equity is fundamentally about equality. It's about rooting out anti-discrimination, making sure that everyone can benefit. And I think that approach and that framing, if we can de-silo these conversations, will enable us to figure out how to better leverage those resources.
I really appreciate that. And I also think so much, I wish we could reevaluate the criteria of our curriculum in our schools so that it meets the changing needs of our society, particularly as it relates to the harm that was caused to African Americans right here in LA County, whether it be stolen property or redlining. I do think there's generations growing up who have never heard these stories. In Manhattan Beach, those kids going to school there never heard the story of what happened to Willa and Charles Bruce. And I think, again, the older I get, the more I realize there's a whole generation growing up that doesn't know about these unbelievable restrictive policies that resulted in the loss of generational wealth for African Americans right here in LA County. Right, and that's another effort, but I really think it's time to relook at what we're teaching our kids in school. And on that note, how do you see what you're working with intersecting with the state's reparations task force, or does it?
That's a great question, Supervisor. Let me first respond to your initial comment about working with schools. AB 101 was passed in 2021, and that called for the adoption of ethnic studies classes for all high school students who had to complete it, starting with the graduating class of 2029. So just want to lift up that is on its way. But I also think there may be an opportunity to talk to LACO about where and or how those efforts are underway. So I'm happy to explore that and get back to you on it. And then just one additional point, the Black Student Achievement Plan at LAUSD is another good example of where those targeted investments were made to help address achievement gaps, specifically for African American students in the districts, across the districts, roughly 39,000 African American students. Now, in terms of working with the state, we've been in touch with the State Racial Equity Commission. I've been in touch with the chair, Camila Moore, and others who have sponsored those efforts. Your board adopted a motion sponsored by Supervisor Mitchell to explore and study reparations, and we've aligned our examination with the state task force. There are a number of bills. I think AB 7 is up this year, sponsored by Assemblymember Isaac Bryan. There are Assemblymember Tina McKinnon has one. There are a number of bills that are slated, and Artie has been not only tracking those bills but providing feedback to our legislative affairs team on the impact and really the efficacy of those bills and how to analysis from the county's perspective. So that's one of the ways we're working with them. But I do think that there is a need to really examine what where the political will is at the state level to implement those recommendations. There's been a lot of conversations. And it's been a very complicated effort, but I think this board's actions to explore and study it here locally will enable us to do what we can do for our 10.1 million residents. And again, I'm happy to talk to you about what we're exploring, what we're finding in that preliminary analysis.
Thank you, Dr. Scorza.
You got it. Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Scorza, for this presentation, for compiling the data shared in this report, and for the work that you're doing to collaborate with all of our departments, as you described, to make sure that these reports are actionable and that we see the outcomes that are intended through this data gathering. So to that end, I know we've talked a lot about budget today and impact for different communities. So how has the data reflected in this update and in the initial report influenced budget decisions made by our county departments and our CEO to improve outcomes for Black residents?
That's an incredible question. Thank you for that, Supervisor. You know, one of the things I'll start with by saying is that ultimately departments have to submit budget requests. And what we would look for from those departments is to examine the report's findings, as well as, really examine what they're doing, what they're not doing, where there may be gaps. And so one of the things that we can do is look at that work to understand and provide guidance for departments so that they know how to tap into these report findings in their budget requests. But I would say at this time, it's really hard to say, like, how are they doing that, because we haven't necessarily worked with departments to link a budget request to the report's findings itself. What we have been able to do is link programs that they are providing to the recommendations and to the findings. So it allows them to at least see, okay, this is what I'm doing, right? Here's what the data shows, and here's where the gaps are, but ultimately they would have to submit budget requests.
I think it would be helpful then if you are at least starting with the programs and their direct correlation to outcomes, specifically for the Black community, getting a sense of what percentage of our budget we're spending on those programs, especially the ones that you're finding to be particularly effective, so that way we invest in things that are working, so that way we move from the data collection, which is important to do the measurement, but also being outcome driven in terms of where we're investing our dollars. To that end, how are we able to ensure that our county departments and policymakers have access to data as quickly as possible to ensure that our actions are responsive to what we're seeing? I know it takes a lot of time to do these reports, but we also want to make sure that when we get this information, that it's timely and we sort of haven't missed an opportunity. Obviously systemic racism, compounds year after year. And so how do we make sure that the data that we're collecting is actionable in some reasonable amount of time?
That's a great question. Thank you for that, Supervisor. The first thing I'll say is that as a county, one of the things that we have not yet done is we've not yet standardized demographic data collection across all departments. And so we have a forthcoming report for you that'll I think help explain this as well. The way departments collect data varies depending on the department and depending on their system of record. So, there may be a federal government system they have to report on, or a state system they have to report to, and they may collect, in one system it says Black, in one system it says African or African American or whatever. And so, or, it may say Latino or Latina or man, woman, or, it could be a whole host of demographic categories. And so we are proposing a set of categories to standardize data collection throughout the entire county so that you can quickly access data. And until we do that, we're gonna have a hard time, honestly, reporting on outcomes effectively. That does not mean, however, that we can't make data accessible. So the data we do have available, I'm really proud to share that if folk want to get access to data right now, they can go to our Equity Explorer. That tool has multiple layers of data. It has administrative data from DCFS, so you can look at the number of removals in a neighborhood or a region. It has housing data, it has tenant vulnerability data, it has COVID-related data. I mean, if folk want data right now, our Equity Explorer gets them immediate access to tons of layers. It has the parks needs assessment data. So it's one place where folk can go to get a whole host of data sources. One of the other things that I think we're going to be able to do is, in partnership with Supervisor Barger's office, is build out an atlas for, do a place-based atlas for Antelope Valley, and I think that can serve as a model to do exactly what you're suggesting, which is make that data accessible to policymakers so that you can pinpoint what services are needed and where they are needed. And so I think as we build that capacity, as we build those tools, my hope is that that will accelerate their use. And as we provide trainings to departments, provide webinars, guidance materials, that will enable them to make it actionable. But it's, honestly, it's just gonna take us time to build that capacity, but I promise you it's something that's very much a priority for us.
I'm sure it is. And I know your commitment to this work personally long before you ever came to the county, and it's truly appreciated. I think today's conversations across many motions highlighted why it was important for me in your presentation to talk about Black immigrants, because the intersectionality of identities matters as we're looking at this data as well, and making sure that we find a way to bring communities together, so we're helping to uplift those intersections instead of using them to divide us, especially at a time such as this, is really important. So I appreciate how you've highlighted that in this report. I know you noted your third edition will come out 2026, but it's my understanding that it's supposed to include 2027. So do I have that
That's
wrong?
correct. No,
or
that's
how are you
correct,
going to
yes.
do a report in 26 that includes 27?
So the way it works right now is we're biennial. So we do an annual, so an annual report doesn't quite make sense because the data doesn't update annually, right? So census is every 10 years, American Community Service is every 3 years, some administrative data can be every 2 years. So updating the data every 2 years gives us enough of a time to actually track the data and its changes over time. So what we do right now is we produce the report based on the latest data in the first year, and then we provide a progress report as we're doing now in that mid-year to track the trends from year over year. And so the 26 through 27 report, or 26 through 27 report will have the latest sort of data from that year, and then the subsequent year's update will update whatever sort of outstanding data may be available, and that will allow us to cover that data over that 2-year period. And so that's how we intend to do it.
So in 2026, you're going to give us information that's labeled to 25 to 27, but you're actually measuring what?
We're going to be measuring whatever data is available through June of 2026. So it'll be like all the data up to 26, and then by 2027, it'll be all the data that we can find from 26 to 27.
So it's sort of like a mid-term.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Without having to rewrite this report. It's a lot of writing. So,
Yeah, I bet.
So it's a lot of rewriting. So we don't want to have to keep rewriting all of the same, writing the same data over and over again if it's not being updated.
Of course. 2 more questions for me. Obviously, 2025 has been an unbelievable year for the Altadena community, and I'm sure the chair is going to be asking more specific questions about that. But I know that sort of following up on that previous question, your methodology didn't anticipate the fires of 2025. So even though this report includes 2025, I suspect some of what those outcomes, what we've experienced from the fires and the outcomes and impact will be measured in the next report?
That's correct. And in fact, we are gathering all of that data right now. RD has developed a displacement index and tracker so we can see what happened starting January 7th. We know where folk went. We know where they went to Santa Ana. We know they went to South LA. So we're actually tracking that data right now. We're aligning that with DEN's data. There's a lot of work that we're doing in RD real time to articulate what the impacts are, and we anticipate releasing that data here within the next 2 months or so.
Okay, great. And then I want to get clear on something you talked about, which is very important to me, which is renter protections. I think I heard, and so I want to make sure I say it right when I leave here. I think I heard that when we discontinue renter protections, it disproportionately disadvantages Black Angelenos. Is that an accurate characterization?
Yes, and it actually disadvantages Latinos more than African Americans. And so African Americans are sort of second in that tier, but it still is disproportionate. That's right, relative to our population.
Yeah, I think as we think about policies across the board, that one happens to be obviously of particular interest to me as a renter. But thinking about each of our policy priorities within these contexts is incredibly helpful. So thank you for sort of being able to make some of this data more actionable as we're thinking about, the experience of Black Angelenos. What are the policy changes we can be making to enhance that experience? And then I too want to highlight, as Supervisor Hahn did, the very real frustration that we heard expressed today from Black Angelenos about their experience of delayed investment in their well-being, and so again, I want to uplift that I think your report is helping to approach that from an intersectional place, but I don't want to ignore the very real concerns that were raised here in the room today about what more needs to be done to ensure that we are investing in community. I think that when we're thinking about how we invest our budget, we don't want to create a system where we're pitting communities against each other. We want to figure out how we can address the concerns and make good on the commitments that we're putting forward. And so I think reports like this one hold us accountable to what are the outcomes, what is the experience, and I'm looking forward to that piece of how you're taking the data and helping us make sure that we're investing in the right programs to actually deliver those outcomes. I know that was a conversation Supervisor Barger and I, when we were on the LASA Commission, we talked about a lot as well. Specifically, obviously, on the issue of homelessness, how are we making investments that create meaningful outcomes? Sometimes I think we measure our success based on how much money is spent, but then we see this data and it's not getting us to where we want to get. And so it's not only about how many dollars are spent, it's about making sure that it's intentionally invested in the right places that are delivering the outcomes that people deserve. So I appreciate this work to that end, and I'm grateful for what the next steps will be.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis.
I'll be brief. I know it's getting late, but I want to thank you, Dr. Scorza, for providing this report. It's very important, very revealing, and it does go to your point that during COVID, we had at the beginning of COVID, we had a lot of financial assistance funding that we could actually experiment with, and some of those programs I see are noted in the shaded areas that are still around, but we've got to figure out how to continue to expand them. And I think that's going to be on all of us, how we do that and really pick the ones that, or prioritize the ones that we know can have impact, as was stated, for everyone. And really, when I think about reports like this, I know that the African American, the Black community has suffered greatly for many years, and I happen to represent now all of Skid Row. And believe me, it has been an incredible education process to see the stark poverty that continues, and there has to be something done systemically, but it's going to take, I think, even more national involvement, federal funding, because we did get, I would say, support from the governor's office to create a Skid Row action plan. And that whole intent was to deal with the population, the unhoused, all the physical, mental, substance abuse, and how people need to be treated, but at their level with folks that can also understand them. And I think for me, that's really important, to have people that understand the community. So whether you're African American, Asian, Latino, or Native American, it's always about having people who can understand and translate that empathy, but also constructive outcomes, so people can get a pathway out of their situation if they so choose. And I think that's really important for people to have that independence, and that they come to the conclusion about making changes in their lifestyles, and hopefully we give them the tools and opportunity to do that. And that's what I think we've been able to do on the board in the last, I want to say, maybe 5 years. Since COVID, unfortunately, it forced us to do something completely different. And we had a different administration back at the federal level. And now I think the challenge will be how we navigate this
with the, notion that this administration wants to get rid of this very program. And many of these anything close to ethnicity or color or diversity or all of that is considered in their terms on the chopping block. So how do we move forward so that we don't see that happen? And maybe you have just some thoughts on that,
Supervisor, that's a fantastic question. I want to first note that while, as you stated, the administration, has certainly put forward policies and executive orders that are, calling for certain approaches to programs that may not focus on what we've been discussing here today. The reality is that we're all aligned with the need to achieve equality and the need to focus on anti-discrimination. And as I mentioned earlier, equity is fundamentally about equality and anti-discrimination. It was ultimately about applying the law through justice, right? That's what equity is fundamentally about. And so, I think with us focusing on equality and focusing on making sure that our policies are inclusive, that everyone can access them, but that we are able to specifically address people's needs, we will not only be in compliance, but it will also enable us to continue to do the work that we need to do. I don't think that means we need to shy away from. I don't think that means that we need to withdraw support from the work that this board and this county has been so deeply committed to. What I do think it means is that we need to be very clear about what we are attempting to do, make sure that that the public is aware, make sure that we are able to put forward a set of policies and practices that ultimately would demonstrate what this county has been consistently committed to. And so I think your board has elevated through ARTI and through a whole host of other efforts that you are committed to equality. You are committed to making sure that all communities thrive, that all communities benefit, and I think that's the way forward.
I agree with you, and I, again, want to go back to the shaded areas that you have in the charts that actually identify programs that we know are helpful and that actually expand and go beyond and help many communities. So keeping those investments, I think, and then sharing the data is so important with departments and giving them ideas, because maybe some of them aren't even fully aware of what each program does. And that in and of itself is an education to let people know what does work and how to expand on those models. I was concerned about the absenteeism, the high number of the absentee rate amongst our youth. And that's troubling because it seems like it's really ratcheting up there. And what are some things that you're finding that we can do beyond just the tutorials, those kinds of programs? Because it seems like something bigger is going on there. And I'd love to hear about it. And if you don't have everything on that right now, I guess coming back, sharing that, because it probably isn't just with this group, it's probably with some others.
That's right, Supervisor. Thank you for that question. Chronic absenteeism has generally been on the rise, not only for African American students, but all students, frankly, especially since the pandemic. Student motivation has declined. I think there are a number of efforts, challenges that have occurred not only here in LA County, but across the country as it relates to student absenteeism. In fact, it grew the highest for Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander students at 15%. Wow. And so and it actually grew at 8.8% for white students as well. So even though we see a high number of Black absenteeism at 13.3%, it's grown for all populations. Look, I'm an educator by trade. This is, I love my wife was a teacher, I've grown up in this field. The reality is, I think schools, to Supervisor Hahn's point, schools have to be more responsive to the needs of our students today. The curriculum has to be more relevant. The opportunities that need to exist in schools, sports programs, music, the things they're interested in need to be relevant and made available to them in ways that are accessible to them. And then I think there are also, the state has adopted a cell phone policy. So there's things that have to happen to make school a place where students want to be and not just where they have to be. And what we've known is that schools for, decades were driven by zero tolerance policies, right? And would suspend students if they showed up and talked back on a campus. And so there are some fundamental practices in schools that need to change to reduce chronic absenteeism. But there are also things that need to be made available for students as well, like improving safety in their routes to school, so safe routes to schools, making sure that there's effective transportation. They're dealing with transportation challenges. There are mental and behavioral health challenges, bullying on campuses, both cyberbullying and otherwise. What we're seeing as well is that a lot of hateful rhetoric that's occurring online, on Instagram, on TikTok, on Reddit, it's translating into school campuses. And so, I would invite us to think about how, we can leverage our mental health resources to support efforts to reduce school bullying and address behavioral health needs. And then finally, often disengagement occurs because we're seeing really challenging efforts around school climate. And so these are some of the things that I think as a county we can think about, right? We obviously don't run schools, but there are departments that can connect to our educational institutions and offer supports to help them address the challenges they may be dealing with. And again, it lifts up the work of DMH through their Community Schools Initiative and LACO. And that partnership has been a model for how the county and even the Department of Youth Development through their youth development programs have been models on how to keep students engaged given all of these challenges.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you, and I'll make this brief, Dr. Scorza. First of all, thank you again, and I love the passion of both of you, actually, in terms of what you're doing. And, last month I had the privilege of attending an event that was sponsored by Artie in the Antelope Valley that brought together community partners, county departments, philanthropy, and faith-based to discuss bridging resource gaps in the North County, something that long before I was elected, this has always been a challenge, especially with healthcare. And it was really, for me, a wonderful opportunity to formalize our countywide commitment to addressing the longstanding disparities that are in place and look at how we can affect structural change and have a sustained partnership, and something that I know is going to be a work in progress, and I plan to work with you. One of the things, Supervisor Mitchell, I think when you first got on the board, you talked about Black infant mortality. And when I was just curious to know what the rate is now. And in LA County, it says Black babies die at more than 3 times the rate of white babies. And part of that is based, and up in the Antelope Valley, that is, I'm sure, even a greater gap because of the lack of access to health care. And so, these are facts. These are not a political, we want to make this an issue. These are real numbers as it relates to what is transpiring to this day. And I remember you talked about educating health providers about how to healthcare or birthing when they're what hospital was it down at Marina? Yeah, okay. Anyway, it's the end of the day. It was the end of the day. But in terms of pain tolerance and the expectation of how there are differences in how certain people react, certain races react, and it was completely disregarded. And so I just think there's an opportunity for us to lift up and recognize that there are things that we have within our own power that, to me, are just common decency that we should be doing, especially as the safety net provider. And that's why I brought in the motion on the Antelope Valley, because I feel that we need to move forward with that. But Supervisor Horvath brought up Albina, which I was going to bring up. And one of the things, well, actually, I think you mentioned it too, Supervisor Hahn, is when we talk about equity, to your point, first of all, generational wealth over there, red line, but now these are homes that have been in the family for 40, 50 years that are gone. And in some cases, Jeff Prang had to step in because the title was never transferred because they didn't think they had to because it was left to the, yeah, it was just something you didn't think about. So Jeff Prang has been incredible with that. But I have to wonder, for those that have insurance, if the Black community up there is being taken advantage of by the insurance industry. Because the stories that I hear, that I heard over the weekend from people that live up in Altadena, that the insurance companies are really, one said, beating us into submission. And I think that maybe we need to take a look at that. Because if you're not sophisticated enough to understand what your rights are or what you paid for, and you get an adjuster that works for the insurance company that says, no, trust me, this is a great deal, sign here, that's what they're hoping for. And I am truly concerned about that. And it's something that I am confident is happening up in Altadena. And the reason why I'm probably more hypersensitive to it as well is because of the system that we put into play for emergencies to notify evacuations. The west side didn't get it. And for those of you who don't know, in Altadena, you have the west side, the east side. The west side is really where the redlining took place. And the east side was notified and the west side was not. So there is already tension amongst those that believe this was done intentionally. And that's why I asked for an independent report outside the county so we could get someone to look at it that was not part of the county and give us an independent review on that. And I'm going to definitely reach out to you as we roll that out because I think it's going to be important to see it through your eyes as well. So you can help guide me on that one because that is a very sensitive subject to my residents in Altadena, especially on the west side. And I'm very sensitive to it, and I want to make sure that they get the answers that they deserve.
Understood.
Yeah.
Understood. No, Supervisor, thank you for that, and thank you for lifting up those specific issues. You know, RD has built a network of community-based organizations on the ground in the Altadena and Pasadena neighborhoods, especially those affected by the fires. And I think we can, I'm happy to explore sort of how we can assess you know, and see if people are willing to, you know, participate in a survey of some sort that enables us to dig in a little bit more around this insurance issue, if that's something of interest.
Yeah, it definitely is, because it's getting, just when you don't think it can get worse, it gets worse. And it is getting worse, and people are getting more desperate, and the longer they drag it out, the more desperate they get, and they figure I'll just sign.
That's right.
And so insurance companies are denying claims that are covered under their policy, but again, they don't know that they have that right. So I truly do appreciate everything you do, and I look forward to working with you. We have a lot of work to do. I think that's what you started off with in terms of how angry you are when you see these numbers. But, you know, I think as a board, we can affect change and have positive outcomes. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you. To use a phrase that our CEO often uses, just to put a finer point on your statement, Madam Chair, with regard to Black infant mortality and Black maternal morbidity. I think the example you cited was maternal morbidity, and the issue is the healthcare providers have a bias and assume that Black women have a different tolerance for pain and react differently to medication. And the example
correct.
I think you were citing was Centinela Hospital,
Yes.
where the mother was not believed.
Yes.
And delayed in treatment.
Yes.
Led to loss of life. So it was the Black maternal morbidity rate. So thank you for elevating that.
You are absolutely right. I knew you'd remember. I was testing you. I know you were. Well, you always do.
That's right.
Yeah, I just, that really stuck out with me, Supervisor Mitchell, when you talked about that. But there's still Black infant mortality rates are troublesome, and and this has been going on. So we have an opportunity.
And I would just add to that point also, Madam Chair, it's similar to the explanation around life expectancy. Most of that early research was around Black infant mortality, that it wasn't always lack of access to care or lifestyle choices of the mother, but it was lifelong sustained physical reaction to racism.
Yeah.
Because when you look at Black women across class, the infant mortality rates are the same for Black women who live in poverty and Black women who are high income earners. So the one constant that they experience is racism.
Yeah, that's right, Supervisor. I think we call it weathering, right? This idea that there's ongoing social and economic pressures that are driven by racism that create sort of physical outcomes that are negative for so many folk. And so I think that weathering and also medical racism, the bias, right? Not believing people when they're in harm or when they are feeling certain types of pain. We saw tons of examples of that during the pandemic. Those, even when you control for income, right? Even when you have the most money you can, what we find specifically for Black women, especially Black mothers, even when they have the best health care, they still go to medical facilities and face medical racism. And that has a significant effect upon their life outcomes.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you again. With that, Executive Officer,
thank you.
Can you please call the members of the public that signed up to speak on this item?
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Billion Godson, Claudia Jerez, Dr. Ezrele Mohammed, Marnie Lyles, Raymond Williams, Rochelle Callies, Walter Edwards, and Zeno P. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 8, if you have not already done so, please press 1, then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please?
LaChan Coleman, your line is open. You may begin.
Yes, hi. Good afternoon. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is LaShawn Coleman, and I'm speaking just for the descendants of U.S. freedmen, not immigrants, not people of color, but Black Americans whose ancestors were enslaved. For agenda item 8, my support is conditional. Stop with all the lip service, okay? I just listened to you, pass urgent protections for immigrant communities, funding outreach, food, healthcare, and dignity policies. But where is ours? Yet those same immigrants' policies contribute directly to the harm we experience. We are 32% of the unhoused, competing with newly arrived population for shelter. Our poverty rate is rising, now at 36.2%. Freeman students face 38% chronic absenteeism, while school systems shift our resources elsewhere. And still, we have no hate crime bills and no target protections and no reparative funding.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Now,
Iris Peoples, your line is open. You may begin.
Dylan, please begin.
Dylan Simmons, your line is open. You may begin.
All righty. Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Dylan Simmons. I would like to say that what you guys offered is not beneficial for Black people at all. Black Americans, to be precise. What is beneficial for us will be reparation cash and an anti-Black bill for Black Americans specifically. No other groups at all. No people of color, no immigrants, no illegal immigrants, nobody. Just for us alone. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Roy Humphreys, your line is open. You may begin.
Okay, thank you. Great to see this report to help us understand why a group which has had affirmative action since 1965 in a relative state of disrepair. Dr. Ben Stein says it's culture. Rejecting Roy Humphrey's role in the Heights is understandable, but your fear to invite Dr. Thomas, sole preeminent Black scholar, and or Dr. Victor Davis Hanson of the Hoover Institute to speak is reprehensible. The bottom line, you don't want to answers, but to advance your predetermined narrative. Your perpetual BLM fraud, you perpetuate BLM fraud. Supervisor Mitchell continues to repeat her racist falsehoods, which is a disservice to all and a misuse and abuse of the word equity. Ask our Asian brothers and sisters for answers. I am an expert in redlining and on infant mortality. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Dr. Truthbay, your line is open. You may begin.
Yeah, so Apex is a county-run accelerator for small businesses. That is a branch of the county. Now, Dr. Scorza, thank you for your presentation. But your colleague, Enrique Gonzalez, who's also a son of immigrants, is a supervisor for Department of Economic Opportunity. And he has successfully canceled counseling sessions for Black-owned businesses just in the month of June. Where is the data for that? Is that in your presentation? This is the county not being transparent on how they're treating Black businesses who can help trauma prevented with our own community but are not funded or not even given a rescheduling date to counsel for county contracts that we apply for. So let's be transparent. Okay, you already gave enough info, enough resources to immigrant resources, but for Black-owned businesses and families, you still fall marked short. At least 1% of that budget is used when 10% is minimally asked. So let's get real. The Department of Economic Opportunity should be renamed the Department of Lack of Opportunity for
Thank
Black
you.
Families.
Next speaker, please.
.gov.
Joanne Russell, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. This is Joanne Russell with Let's Make It Happen. And first, I would like to say thank you very much for putting in the provision for Artie to be able to bring this information to our attention. But I would like to advocate that there is a motion made, that the motion will give people in the County of Los Angeles permission to say our name. We are African Americans. It should also give our county agencies permission to focus on African Americans so that they will not feel that they will be persecuted for doing things for our people. They should also have anti-bias training because a lot of them are not African American, and then the ones who are, they're usually so busy trying to take care of multilingual people that it would take a special effort. So that's how the supervisors can support us in
Thank
this.
you. Next
When
speaker,
you say
please.
Equity,
Next person is Raphael Plunkett. Your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you so much. I hear the term targeted universalism, and I can't help but think that that's an oxymoron. I did read this report. I find it atrocious and appalling, and I think that this item should have been the first on the agenda. When you talk about targeted universalism, please note that items 3, 4, and 6 should also apply to Black Americans. Black folks, descendants in particular, freedmen, need digital literacy, access, health care, legal support. We urge universal basic income urgently for our seniors, and all of those things with dignity, respect, care, and access like other communities. We need government investment in this, and we also need you to disaggregate the data. Black people is too broad of a term. You need to make sure that this report is done with in mind of freedmen and descendants. I also wanted to make sure that you recognize that a lot of the anti-Black racism is is caused by Latinos. And
Thank you. Next speaker,
continuing
please.
to empower those.
Byron Jose, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. Byron Jose with the Trans-Latina Coalition and Reimagine LA. Thank you, Dr. Sforza and RD team, and your intentionality in naming and uplifting the sensitivities of all Black Angelenos by addressing institutional barriers faced by Black communities, Black immigrants, Black women. We can build an actively anti-racist county. Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell, for your leadership and your commitment to an equity-based approach, and to this board for advancing interventions to address the root causes of institutional racism. In addition to reparations, we look forward to centering Black lives in LA County's budget and funding priorities and implementation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Brenda Anderson, your line is open. You may begin.
Yes. I am part of the Black Women's Rally for Action LA County that was founded in 2019 as a result of the health disparities in LA County with respect to Black women. Today, I come to you on behalf of Black Women Rally for Action to say I support the State of Black LA report, and that it's imperative that we continue to ask for an equity-based approach to closing the disparities that we continue to see for Black Angelenos and to continue the work to repair harm. I'm asking that you all identify a timeline for action, make sure that there's funding for Black-led organizations that have the solution and the resources, and a follow-up form with the community to keep us updated and abreast in terms of what is happening with respect to this report. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Kelly Hawkins, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon, members of the board, supervisors. Kelly Hawkins, resident of District 2, and really just pleased with today's presentation by Dr. Scorza and the commitment that the county has shown by moving this motion forward. Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell, for your leadership there. As a former epidemiologist at the Department of Public Health, I know the importance of data and informing our departments to ensure we have the adequate funding and programs to support our communities. Continue to invest in Black Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Jan Williams, your line is open. You may begin.
The time for real reparations is now. Black people in Los Angeles County are experiencing disparities at disproportionate rates. Black people are not guinea pigs that need studying. We are human beings that need resources and to be treated humanely. We need access to basic rights like food, jobs, and housing. The Office of Immigrant Affairs focuses strictly on immigrants, but this report that's supposed to focus on Black people expanded to include immigrants, Latinos, Jewish, LGBTQ, Asian, and everything else except Anglo-white. This is infuriating. We always have to share our very minimal resources with everyone. We need targeted, specific resources. 8% of LA County budget targeted for cash and reparations programs now. We don't need more research and we don't need more reports. We don't have time. As Dr. D'Artagnan's report shows, our life expectancy
Thank you.
is declining.
We will now go to
rapidly.
in-person speakers. Please begin.
My name is Dr. Isradullah Mohammed. I'm a clinical psychologist and author of the Bureau Care to Custody Cemetery Pipeline, submitted to the public record earlier this year. Item 8 is an opportunity to move from language to infrastructure for Black equity in Los Angeles County. But meaningful progress requires accountability. These frameworks were developed from direct frontline work and lived systems harm, disproportionately impacting Black youth and families. The frameworks are now reflected across DMH, Department of Public Health, RD and ARISE transformations, and access to care. Yet I remain medically excluded and professionally displaced while these tools are applied without any acknowledgement. Prescriptive models exist. The tools for ethical reform exist. But implementation without fidelity is exploitation. Equity without attribution is not equity. It's appropriation. Reform must be transparent.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Billion Godson Africa Town Coalition. I am not a resident of Manhattan Beach. I'm a stakeholder in Africa Town, LA. In 2016, when Black people were talking about voting for Donald Trump, that sounded real crazy to me, but he was running against Hillary Clinton. In 2020, when Trump ran against Joe Biden, more Black folks said they were going to vote for Trump. It made sense because Joe Biden was the architect of destroying Black communities. In 2024, Trump against Joe Biden Part 2, Joe Biden dropped out, Black woman stepped in. Black people still said, you know what, we can't vote for either one. Some folks like myself chose to vote for Dr. Cornel West, Dr. Melina Abdullah. Many more Black people held out because we see the Democrats are speaking more about what has happened to us. They're presenting different things, but unlike what we saw earlier with immigration, there was no studies, there were no prolonged conversations. Action is taking place. We're not saying make America great again, but we're saying make America pay reparations right now.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Zeno P, representing Africatown. You guys know it commercially as Lamert Park. Unfortunately, it's not Manhattan Beach. One of the supervisors alluded to the importance of education, and I couldn't agree more. Non-Black students should know about the atrocities done by their ancestors to my ancestors, just like my current community of descendants should know about their elected community delaying and subverting real reparations back in August for SB 1403, which right now is being mirrored currently by AB 1315. And that's kind of being ignored by the CLBC because they're prioritizing SB 518 and AB 437 and micro issues like AB 7, which again, that prioritization needs to be switched over. We need to work on the macro reparations now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yeah, I'm right with the Africa Town Coalition. It's like Manhattan Beach. So we want cash payment, lineage-based reparations for foundational Black American descendants of freedmen. We don't want to share our resources that we got to immigrants, though, because no other group share their resources with our people, though. So a lot of people want a reason why that most people vote Republican, independent. I'm political independent. I'm not a Democrat or Republican, though. But I see the reason why a lot of people vote Republican, though, and join third parties, because y'all refuse to talk about issues regarding only to Black Americans, freedmen, instead of resolving everybody else's issues. We saw y'all pass resolution for 2 other immigrant groups for health care, and you didn't include Black Americans, freedmen in that. So that's actually a form of disrespect, though, because these other groups don't share the resources with Black people, Black communities, though. So we get tired of sharing the resources. We got other communities, they don't reciprocate the same resources to our people. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, Marnie Lyles. Today I address LA County's role in California's painful history of racial injustice. The California Reparation Task Force concluded California owes Black Californians approximately $228 billion for the LA County's proportionate share. Estimates suggest around $91 billion to $170 billion in reparations owed to Black residents who suffered mass incarceration, economic devastation, and intergenerational trauma. We urge LA County to acknowledge this debt, develop reparations plan, and allocate funds for our community development, education, and district comprehension. We expect transparency. I am a mother of 3 Black boys, 28 and 18-year-old twins. I am very stressed out, and I am in chronic pain, working on my feet for 37 years. And you ask me if my sons all have a disability, because...
Thank you. Next speaker.
Okay, thank
Okay. Okay.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Claudia Jerez, DPSS Downtown Women's Center. I am glad to see Mr. Scorso here to address the Black American state of health in LA County. It's a menacing advance to target a population and take their dignity, respect, and humanism. I am with you on that, Mr. Scorso. Your report is extensive, and I will look forward to continue to see your reports. Data is necessary to make the proper changes to the conditions we are facing in the crisis the Black America is also facing, had to face in this country. For the Black experience in this country, okay. That is key. So you have a key experience, you have a key knowledge, and I understand your position. Now, I would like to move forward with providing data to our county board. I will provide data to you, county board, to this for this serious situation that we are facing as citizens. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yes, my name is Walter Edwards. I reside in the 2nd District. I just want to come today and just ask you about Artie and ask that we do another report and pull the Blacks out of Artie just so we can see for what the pain we suffered for over 50 years. We're still going through this. You know, we look at these surveys, but they don't really tell the real story of those who've been harmed. We need that report. We need to know how people really feel and what they've been going through. This is why where we at now today. All these studies you see is 50 years old. It's the war on drugs. That $228 billion that the state is talking about through the California reparation, you guys said that you would follow those recommendations. We don't need them to pass. We need you to do something about that. This is your problem. You gave money to the war on drugs to lock us up too with Nixon. So let's get this together and, you know, let's save the Black community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Rochelle Callis, and I'm coming from the 2nd District, Holly Mitchells. I'm here to support this proposition. Us as American freedmen, we need reparative justice. We need investment in our children. We also need access, dignity, and respect. I want to say pitting communities against each other. I have twins. They were invited to USC to a good program. When they got there, they canceled all the Black kids. But my baby, she stayed. She wanted to be a part of it. The other 49 children, they stayed. They were from Riverside. They wasn't from LA County. They were English speakers. They shunned my baby. They were scared. It's not about pitting communities together, but we're different. We want access, they want access, but it's different. You know, we love everybody. That's why our community is being gentrified and we're being displaced. We love everybody and we're gonna do this together. We want reparations. Please cut the check for us. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now return to remote speakers. Please go ahead.
Carrie Mason, your line is open. Whoops, one moment. Your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Carrie Martin. I'm a law fellow at Public Counsel working in the Community Development Project, where I support Los Angeles area nonprofits engaged in racial, social, and economic justice programming. I'm here today to advocate for an unwavering commitment to an equity-based approach in addressing the persistent disparities faced by Black Angelenos, which have been compounded by the fires experienced at the start of this year. For too long, we have seen data that consistently reveals significant gaps in health, education, economic opportunity, housing, and incarceration rates for our Black community members, with outcomes that have worsened year after year. Aspiring to treat everyone equally while well-intentioned is not enough when systemic barriers and historical disadvantages have created an uneven playing field. Without explicitly embedding equity in policy, the needs of Black Angelenos will continue to go unaddressed in measurable, lasting ways. We need to commit to policies, programs, and investments that intentionally dismantle systemic barriers facing Black Angelenos and do everything in our power to continue advancing racial equity.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Shamari Davis, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you so much. I want to thank Supervisor Mitchell and Dr. Scorza for prioritizing Black communities. I'm a resident in District 2. And this report highlights the disparities that exist in Black communities in Los Angeles. I think that if we want to leave behind a county that's just, better than the one we inherited, I think we have to be brave enough to prioritize those that are most harmed. And if we want to do that, we need to invest not just in programs, but in housing, education, and economic opportunity through all of our programs for Black Angelenos. We have to prioritize and say that, so that that community can be able to get those priorities. So please move this forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Sharice Cryer, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. I'm calling. I just want to thank the supervisors for their great questions for this report. I want to mention that Black people are not the mules of America, and the way that this report was presented today, it provided too much information about groups that are not African Americans. I'm demanding that the report be updated with disaggregated data for freedmen. Supervisor Holly Mitchell is sitting there with a Juneteenth flag, which represents freedmen on her desk, but we don't have any mention of freedmen. I've emailed several times to Dr. Scorza's office about setting up a freedmen commission at the county level. I've requested that several times, and unfortunately that's not been done. We need disaggregation of data, and when you have the state of Black Los Angeles, it is now the state of Black and Brown Los Angeles. Bring it back to the state of Black Los Angeles and attach funding to the recommendations that are coming to this report, and reject SB 437, which would cause additional studies at the state level.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
We don't need any more studies, and we need to cut the check reparations now.
Next speaker, please.
Maria Gonzalez, your line is open. You may begin.
Yes, Ms. Alma Saeed. She was talking about the homeless Black people as well. I find it incredibly disingenuous for her to do that, because Wanda Johnson, one Black woman that is searched for housing, in which Ms. Alma Saeed is responsible for funding HOPIX and all these homeless agencies, had to go through hell and high water to get her to actually one Black woman housed. But to do a report today to disenfranchise and to say that there's disparities, yes, the disparities is caused by the county. So please do your part behind the scenes, not in the public eye, but
Thank you. Next speaker.
Oscar Alvarez, your line is open. You may begin.
Oscar, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Oscar Alvarez. I'm with Community Coalition. As we reflect on the state of Black LA, I urge us not only to understand the data, but to act with urgency and equity. The disparities we see today are a result of decades of divestment in Black communities across the counties. And so we must approach with equity so that we go beyond statements and reports. We need targeted investments, community-driven solutions, and holding ourselves accountable to measurable outcomes that support Black youth, Black Altadena, Black immigrants, Black homeowners in South LA being preyed on for their property, and all Black communities in LA that are at the greatest need. Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell, and the rest of your board for your continued commitment.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Tiffany Quarles, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Tiffany Quarles. I'm here to express concern about the county's lack of urgency in addressing the real needs of Black Los Angelenos who descend from U.S. slavery. We hear talk of targeted universalism, creating policies for all with special attention to some, but how can you target a group the county doesn't even recognize? Immigrants have a dedicated office and policies tailored to their needs. Where is the same commitment for American freedmen? Dr. Scorza mentioned Black immigrants specifically, but he didn't and won't mention descendants of U.S. slavery. We need disaggregated data within the Black population. Descendants of U.S. slaves face distinct harms tied to the legacy of slavery, yet we're invisible by data that lumps all Black people together. I urge you to create an Office of American Freedmen Affairs and to launch a guaranteed income program for Black seniors who descend from U.S. slavery. These are not symbolic gestures. They are steps towards repair. We need specific policies, not universal ones with vague promises to include us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Amy Chung, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Amy Chong, representing Inclusive Action for the City, an economic justice organization serving LA County and beyond. We are confronting a federal landscape that has turned its back on racial equity. This current federal administration attacks diversity, equity, and inclusion. More severely, this administration is stripping protections and worsening the public health crisis of white supremacy. Los Angeles County must lead with courage and clarity, and we are at a critical moment for a decisive investment. Racial disparities won't close on its own. We must align budgets, policies, and political will to disrupt generational harm and build pathways to justice to stop the effects of harmful policies. If we want a more just county, we must prioritize those most harmed. Investing not just in programs, but in housing, education, and economic opportunities for Black Angelenos. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Justin Blakely, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon to the Board of Supervisors. I want to first acknowledge and thank Dr. D'Artagnan Scorza for this really great report on the state of Black Los Angeles, and I want to thank the leadership from Supervisor Holly Mitchell. As a resident constituent of the 2nd Supervisorial District, I think it's very important that we really look at this as a moment for decisive directed investments. Racial disparities don't close on their own. They close when budgets, policies, and political will are aligned to disrupt generational harm, and this report calls out this exact action. So really grateful and excited to continue the work to uplift the state of Black Los Angeles. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Audra Walton, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you, Audra Walton. I'm wondering how many freedmen on staff or working directly with Artie were directly involved with working on this report, because this report and subsequent actionables have been all lives matter, and I urge the board to go back and redo this report with data disaggregated. Supervisor Mitchell asked about the disparities in the report, and I will argue that they lie in blackness. Our community is not included in funds for immigrants we don't have access to their resources. There are free Spanish classes for Black American freedmen to have a chance in California economy, where a large percentage of career track positions are bilingual Spanish required. Black Blanqueamiento ethnocide, genocide is happening across California. We are being told rising tides lift all boats is sufficient for our unique harms. It's disgusting. Set aside 8% of LA County budget for direct cash and land reparations of Black American freedmen, the descendants of those enslaved
Thank you.
under
Next
U.S.
speaker.
American chattel slavery.
Iris Peoples, your line is open. You may begin.
Next speaker, please.
Deandra Davis, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Deandra Davis, and I am the Coordinating Interest Regional Liaison with HOPIS in Service Planning Area 6. I'm calling in support in agenda item number 8, the Black Los Angeles report. It's imperative that we keep a specific lens on the disparities that Black people face, and we're asking to have an equity-based approach to closing the disparities that we see for Black Angelenos. This is a moment for decisive, directive investment. Racial disparities don't close on their own. They close when budgets, policy, and political are aligned to disrupt generational harm and build pathways to justice. That's what this report calls us to do. Let's continue to invest in Black Los Angeles, specifically with more affordable housing, and to be one step closer to ending our homeless crises. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Reggie Roman, your line is open. You may begin.
Yeah, Double R with the national chairman of the New Black Panther Party, California. Yeah, AB 3121 from the Reparation Task Force said it. The study said it's clear that we don't need no more study. So, my man, don't get it twisted with the SB 437. The SB 437 is saying that we need another 3 to 5 year study. We don't need that. Why don't you follow the AB 15? The 515 is telling us that this is what the CJ. Go to CJ, cjec-official.org and get all the information. Check this out. Hey, caregiving is good, homeless is good, but check this out. Don't put everybody else on our ticket. You know what I'm saying? We're not with everybody else with the blackness of us. Education through K through 12 on African Americans' history. Study in America. We need that for our so you genocide our kids. I yield. Black Power every second of the hour. Gone. I yield.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yasmin Abdusami Oakley, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. I would like to begin by saying thank you to Supervisor Janice Hahn for your comments. Because of all the supervisors, it seems like you get it the most. Black Americans are not immigrants, but our treasonous Black politicians cannot concentrate on our needs for one moment before they have to start bringing up immigrants again. We do not want targeted universalism. We want specific, bold solutions specifically for our community. This report clearly shows American freedmen with the lowest income in LA County, but you left that part out. Our men can't have a job because illegal immigrants must have a job. Go back and do this report over and center American freedmen in this report.
Thank you.
No on SB 437.
Derek Steele, your line is open. You may begin.
Derek Steele, Black Transacting Team, and I rise in support of the 2025 State of Black LA County Report. I want to uplift the Anti-Racism, Diversity, and Inclusion team for the courageous leadership led by Dr. D'Artagnan Scorza. Building truth-telling infrastructure inside government is no small task, and already has led the way for us to even be able to have this very thoughtful and engaging conversation today. This report is more than numbers. It reflects Black lives and the histories long ignored. It reveals urgent gaps in life expectancy, housing, economic stability, but it also offers pathways forward, particularly in harm repair and also expanding access to essential services. But their work cannot stop here. I urge you to vote yes. And also fully resource the ongoing fight against anti-Black racism. Black Angelenos deserve bold action, not just bold words. Let's get to work. There's a lot of work to do.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Kelly Todd Griffin, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. I'm Kelly Todd Griffin. I lead the California Black Women's Collective, which is a policy and advocacy think tank. at Cal State Dominguez. Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell, as always, fighting for us. As the producer of the State of Black Women in California report and a resident of the 2nd District, this data is really disheartening. The way in which Black residents are experiencing Los Angeles is concerning, and this data doesn't include the aftermath of the Eden fire. I hear the pain in our voices of all the callers, which is real and should not be dismissed or discounted, but understood. We know that Black Los Angelenos have contributed significantly to this county, and yet they are left behind. This isn't a question of either or. It is a question, it is a requirement of in addition to. I strongly recommend the board make more investments into strategic intervention.
Next speaker.
Pamela Anchang, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. I'm from the Immigrant magazine, and I want to thank the county for gathering this important information on Black immigrants and immigrant communities in general. However, I just want to say that Black immigrants have shared experiences with native-born Black Angelenos, as the report shows. I want to thank you all for putting this together and to note that we cannot make a difference if we do not have the data. Black immigrants contribute immensely to the fabric and the economy. And please, 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 it would like to be great for their needs to be attended to. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Megan Rich, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. I'm Megan Rich, a community engagement intern at La Defensa. The supervisors have called out anti-Black racism a health crisis and prompt change. Clearly, too many Black people here are still dying too young, losing their homes, and finding it hard to get by. We need real goals each year to see change, backed by clear budget plans by the county. We must move money from policing into community-based programs led by Black communities. Make sure each department is working to support Black residents in LA. We need action now to save lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Eric Previn, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. What a robust conversation. I tuned in when Dr. Scorza made his initial presentation, and it was very, very nicely done. And obviously, we all have a sadness about the loss of funding from American Rescue Plan. Those were the fat, good old days. But now we've made not that much progress, frankly. I did note one statistic, which is that depression is down, which is good. But there's so many painful statistics that I'm fully okay with prioritizing the restoration of this community that has endured a horrible series of bad things, not to be confused with horrible series of bad things that the other communities, like the current Latino horror show that's being promulgated by our own government, which is just shocking and just disturbing. But at this point, I'd just like to thank and
thank you. Next speaker, please.
D. Gibson, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is D. Danelle Gibson. I'm a District 2 resident and state coordinator for the California chapter of the ADOS Advocacy Foundation. And I want to thank the Board of Supervisors, the RD, and of course Dr. Scorza for the presentation of the report and overall dialogue. It's much appreciated. However, I also would like to encourage the board and also the RD to prioritize the need and necessity of accurate data collection, especially given the disparities that have been reported and will continue to be reported as these disparities have unfortunately been allowed to grow. And so with specific data collection, specifically for American descendants of slavery, Black Americans who descend from persons who were enslaved.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Joy Richardson, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Joy Richardson, and I'm the Vice President of External Affairs at St. Joseph's. And I'm here in strong support of this report and its full recommendations. We are confronting a federal landscape that has turned its back on racial equality, stripping protection and attacking diversity, equity, and inclusion. In this moment, Los Angeles County must lead with courage, not caution. Black Angelenos continue to overrepresent in homelessness, poverty, and school pushout, not by accident, but as a result of generations of disinvestment. Equity cannot be just a buzzword. It must be a budget line, a strategy, and a moral imperative. This report calls for exactly that: decisive investments in housing, education, and economic opportunities, especially through mobile, culturally responsive services co-created with the community most impacted. Let's not let this report sit on itself. Let's make it the blueprint for justice we act on together. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Megan Castillo, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Megan Castillo. I'm with the Reimagine LA Coalition and La Defensa. This board has already declared racism a public health crisis and committed to building an anti-racist Los Angeles. That commitment came with a mandate to measure progress, improve Black life outcomes, and implement a comprehensive anti-racist policy agenda across departments. 5 years later, the promise of transformative change is far from fulfilled. We commend the efforts of RD and other county staff who have worked on this document to document realities, and this report confirms what Black residents have already long known. We are dying younger, living in deeper poverty, and experiencing homelessness in disproportionate numbers, and bearing the brunt of multi-generational trauma. The rise in Black poverty and homelessness isn't accidental. It's the result of divestment. And so we don't need another study to know what's killing our communities. We need LA to divest from systems of harm and to invest in housing for Black folks and healthcare for Black folks.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Programs for Black.
Danielle Lafayette, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Danielle Lafayette, and I am the founder and executive director of Unite 8 Nation. We are calling for a board motion that commits to clear timeline and funding strategy to implement targeted investments, direct investments in Black-led, Black-serving, and Black healing organizations, especially those already working in health, wellness, youth development, and systems reform, and a public forum or follow-up hearing to co-design the next steps with Black residents, leaders, and community organizations. The key should be bringing in more community-based organizations into this process and less county departments. And again, I'm a native and resident of Los Angeles, raising 2 boys here, and I would like to see direct change. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Gregory Lewis, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Gregory Lewis, and I am the Policy Advocacy Director with the LA Black Worker Center. I want to thank Supervisor Mitchell for working with LA BWC, Black Worker Center, to help find pathways for Black Angelenos within the county to combat the alarming statistics coming out of this report. The board did take a historic step in declaring declaring racism a public health crisis and committed to moving the county to solve that. What we've seen so far is that some county departments are not moving with the urgency in this report states. We want to see the county fully implement this report's recommendations without budget allocations, timelines, and department-specific mandates. We want to see fully funded and enforced the county-wide racial equity strategy plan with real consequences for departments who fail to meet their equity benchmarks. The county must allocate funds from the Carswell system into care infrastructure led by Black communities and institutionalized targeted universalism across all departments, not just in homelessness, with public reporting on how Black residents are being prioritized in that. Thank you so much again for your work, and we're looking forward to continuing to work with you to solve
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you.
Sir Bailey, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. Thank you, Board of Supervisors. Thank you, community. Thank you, Artie, and agreed with the last few callers, divest from systems of harm to fund the community. Similar to our comments around item 5, it's important that people know, and as we've heard over and over, not just today, but many times, there is a school-to-prison pipeline of misunderstanding, of miseducation. Carter G. Woodson said, and later Lauryn Hill repeated it, miseducation, not just of the Negro, but of everyone. And so Yeah, again, thank you for the report. Let's get reparations moving. Let's get that reconciliation, the real one, not this federal thing that's more BS. But justice shall return to righteousness, and the upright will follow it. Psalms 94 and 15. Thank you. Thank you. Targeted universalism.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
We're all one.
Helena Johnson, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. This is Helena Johnson. I represent the organization called the National Council of Negro Women, which was founded in 1935 by Mary McLeod Bethune, who worked through all of these racial issues that we continue to have today. I would like for everyone to know that we are definitely in support of this bill, but we also need everybody to take full account of where they are, what they're doing, and how things are being done. It's easy for us to be critical. It's hard for us to get the work done. We've been out there doing a lot for a long time. We only know what we know, so we do the best that we can. We've always contributed. We always will contribute, but we need to support so that we can continue to contribute to these disparities. We know it's not going to be easy. We know they're not going to go away right away. However, we know that things like the Freedmen's Bureau do work, those ideologies
Thank you.
work,
Next speaker,
those are the
please.
types of things that
Maya Hendricks, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Maya Hendricks, and I am a resident of District 3 and a member of the Reimagine LA Coalition, as well as La Defensa. In 2020, this board took the historic step of declaring racism a public health crisis and committed to building an anti-racist Los Angeles County. 5 years later, the promise of transformative change is far from fulfilled. Black people in LA County are still dying younger, living poorer, and facing deeper systemic barriers than their non-Black counterparts. Despite the bold rhetoric, county departments have not moved with the urgency that this crisis demands. The delay in implementation, weak follow-through, and reliance on biennial reporting rather than annual accountability reflects a lack of political will. This consistent stalling in implementation of policies affecting Black folks perpetuates the cycle of pining marginalized communities against each other to fight for resources instead of bringing our communities together. We don't need another study. We need dollars. We need implementation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Iris Peoples, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello, thank you so much, supervisors. I would like to start off with the data from Pew Research that in 1990, only 5% of the Black population in America was foreign-born, and as of 2019, it was 10%. In 1980, it was even less than that. So the fact that, Dr. Scorza brings up immigrants, non-citizens, and LGBT, when he mentions, or his report mentions specific harms done to Black Americans who have descended from, chattel slavery is very, very disgusting. If you are proposing resources and whatnot to only go to non-Black people, even if they are immigrants, that is the same thing as if Klansmen were in the government or in LA, and making sure that
Thank you. Madam Chair and members of the board, that concludes public comment on this item. This is a report and may be received and filed.
Thank you. Hearing no objections, this report will be received and filed. That will be the order. We are going to continue all closed session items. So I just want you all to make a note of that, because we are going to lose one of our colleagues who has a commitment at 4:30, and so the issues, we want everyone to be there. So, all right. Well, there we go. Now we're going to move on to item A7 that Supervisor Solis requested to be heard on. Supervisor Solis?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I have a motion that I would like to read in for today's action. I'd like to thank Supervisor Hahn for joining me on this as well. As we know, Los Angeles County is home to a large, long-settled communities of immigrants from Honduras and Nicaragua. Unfortunately, yesterday, the Trump administration's Department of Homeland Security abruptly announced the termination of temporary protected status, or TPS, within 60 days for nationals from Honduras as well as Nicaragua. The impacts actually number about 50,000 individuals nationwide, but we know here in Los Angeles, we're home to a large number of Salvadoran and Hondureño individuals. And many who have made their home here for over 20 to 30 years. And they have been residing here lawfully in the U.S. with permission. While here, they have gone through extensive background checks while also becoming settled in our communities and our neighborhoods, developing deep ties and contributing economically. And now they suddenly face imminent deportation with virtually no transition period. And I want to also stress that while yesterday's decision was for Hondurans and Nicaraguans, we have seen other communities impacted, including the Haitian community, who are also at particular risk. In fact, many Haitians have said that returning home would be a death sentence for them. So this motion will include not only Nicaraguan and Hondurans, but also any other immigrant groups that would be impacted by removal of TPS. We need to act urgently on this, and given this only happened yesterday, I felt compelled to read in this motion today in order to ensure our county is positioned to respond in the coming days. So the motion directives are as follow. We therefore move that the Board of Supervisors suspend Section 22.1 of the rules of the Board for the limited purpose of considering this motion. We further move that the Board of Supervisors direct County Council in consultation with the Office of Immigrant Affairs in the Department of Consumer and Business Affairs to continue to file and or join an amicus brief in any ongoing or imminent litigation opposing the termination of DPS for LA County residents in danger of deportation due to TPS termination since January of 2025, including but not limited to those nationals that I mentioned. Thank you, and now I would like to recognize my co-author, Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis, for asking me to join you in this motion. It's not enough that our immigrant mixed status households and communities are in a constant state of fear due to heightened immigration enforcement. As we've already mentioned, yesterday's demonstration by Immigration and Customs Enforcement officers at MacArthur Park is another show of force aimed to send a message of fear to our county. The abrupt announcement of the end of the temporary protected status for people from Honduras and Nicaragua is another blow to our Latino community. An estimated 76,000 people across the country will be affected by this change by the federal administration, and we know that LA County is home to a large percentage of both Honduran and Nicaraguan communities. The federal administration loves to say that immigrants just need to come here legally. Well, TPS implies that immigrants did just that. TPS is a legal process that provides temporary refuge status in the United States for individuals facing ongoing armed conflicts, natural disasters, or other extraordinary conditions that make it impossible for them to return safely to their country. TPS also offers individuals protection from deportation, permission to work, and the ability to travel, while also allowing them to contribute to the U.S. economy and their families. Ending this program for Hondurans and Nicaraguans just shows the blatant discrimination and prejudice towards our Latino communities. And although this motion is about yesterday's announcement of the end of TPS, specifically for Honduran and Nicaraguan communities, we must also remember that TPS recently ended for other nationalities such as Haitians, Venezuelans, and Afghans who assisted our U.S. armed forces. The end of TPS to one community is a threat to all communities, and the federal administration is likely to continue targeting other nationalities. For these reasons, LA County needs to join in the legal fight to prevent this devastating decisions by the federal government. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Seeing none of my colleagues wishing to speak, Executive Officer, please call members of the public who wish to speak on this item.
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Claudia Jerez and Lucy M. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item A7, if you have not already done so, please press 1, then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please?
Roy Humphreys, your line is open. You may begin.
Okay, thank you. And I do appreciate and understand and have sympathy for those persons who thought that they had the never-ending ticket to the United States of America, the land of opportunity and gold. But this, like any other thing else I told you before, there's something called endpoint. There's something called saturation. And it's all you have to do is see what the videos on Ireland and throughout all of Europe and what's happened to them because of this uncontrolled migrant immigration thing, whatever you want to call it. And correcting something that has gone this far, it's not easy and it's painful and a lot more coming, but it has been. And again, I have nothing but praise and thank God that President Trump was spared in his life and hope that God will protect him further because and California is disgrace to this country and we can't wait to the elections to get the
Thank you. Next speaker,
Democrats.
please.
Jan Williams, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi. I just wanted to say, it's great that you guys are doing all this for these targeted populations, but Black people have been disenfranchised from employment for decades here in Los Angeles due to language barriers, basic racist people who don't want to work with Black folks, as well as being called felons. So you guys need to create programs that make jobs accessible to Black Americans specifically. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Audra Walton, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. Audra Walton again. I just wanted to offer that while this is humane, what you are offering, I think there's another way that we can do it that's less, that's more cost effective, and that's to go after the employers that are incentivizing the amount of undocumented immigrants coming our way. If you find them, jail them, you get the IRS involved so that you get in and audit them. I think you'll find that the program pays for itself in that you can break up those businesses. We can get worker co-ops or something in there so that people aren't being exploited by these employers. Because at the end of the day, what I don't want to hear us do anymore is advocate for these people to be exploited by these employers. I mean, it is ridiculous that that's what you want to fight white supremacy. You don't fight
Thank
white
you. Next
supremacy
speaker,
by
please.
working for.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Thank you. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Hello, Claudia Jerez, DPS's Downtown Women's Center. I am in support of this motion and ask the board to continue to bring the immigration plight to the front line of conversation. I will submit a report of my observations at MacArthur Park. I believe it has been submitted. The report is appalling, and I urge you to consider my observations to be a call to all Angelenos to wake up and be aware of this menacing attack to our communities and immigrant community, not only to the immigrant community, but all our communities that may have been experiencing this particular event that I noticed in MacArthur Park. You need to know that I noticed that there have been, numerous traveling traffic of people that are unrecognizable part of the community. And so I, made my observations. I have submitted them to the board. I haven't done it officially, but I will. But I tell you, it was.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi. As an immigrant also, I'm currently facing ongoing criminal harassment, violence, and even acts of terrorism against me. So I came to realize that my persecutors think that I have no chance of survival, as they think are above the law.
So not only that, but using law enforcement in their dealing against me. So I am in danger, and I need the board to take care of this situation because I'm a human being and I deserve to live like everybody else. I haven't done anything wrong, but they are persecuting me, so please help me. And I need to address this situation today. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair and members of the board, that concludes public comment on this item. On item A7, Supervisor Solis and Han's joint motion is before you.
All right, this motion is moved by Supervisor Solis, seconded by Supervisor Han. Executive Office, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell? Aye. Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Han?
Aye.
Supervisor Han, aye. Supervisor Barker?
Aye.
Supervisor Barker, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
All right, there are no supervisors requesting specials to read in for next week, so we're going to move on to adjournments. We will go in order 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Supervisor Solis?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when we adjourn today, we do so in the memory of Dr. James A. Regalado, known as Jaime. Jaime was born on April the 2nd, 1945 in Boyle Heights and passed away on June 16th at the age of 80. He served in the U.S. Navy during the Vietnam War and received a bachelor and master's from Cal State LA and an institution that would become the foundation of his professional legacy, and then a PhD in political science from UC Riverside. Jamie devoted more than 5 decades to bringing scholarship and civic engagement. His extraordinary life was grounded in deep commitment to education, public service, and social justice. As Professor Emeritus of Political Science at Cal State LA and longtime Executive Director of the Edmund G. Pat Brown Institute of Public Affairs from 1991 to 2011, Jaime helped transform the Pat Brown Institute into a statewide leader in nonpartisan policy research, community empowerment, and public dialogue. I knew Jaime for many years, and in 2004, Jaime honored me with an award during the Pat Brown Institute's annual dinner, but we were very close friends. In addition to Jaime's work at the Pat Brown Institute, he was also the founding editor of California Politics and Policy at the California Policy Issues Annual and served as associate editor for Urban Affairs Review. He was a highly sought-after political analyst, regularly offering commentary on California politics, elections, race relations, and urban issues. His scholarship and voice shaped conversations across Los Angeles County and beyond. Jaime will be remembered not only for his intellect and public leadership, but also for his humility and sense of humor. His legacy will live on in the institutions he strengthened, the students and leaders he mentored, and the community he so passionately served. He's survived by his wife, Rocio, of 26 years, 3 sons, Jamie Jr., Jay, and Camilo, 8 grandchildren, his brother Ray, his sister Olivia, and countless friends, colleagues, and students whose lives he has touched.
I would like to join you on that one, Supervisor Solis.
Yes, that's fine. Next, I also move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Paul Christopher Avila. Paul was born on November 11th in 1976 in Covina and passed away on July 1st in Azusa in the 1st District. Paul graduated from South Hills High School in West Covina in 1995, and shortly after, he began working at Constantine Creations. He continued his career at Hands-On Services and later began his own nonprofit named Paulie's Project. Paul enjoyed attending concerts, listening to music, creating art, and providing service work in community. He was even part of the Sunrise Rotary, but most of all, he dedicated his life to bringing rays of sunshine and hope to many through his nonprofit that was brought forth by his son, Paul Avila Jr., who is nonverbal and was born blind and with autism. Paul's compassion, love, and joy helped thousands of unhoused people in Los Angeles, particularly in Skid Row, by giving them the sound of music, clothing, shoes, hygiene, kits, blankets, pet food, and hot meals. He made them feel loved and gave them hope. In 2024, Paul noticed there was a huge need to help the community with autism with resources, especially in the eastern San Gabriel Valley. That's when Paul reached out to my office. We worked closely with Paul and members of Paulie's project to help coordinate what turned out to be one of the largest autism awareness events in the San Gabriel Valley ever seen. Today, as shown on the screen, Paulie and I hosted nearly 5,000 families that came to a new, creative, fun space filled with resources and many free activities for individuals with autism and their families. Through every act of kindness, every meal served, and conversation said, Paul was a vessel of hope. Paul will always be remembered by his unwavering faith in God, his deep love and devotion for his son, Paul Avila Jr., his parents, Robert Avila Sr., Delia Avila, and his sisters and brothers, extended family members, and friends. His legacy will continue to live on through the many lives that he touched. Finally, I move that when we adjourn today, we do so in the memory of Susanna McManus, who passed away on June 25th at the age of 82. Susanna was born and raised in Lincoln Heights and was the co-manager of the public face of the well-renowned restaurant Celito Lindo, which is located on Olvera Street in the 1st District. They make the best taquitos. Susanna earned a master's degree in medieval Spanish at UCLA before landing a teaching job in Spanish at Occidental College, where generations of students enjoyed her classes as much as her humor for the works of Latin American literary for more than 30 years. However, in 1997, when her mother retired and the future of Celito Lindo seemed in doubt, she took over the restaurant along with her sisters, continuing her family's legacy. Susanna made sure that the restaurant's hallmark meal, beef taquitos with avocado sauce on a small paper plate, always brought joy to customers from all around the world. She enjoyed greeting customers every day as they stood in line that regularly stretched out to the sidewalk of Cesar Chavez Avenue. Susanna always found innovative ways to expand the restaurants by participating in food festivals, panels, and she introduced Celito Lindo to a new generation of customers. Under Susanna's leadership, Celito Lindo became not just a tapestry of Los Angeles culture and diversity, but also a symbol of unity for the immigrant community. Every year, Susanna and her family would donate gifts for immigrant children during Christmas. She is survived by her husband, Carlos McManus, children Carlos Eduardo McManus and Viviana McManus, and one grandchild, and sisters Gloria Calderon Goodman and Mariana Robertson. May she rest in peace. I have one more. I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I move that when we adjourn today, we do so in the memory of Ron Vander Molen, who passed away on June 22nd at the age of 71. Ron was a resident of Pomona and owner of Vander Molen Estates Liquidations, an art business that originally started as a local a local gallery, but grew quickly, serving collectors from all around the world. Ron was known for his community service, volunteering as an auctioneer for fundraisers for the Pomona Public Library Foundation, the Pilgrim Congregational Church, and others. He conducted his last fundraising art auction just last month at the Pomona Public Library Foundation's Mayor's Gala. Ron also served on various entities, including the City of Pomona's Planning Commission, the Pomona Heritage Society, the Fairplex Friends, Pomona Heritage Old Homes Tour, Pomona Rotary Club, California Art Club, and Historic Council Collections. Ron was also a member of Los Angeles County Fair Association, including serving on the Fairplex Learning Center Art Center Advisory Committee since 2002. And in 2019, Ron was honored as Community Hero during LA County Fair Pomona Day. Ron is survived by his mother, Patricia Cole, his brother Michael, son Zachary, stepsons Raymond and Justin, 5 grandchildren, Bailey, Jack, Benjamin, and Audrey, and Grace, and extended family. My heart goes out to Ron's family and to all that knew him. Thank you. Next, Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I ask that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Martin Ludlow II. Martin Ludlow II was born January 15, 2004, and passed away June 14th at the age of 21. A rare blend of intellect, creativity, and compassion, Martin excelled in both the arts and sciences. His academic brilliance earned him the honor of valedictorian at LACES. Martin had completed his sophomore year at the University of California, Irvine, where he was pursuing his passion for engineering. Curious and adventurous by nature, Martin had a deep love for exploring the world. He found joy in visiting museums, aquariums, observatories, circuses, and airports. He also expressed his artistic side through painting, often creating heartfelt work to celebrate birthdays, holidays, and meaningful occasions. Martin lived a full life of wonder and purpose. His gentle, caring, inquisitive spirit left a lasting impression on all who met him. Though his time was far too short, the light and love he brought to his family and community will endure. He is survived by his loving parents, Kimberly and Martin. Martin, as we all remember, a former member of the Los Angeles City Council. His siblings, Desmond, Jared, Joseph, Michael, and Maya. His grandparents, retired Bishop Charles E. Blake and Sr. and Lady May Blake, and a host of extended family and friends. He will be deeply missed and forever cherished.
I'd like to join you on that one. I'd like to join.
I move that when we adjourn today, of course, I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Jewel Thayas Williams. Jewel, an activist, entrepreneur, and trailblazing icon in the Black queer community, was born on May 9th, 1939 in Gary, Indiana, and sadly passed away just yesterday at the age of 86. At the age of 4, she relocated to San Diego with her family following relatives who had been stationed there during World War II. After graduating from high school in 1957, she attended UCLA, where she later earned a bachelor's degree in history. While pursuing her education, Jewel owned a dress shop with her youngest sister, an early expression of her entrepreneurial spirit and her belief in financial independence. In the early 70s, Jewel experienced discrimination when attempting to enter gay clubs, finding that they would either refuse her interest for being a Black woman or require 2 forms of identification to enter. In 1973, she purchased the Diana's Club, a once segregated bar, and transformed it into what became internationally recognized as Jewel's Catch One. Located in the Arlington Heights area, the Catch was one of the first Black discos in the nation and the longest-running Black gay dance club in LA. It regularly drew over 1,000 guests a night and hosted legendary performers like Luther Vandross, Whitney Houston, Janet Jackson, and Madonna. More than a nightclub, the Catch was a sanctuary. It offered Black LGBTQ+ people a rare space where they could dance, connect, and celebrate their identities free from harassment or discrimination. Her commitment to community deepened during the HIV/AIDS crisis. She joined the board of AIDS Project LA and co-founded the Minority AIDS Project in 1985. With her wife, Rue, she opened Rue's House, the first residential home in the country for women and children living with AIDS. Jewel later returned to work, earning a Master of Science degree in Oriental Medicine from Samra University in 1998. As a licensed acupuncturist and herbalist, she opened Village Health Foundation in 2001, where she offered accessible, holistic care and ensured that no one would be turned away for the lack of funds. Even into her 80s, Jewel continued providing services like acupuncture, cupping, and PTSD tea treatments to a community that may have otherwise gone untreated. Through her decades of tireless advocacy, she earned widespread recognition. In 2012, she was awarded the Dream of Los Angeles Award by then Mayor Antonia Villaraigosa for her commitment to equality and her tireless advocacy on behalf of the vulnerable. In 2016, she was appointed as Grand Marshal of the Los Angeles Pride Festival. In 2018, and as a then senator and member of the California Legislative Black Caucus, I had the honor of recognizing Jewel with the Unsung Hero Award. The following year, the City of LA renamed the intersection of Pico and Norton Avenue directly in front of the catch to Jewel Thayas Williams Square in her honor, making her the second Black woman and the first Black lesbian to receive this honor from the City of LA. Jewel's legacy of love, activism, and empowerment stretches across generations. She will be deeply missed and cherished for her dedication to the Black LGBTQ+ community. It was so ironic for me to get the news of her passing because just yesterday I was talking to my team. We are actually going to host our August Racial Justice Learning Exchange at the Catch. The focus of that RGLE will be Queer Stories, Racial Truths, Collective Joy. It's August 6th from 4 to 6 p.m. And I said to my staff, I'd love to reach out. The Catch is now under new ownership, but I was going to reach out to her to tell her. I haven't spoken to her in about 2 years. I was going to reach out to tell her what we were doing at the Catch and got news this morning of her passing. Again, a true icon from a variety of perspectives here in the LA area. And again, a huge number of people who she mentored, who followed her example. And I'm so glad that I had the opportunity to give her roses while she could appreciate them and smell them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
If I may join you in that one, I would love to. She is certainly an icon, as you say, and I had the privilege of getting to work with her during Pride in West Hollywood and Los Angeles, and her example set not only for our community but worldwide, and the legacy that she leaves behind is unparalleled. So thank you for recognizing her.
Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Ananda Lewis, a devoted Calabasas resident and nationally celebrated television host, journalist, and women's health advocate. Ananda Lewis passed away at her home on June 11th after a courageous fight against stage 4 breast cancer. Ananda rose to prominence through BET's Teen Summit, bringing authentic and compassionate dialogue to youth during the 1990s, including a memorable interview with then First Lady Hillary Clinton. She went on to become a familiar and influential voice on MTV, hosting Total Request Live and Hot Zone, as well as earning accolades including NAACP Image Awards. In 2001, she launched her own nationally recognized talk show, The Ananda Lewis Show, tackling social issues with bold compassion, a hallmark of her authentic approach to media. After publicly sharing her breast cancer diagnosis in 2020, Ananda tirelessly advocated for early detection, accessibility of treatment choices, and women's health, using her platform to encourage preventative care. Ananda Lewis is survived by her teenage son, Langston, and a legacy built on empowerment, resilience, and grace. Her impact echoes in the many lives she inspired, particularly among young women making their impact in the world. May her memory be a source of strength and hope, and may we carry forward her passion for truth, justice, and care for others. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Hahn.
Last but not least. Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Bishop Joe Sartoris, who passed away at the age of 97. Joseph Martin Sartoris was born in Los Angeles in 1927 and attended Holy Family Catholic School in Glendale. After completing his seminary formation, he was ordained a priest for the Archdiocese of Los Angeles by Cardinal James McIntyre in 1953. After several assignments to parishes, Sartoris became a teacher and assistant principal at Bishop Conneaut High School in Los Angeles. In October of 1978, he became the 6th pastor of St. Margaret Mary Church in Lomita. And during his tenure, he expanded the parish's volunteer Christian service program, which helped feed local needy families and continues to this day. And in 1982, he empowered a small group of parishioners to begin the annual Lomita Fair, which over its 38-year run grew to become, so they say, the second largest fair in LA County, only behind LA County Fair. I know, that was like, really? But I believe it. On March 19th, 1994, Sartoris was ordained a bishop for the Archdiocese of Los Angeles by Cardinal Roger Mahoney, where he served as auxiliary bishop for the San Pedro region until his retirement in 2002. For several years after his retirement, Bishop Joe continued to be active throughout the Archdiocese, helping out at parishes on Sundays, marrying couples, and presiding over funerals. I had the pleasure of getting to know Bishop Joe, and just such a lovely human being, such a gentleman, and just everyone that was touched by him just felt his love and his warmth. He was a wonderful person. Bishop Joe Sartoris is survived by his nephew Steve, his niece Nancy, his family, his friends, and parishioners. Thank you.
Thank you. I move that when we adjourn today, we do so in memory of Ruth J. Hoffmeyer, a longtime Antelope Valley resident who passed away at the age of 90. Ruth was born on June 16, 1934 in Huntington Park to John and Ruth Cheshire. She grew up in Quartz Hill, where she attended both elementary and high school. In 1958, she met the love of her life, Wayne Hoffmeyer. They were married on July 12, 1958, and shared 61 devoted years together until Wayne's passing. After their marriage, Ruth dedicated herself to her family as a homemaker. She volunteered in the school library where her children attended, and later worked as a school secretary for the Palmdale School District. She gave 13 years of service to the Palmdale Little League and Pony League while her sons were growing up. Ruth is survived by her 4 children, Robert, Catherine, David, and Dennis, 8 grandchildren, and 11 great-grandchildren. And that we adjourn in memory of Arthur Lyman, longtime resident of Claremont, who passed away at the age of 96. Arthur proudly served 5 years as an airman during the Korean War, and much of his time was spent in the Philippines. Upon discharge from the Air Force, he moved to Southern California, where he met his future wife, Frances. Arthur graduated from Cal Poly San Luis Obispo with a bachelor's degree in industrial engineering and worked for General Dynamics for 32 years. In retirement, Arthur and Frances spent their time touring the United States in their motorhome. The couple was married for 44 years until her passing in March of 1998. Following Frances' death, Arthur sold his motorhome and spent a couple of summers touring Europe with the Vans Warped Tour. Arthur enjoyed his golden years on the links at the Claremont Club and ballroom dancing at senior centers throughout the area. Arthur, survived by his sister Bernie Thomas, children Kevin, Greg, Becky, and Barbara, and 7 grandchildren and 6 great-grandchildren. We'll take these motions, passed without objection, so ordered, and we are now adjourned until our next board meeting, which is, what's the date on that? The next board meeting will be July 15th, 2025 at 9:30 a.m. We are adjourned.
I am thrilled to recognize the amazing students of Marquez Charter Elementary School. Yay! The incredible Marquez Robotics Blue and Marquez Robotics